Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 201. That is, what documents are created in design phase? Let me answer. In design phase, there are two documents that will be created. That is LLD, HLD. LLD document stands for low level design document, whereas HLD documents stands for high level designs documents. Coming to the LLD documents, they are created by designer and developer, whereas HLD documents are created by solution architect in the projects. So these are the two documents that are created in design phase of SDLC, that is low level design and high level design are the two documents. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 202. That is, what challenges you have faced in software testing so far? Let me answer. In my testing career, I have faced a lot of challenges. Here, I listed down few challenges which I remember. Okay, so what are the challenges I remember? So first challenge is less time for testing, guys. Okay, so in few of the projects that I have worked, very less time was given for software testers. Okay, almost at the end, before the release happens, just 1 or 2 days. Okay, just 1 or 2 days of time just before the release, you are given time for testing. Okay, very less time. So testing in such kind of situations was very difficult because testing needs some time. Okay, so not one iteration, multiple iterations we want to test, but in such projects where I have worked, okay, so due to less time for release, okay, development team has taken out or eaten out all the time. The process was not proper there in such projects, and because of that, the testing team got very less time for testing. Okay, so that was one of the challenging testing in such kind of hard situations was very difficult, but we tried to manage. Okay, so next, no proper test environment for testing in another projects, guys. Okay, in some other projects where I have worked, so you see the testing is easy, okay? The time is there, everything is there. But the problem is environment, okay? Environment setup is difficult and proper environment creation is a difficult, okay? So lot of confusions in environments, okay? Whether we are testing a proper environment or not. The application where we are performing testing, is it a proper environment or not is a challenge. Such kind of situations, okay? So we used to wait for the environments to get ready, okay? A lot of time uh, used to be taken, okay, for creating or setuping the test environments and just to start testing. Though we can test it very fast, but the problem is getting that environment is a problem. Okay, so that is another challenge I have faced. And in some other projects, no communication in the beginning and more feedback or changes at the end. Okay, in the beginning of the project, right, the project was going very smooth, and you see the communication was very less. Okay, whatever the doubts we have or whatever the confusions we have, they were not cleared properly, and we didn't get a proper feedback in the beginning of the projects. Okay, the beginning of the projects, the client side team was very silent. Okay, they didn't give any feedback, but when the days came near to the release and all, then suddenly hell lot of feedback and changes came into picture, and because of this we got overburdened with a lot of work. Okay, in the beginning we were cool, but when communication was not maintained in a same phase, same way from the beginning to end of the project. Okay, so that is another challenge. Then next one is miscommunication, guys. Okay, miscommunication. So the client team doesn't know what they want. Okay, so one time they give you one feedback and next time they say no, this is not the thing we want some other thing. Okay, they kind of miscommunication. Okay, kind of miscommunication was there in one of the projects. And in some other project, it was very interesting where you see the client was clear what he wants, what he or she wants, but our manager, okay, was confusing us. Okay, so this is how we have to do. Client was suggesting us something, and manager was suggesting us something. There was a conflict, okay, between the manager and the client, due to which the we as a testing team were unable to, okay, follow whom. Okay, we need to follow the client or we need to follow the manager. Such kind of situation also we faced. then work overburden without increasing the resources. Okay, due to the less time for the okay, this happened in one of the agile projects only, where and for our few sprints, right, we were overburdened with a lot of story points. Okay, so just to without increasing the resources. Okay, resources were later increased at the end after fighting a lot, but in the beginning, right, in the beginning, a lot of work was given, and more work was expected, okay, to be completed by the end of the sprint. Okay, so we were overburdened a lot in that kind of projects, and these are some challenges I have faced, personally faced in while working in some of the projects, okay, as part of software testing. So hope guys you got the answer. Okay, my answer for what are the challenges that I have faced in software testing so far. You can modify this answer for your needs, because you may be facing some other challenges in your project. So whatever the challenges you have faced, if they are matching with mine, then fine, you can use my examples. Otherwise, you can modify them according to your according to the challenges that you have faced in your projects. Okay. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 203. That is, as we can't test everything, how do you decide what to test first? Let me answer. When you don't have the time to test everything in the application, okay, in that case, we have to first test the functionalities which are important or critical. Okay, so for that, for testing the functionalities which are important and critical, how do we decide which functionalities are important, which functionalities are critical? The functionalities which are used by end users the most are the important functionalities in the application. Okay, for example, if you take any application like e-commerce application, login, register, search functionality, and purchasing a product or making placing an order are important functionalities in the application. Such kind of functionalities we have to test first, followed by, if you still have time, then you can test the other functionalities in the application. Okay, so as everything cannot be tested, and when you have less time, what should be tested first? The important critical functionalities in the application need to be tested first. Okay, and the later, the other unimportant functionalities can be tested later. And one of the practice that we generally follow while testing is we prioritize our test cases, guys. Okay, if you have good number of test cases and you cannot test the entire test cases, okay, in that case we generally prioritize the test cases, and based on our time, we'll test according to the priorities. First high priority test case will first execute, then next level priority, and so on. So hope guys you got the answer for this question in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 204. That is, how many test cases can you create per day? Let me answer. So, how many test cases can someone create per day? Okay, if you get this kind of question in the interview, it is a tricky question, guys. So there is no exact number. Okay, there is no exact number that you can give, like, okay, this many number of test cases you can execute per day, because there are different types of applications for which we are going to create the test cases. Okay, sometimes we have to create the test cases for the complex scenarios. Okay, so it will be very difficult for us to create the test cases. So the numbers will differ in case of complex, right? So in case of medium, more test cases you can create. Whereas if the application is very simple and normal, then even more number of test cases you can create per day. So on an average, okay, just for the sake, okay, after explaining all this stuff, like it depends on the type of the application, whether the application functionalities are complex, medium, or simple. Okay, after explaining all this stuff to the interviewer, okay, then you have to mention that on an average, okay, for complex kind of functionalities, if you have to create the test cases, we can create around 4 to 7 test cases. For medium, okay, medium type of functionalities, we can create around 10 to 15 test cases. And for normal, okay, simple functionalities, we can create around 20 to 30 test cases per day. Okay, so this is what is your answer. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 205. That is, how many test cases can you execute per day? Let me answer this question for you. So if you get such kind of question in the interviews, then how to answer such kind of question? It's a tricky question, right? Obviously, it's a tricky question. Like how many test cases can you execute per day? It all depends, right? It all depends on the complexity of the functionality that we are testing. Okay. So we are executing some test cases against some functionalities which are kind of complex. Then obviously it is gonna take time. We are going to execute less number of test cases in that case. That means there is no specific answer for this question, guys. Okay. There's no specific answer for this question like this many number of test cases we can execute per day. So software testers will try to execute as many as number of test cases possible. Okay. But we cannot give a specific number. But still, if you want to answer, okay, if you want to give a number as part of the answer, if you want to give a number like this many number of test case, or we execute per day, if you want to give that answer, then we have to be answering it in this manner. Okay. So on an average, for a simple functionality, if you are executing the test cases against a simple functionality, not complex case, okay? For simple functionality against that simple functionality, if you are executing some test cases, then on an average, it's not exact, it's on an average, okay? So you will be executing around 50 test cases, guys, okay? How, why only 50 test cases? Like it is a simple functionality, right? But still, why 50 test cases? You see, whenever we are executing the test cases, okay, we generally don't follow only the instructions provided in the test cases. Okay, go to my account, okay, select this login option. That instructions we generally follow, don't follow exactly. Okay, so we follow the instructions, that's correct. But you see, it's not, we are not machines, right? We generally think whenever you execute a particular test case, we just think like if there is a possibility of trying other way to where we can find a defect. Okay, so it looks like only one test case you are executing, but when you are executing multiple test cases, okay, when you are executing a particular test case, in order to complete the test case, you will not just simply follow the instructions provided in the test case. Okay, after following the instructions provided in the test case, okay, we generally think, okay, so what extra we can do so that we can find a defect in the software. Okay, that also is included. So if you include everything and if you follow the instructions and as it is execute the test case and all, okay, I believe that on an average, okay, for a simple functionality against which if you are executing the test cases, then 50 test cases will be a good number. Okay, we will not be able to execute more than 50 test cases if you are, okay, executing in a quality manner. Okay, if you are simply blindly following the test cases and doesn't matter to, if your focus is not on finding the defects and all, right, you can execute more test cases also. Okay, but if you are executing some test cases and in your, in the background of your mind, it's like it's not just about executing the test cases but also finding some defects by just changing some paths and all, okay, then definitely it's gonna take, okay, more time for each and every test case to complete. That's why I'm saying I'm fixing the number to 50. Okay, not more than 50. Okay, so hope guys, it's a tricky question and with my explanation maybe it may be clear for you guys like how to answer this. Okay, when you answer genuinely, right, the interviewer whoever is asking this question to you will get convinced. Okay, so don't worry, there is no particular answer for this. It all depends how you, how genuinely answer this question, okay, in the interviews. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. The next session I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 206. That is, what are the contents of a defect report? Let me answer. So there are several contents in a defect report. Okay. Whenever we report defects using any bug tracking tools or defect tracking tools that are available in the market, we come across different type of contents. Okay, different defect tracking tools have different contents. Okay, so if I take an example, let's say there is a Zoho bug tracking tool. Okay, if you are trying to report a defect in the Zoho bug tracking tool, you will come across different contents. Similarly, if you try to report a defect in a Jira, okay, Jira management tool, Jira agile management tool, if you are trying to report a defect, okay, in that Jira, the contents will be different. So different defect tracking tools will have different contents. So since the question is asked here, like what are the contents of a defect report? Okay, I have collected different type of contents that are available in different defect tracking tools here. Okay, so most of them I collected, important ones I collected. There may be other things that I have not covered in this session, but that's okay. If you explain these contents, that will be more than enough for this question. Anyhow, okay. So let's get started. The first one is defect ID, guys. Okay, the first one is a defect ID. So if you are reporting the defect in any bug tracking tool or defect tracking tool, that defect tracking tool will automatically generate a unique ID for you. Okay, you don't have to do anything. It will automatically generate a unique number or ID for that particular defect. Okay, so to differentiate this particular defect that you have reported now with other defects, a unique defect ID will be auto generated by the tools. In case of if you are reporting the defects in the old fashion where in a Word document or Excel files, then you yourself have to take the responsibility of giving a unique defect ID for each and every defect. Okay, fine. That is what is defect ID. Then coming to the defect summary or defect title, some defect tracking tools it's called as defect title, in some defect tracking tools it's called as defect summary. A brief description of a defect, guys. Okay, but in a single line or right, in few less number of words you have to describe, okay, what the defect is all about. Okay, no one can read all the paragraphs or all the steps, right? Just by looking at the line people need to understand that. Okay, so that we generally write inside a defect summary. Anyhow, by the end of this um, session, I'll be showing you some sample templates and examples. Okay, for now just understand them individually. After that I'll show you the samples at the end. Then we have the defect status. Okay, so whenever you report a defect, the status of the defect will be in one state. Okay, depending on the different defect tracking tools, there will be different status. Zoho bug tracking tool has different set of statuses, whereas Jira has a different set of statuses. So commonly, what are the different statuses that are available for a defect? When you report a defect, the defect will be generally in new state. Okay, if the dev project manager has not accepted, okay, it's not considered that as a defect. If it is invalid or whatever the reason, he or she will reject the defect. Then if it is valid and all, if it's not a duplicate one, okay, if it has to be fixed right away without deferring it, okay, then it will be assigned to a developer. Okay, so assigned state. Then okay, then if the defect is not urgent to be fixed, okay, it can be fixed later in the cycle, in later cycles of testing. Then deferred state, then in progress state, when the defect fixing is in progress by the developer. Okay, after assigning the defect to the developer, if the fixing is in progress, okay, then in progress. And after the defect has been completely fixed, then in the fixed state. And once the developer states that the defect is fixed and tester confirms that the defect is really fixed by the developer, then it will move into the closed state. Okay, so like that there are different states. Okay, current status of the defect is nothing but the defect status content in the defect report. Okay, fine. So these are the common ones, guys, because you see in different defect tracking tools we have different defect statuses. Okay, so we should not be assuming that all the defect tracking tools will have the same type of defects statuses. Okay, then we have steps to reproduce, guys. Okay, so in order to make the developer's life easy in understanding the defect, okay, we have to describe, okay, after writing the summary, that is title of the defect, in very less number of words. Okay, here under steps to reproduce we have to write a detailed step-by-step process okay, which will help the developer by following the steps in reproducing the defect. Okay, so steps to reproduce, detailed steps for reproducing the defect, like go to this place, select this option, then do this, do that, then you will get the defect. Like that, we have to clearly mention to the developer so the developer can reproduce the defect. Then we have the expected result. Okay, expected result means what actually has to happen as per the application, guys. As per the application, on following these steps to reproduce, what actually has to happen is expected results. Okay, how the application functionality has to really work. Okay, if there is no defect, that is expected result. But what exactly is happening? Why? Because the defect is reported. Because, okay, actual result is different from the expected result. Okay, whatever we are expecting is not happening, and actual result we are getting some other result. Just because of that reason, okay, we are reporting the defect. So what is the reason behind reporting the defect is actual result, guys. Okay, which differs from the expected result. Okay, then additional information, if there is any other information apart from providing whatever you provide in the defect summary or steps to reproduce expected or actual, if you want to provide more information, okay, to help the developer, okay, in understanding the defect well, or okay, so which will help the developer in fixing the defect well, such kind of information we have to provide in the additional information content. Then we have the attachments. You see, everything requires a proof, right? Without proof, okay, without proof, things won't work out. Even though you write the steps in a detailed manner, the developer may say that after following these steps, I'm not able to find the defect. Okay, so unable to reproduce the defect with the given steps. Okay, otherwise, if you provide, okay, if there is a possibility of providing a screenshot or something, okay, as an attachment, if you provide something like a screenshot or a video, sometimes people provide a video recording of the steps they have followed for reproducing the defect in their machine, or if that is not that much required, video is not that much required, okay, just to save time, you can also provide a screenshot, okay, of the place or the screen, page screen, where the defect is actually coming. Okay, so that will become as a proof, and it will also indirectly help the developer in reproducing the defect. Assigned to, whom the defect is assigned to at that particular point of time. Okay, so here there are different states, right? So when it is assigned state means it is assigned to the developer. In that case, assigned to developer name. Okay, assigned to column will be there. In that we have to select the developer name to whom we are assigning. Okay, so if the developer says that it is fixed state, then developer will assign it back to the tester who has reported the defect. Okay, the assigned to either the developer or tester names will be there. The next one is a version, guys. Okay, lot of contents are there for the defect report, as you can see here. So the next one is a version, in which version of the software the defect is found. Okay, so you see every application has a version. Okay, so the developers keep on changing the code and changing the versions and giving us the latest version. So but in which version of the software the defect is found is very important. Okay, we have to mention the version of the software in which the defect is found and reported. Okay, then functional area. So you see any application has different functional areas like login, logout, okay, forgot password and many other. So to which functional area from which the defect is coming? Is the defect belong to the login, or is the defect belong to the logout, or is the defect belong to the forgot password? We have to mention that. Fixed in build. So once the developer fixes the particular defect, okay, it's also important for the developer to mention in which version of the software, okay, in which version of the software the defect is fixed. Okay, in which version of the software the defect is fixed. We have to clearly mention fixed in build. Then CBR, it's why fixed in build version is very important, because if the developer specifies in so and so version we have fixed the defect, the tester also has to recheck or retest the defect to confirm whether it is really fixed or not in a proper or correct version in which it is actually fixed. Okay, the tester should not test this particular defect in the old version of the software. Rather, the tester should test in the actual version of the software in which the developer has actually fixed the defect. So this fixed in build or fixed in build version is very important for the developer to mention. Then severity. So what is the impact of the defect on the application? Okay, if there is spelling mistake, low impact. Okay, if it's spelling mistake, it's a low impact. But if it is causing a big error page is coming on the page. Okay, with some error sign, all red color page instead of the actual page, some error page is coming. Okay, in that case, the impact will be high. Okay, so depending on what is the impact of the defect on the application, okay, we have to provide the severity. Then we have the priority also. Priority is how urgent it is. Sometimes severity will be low, but priority may be high. Even though the severity spelling mistake may be there, but it is very important um, for the team to fix the defect fastly. Even just despite of the impact is low, also the priority may be high. Okay, priority is all about how urgent it is to fix the particular defect in the software. Then reported by who has actually, the tester will generally report the defect. Which tester has reported the defect is reported by, most probably in any defect tracking tool or bug tracking tool you take. Okay, whenever you report a defect, automatically the defect tracking tool will select this option. Okay, we'll select this option, like, because the one who is reporting the defect has to log into the bug tracking tool, right? So the tool knows that who is reporting the defect, and automatically it will take that. You don't have to specifically fill. But if you are reporting the defect in a template, whatever document template or Excel file, then you have to manually mention, otherwise not required. Test environment, you see in which environment the defect is found. Okay, in which test environment the defect is, it is coming in Chrome browser or Firefox browser or Windows machine or Linux machine, or in all the environments. Okay, we have to clearly mention, so that the, you see, if you don't mention the test environment, for example, the defect is coming in Chrome browser, but the developer is trying to reproduce these steps in the Firefox browser and is unable to get the defect, that is a problem, right? So, but if you mention the test environment, if it is only coming in Chrome browser, and if you mention that, then developer will try that in Chrome browser only and will be able to reproduce the defect. Okay, this kind of things happens. That's why mentioning the test environment is also very important. And many more contents are there, are possible. Okay, if you go with different bug tracking tools or defect tracking tools, you will come across different contents, guys. But these are the major ones, whatever I explained. You see, a lot of things I covered already. This much will be more than enough if you want to answer in the interviews. But just before winding up, I'll show you some samples, guys, sample bug reports, so that you'll get some idea, like that. So this is one sample that is, it's not a bug tracking tool, guys. It's a Word document template or anything you can consider. Okay, it's a normal Word document. You see, it's not a bug tracking tool. Okay, if I created a Word document template, okay, so list of defects, and you see, defect ID is there, defect summary or title, you can say it will be like this. Severity, then steps to reproduce. Okay, different steps to reproduce, expected result, actual result, then the screenshot. Okay, all the things are available here. Okay, screenshot. So some other defects have the screenshot mentioned here. You see, as a proof we have provided screenshot. So this particular bug report, okay, bug report only has few contents like bug ID, brief summary, severity, steps to reproduce, expected result, actual result, screenshot. That's it. Okay, but different bug reports will have different. Okay, there are different bug tracking tools also available in the market. So let me take you to this website, guys, where I found like a lot of information. Okay, this is a reference, you can say. Okay, this is not mine, but as a reference, you can go to this website and explore, guys. Okay, they have provided a lot of, okay, 14 bug reporting templates, different defect tracking tools they collected. And okay, this is a very good website link. You can go here and see if you are reporting bugs in GitHub tool, then like what will be the contents, what will be the contents. You see here, browser, screen size, OS, viewport size, zoom level, pixel ratio, a lot of things are coming here. Okay, so I think I need to maximize it a bit so that you can see. Yeah, so they have a pricing model, so I could not upgrade, they are saying, but Zoho is one of the tools. Scroll down, you will find more. Okay, don't worry about only Zoho. Don't worry about only about GitHub. Okay, they are unable to upgrade. So you see, but small. Okay, report title is there, description is there, assignees are there, labels. Labels sometimes in some defect reports, labels will be there. Like you can categorize the defects across different labels. Project also will be there in some bug reports. Like you can mention the project name against which automatically sometimes project will be selected. Okay, then Jira, if you are reporting in Jira, how the Jira will be there. You see, it will be this will be like Jira, guys. Summary is there here. Um, you can add the epic because Jira is all about agile, right? So epics and all those things will be there. Then browser, screen size, and all those stuff, pixel ratio, a lot of things are there. Name, summary, visual proof, environment, source. These are the different contents of the defect report. Then we have Trello. If you are reporting on Trello, then reported, accepted, in progress are the statuses, I guess. These are the statuses they are following. Okay. Then there are different defect tracking tools. Okay, GitLab is there. In GitLab, they're unable to upgrade. Asana to-do list will be there, guys. As any. Okay, simple like this. Steps to reproduce source console and all the stuff. Then we have teamwork, another one. In teamwork, it will be like this. Title, steps to reproduce, actual result, expected result, reported by source URL. Okay, from in which page the defect is coming or something. Console logs are also there, allowing an option where you can upload the console logs and many other stuff. Okay, the list will go on, guys. The list will go on. You can check this blog or website to find more information about different defect tracking or reporting tools available in the market. Okay, but whatever I explained are more than enough. Okay, whatever I covered in this session are more than enough. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for what are the contents of a defect report. Okay, so that's all for this session. The next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 207. That is, how many defects on an average do you report every day? Let me answer this for you. So this is a tricky question, guys. Obviously, this is a tricky question. You see how many number of defects you report every day. It all depends on the application, right? Application or the project you are working on. Okay. So different people working on different projects will get different number of defects. But if this kind of question is being asked in the interview, like on an average, how many defects do you find or detect or report every day? Then you have to answer it in a clever manner. That is, if it is a buggy project, you see, it's from my experience. I am saying that I have worked on several projects. There were some buggy projects where, okay, I was able to easily find 10 minimum number of defects every day. 10 minimum defects I was able to find in that buggy project. So the development process in that project was not good at all. Okay, and I was able to find minimum 10 number of defects every day. Okay, and I also worked on some process development process oriented project where a proper process is followed. Developers were not simply handovering the builds to the testers for testing rather than taking care of some stuff before actually they give a particular version or build to us. Okay, so in that projects I was able to detect an average 0 to 2 defects max every day. Okay, so maximum 2 defects, not more than that. Okay, so sometimes most of the cases it was 0 defects, and okay, in some days I was able to detect 2 defects per day. Okay, maximum that 2. Okay, 0 1 2 like that. So this is a tricky question obviously, and you have to answer in this manner. Okay, so you can mention that I have worked on several projects. Okay, in some projects where the development process was not followed properly. I was able to find more defects, and there was a project like, okay, you can give my own experience if you want. Okay, so it's a genuinely you have to answer this question, guys. Okay, so genuinely we have to answer this kind of questions if you get in the interview. So if someone asks me, I have to genuinely answer. I will answer like this. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 208. That is, how many types of joins are there in SQL? Let me answer. So here I am talking about software testing interview questions, but the interview question is all about SQL. Why? So you don't be surprised, guys. So in software testing interview questions, you will also be asked about SQL. Okay, if you're not good with SQL, so refer my other course on SQL where I have covered SQL from scratch. But expect that in software testing interviews, you will also get questions from SQL. Okay, though I cannot explain each and everything about SQL in this software testing interview questions here. Okay, I recommend everyone to refer my other video course. Okay, refer my other video course on SQL where everything is covered for you. But here, just for the sake of interviews, I'm answering these questions. Okay, I may not be able to answer all these questions in detail with practical examples and all. Okay, that's not possible here. So I recommend you to watch my other video course on SQL. Okay, so but you will get questions on SQL in software testing when you are attending the software testing interviews, right? You will get questions from SQL. Okay, that's what I mean to say. Anyhow, let me answer this question for you. Okay, how many types of joins are there in SQL? So guys, in SQL, there are different type of joins. Before I explain what are the different type of joins here, what is the purpose of the joins in SQL? The main purpose of the joins in SQL is to join two tables. Okay, join tables and retrieve the records together. Okay, instead of retrieving the records from individual tables separately, okay, with the help of joins, okay, in SQL with the help of joins, we can join two tables and at a time retrieve the records from both the tables. Okay, this is what joins are. But there is a prerequisite. Okay, so for this kind of situation to be possible, where if you want to retrieve the records from both the tables at a time by joining the tables and retrieving the records from both the table, if that should be possible, the prerequisite here is there should be a common column between two tables that you are joining and retrieving the records. Okay, there should be a common column. For example, in one of the table, ID and first name is columns, then other table, ID and last name may be the columns. Here, ID and ID in both the tables are common. So with the help of this common column in both the tables, we can join these two tables and retrieve the records from both the tables. Okay. So in how many ways we can join the tables and retrieve the records using this common column from both the tables? Okay, there are different type of joins using which we can join the tables and retrieve the records from both the tables using the common column. First one is inner join, which is also called as equi or simple join. Okay, then we have the left join, which is also called as left outer join. Then we have the right join, which is also called as right outer join. Then we have the full join, which is also called as full outer join. And finally, we have the self join, okay, where we join the table by itself. Okay, there will not be two tables here in the self join. The same table will be joined by itself. Okay, okay. So we'll be the same table. We'll be selecting two columns. The two columns, with the help of the two columns, will be joining the table by itself, guys. Okay, so I don't want to dig deep into all the different type of joins and practically how they are possible. Okay, as I already mentioned, if you want to be good at SQL, because SQL questions may come in the software testing interview questions also. So I recommend you to go through my other video course on SQL for this purpose. Okay, so everything cannot be explained from scratch everywhere. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 209. That is, how do you execute your test cases daily? Let me answer. So, how do you execute your test cases daily? It's a tricky question again. Okay, so genuinely they want to know day to day, at your workplace, how do you guys actually execute the test cases? What happens at your workplace? Okay, the interviewer want to know. Okay, so whether you are a genuine candidate or not is the ultimate reason why this kind of questions will be asked in the interviews. Anyhow, okay. So guys, let's answer genuinely. Okay, let's answer genuinely how we generally execute the test cases at our workplace on a daily basis. Okay, so guys, fine. So generally, guys, we prioritize our test cases. Okay, so there may be a lot of test cases. Our application will be very complex. Whatever the application that we'll be testing at our workplace will be kind of complex, right? So it consists of lot of test cases. Daily executing all the test cases is not possible at all. So what is the process we generally follow is the test cases that we are executing are already prioritized. Okay, P1, P2, P3, P4. Priority 1 test cases, priority 2 test case. Any functionality you take, any functionality of the application you take, for every functionality, we first prioritize the test cases. Okay, we divide the test case into four to five categories. Some people will divide into P0 to P4. Some people will prioritize into P1 to P4 like that. Okay, so anything is fine. We generally prioritize our test cases first. P1 to P1, P2, P3, P4. P1 means high priority test cases. Okay, very important test cases. Followed by P2, then P3, P4. Why we have to test or execute our test case based on our priority means always will not get time, guys. Okay, whether we get time or we don't get time, in all situations we should be ready. Okay, so we should test our or execute our test cases based on the priority of the test cases. Okay, so high priority test cases, when you execute first, right, automatically the risk of missing the defects, important defects in the application will be reduced. Okay, so the main reason why we have to execute our test case based on priority is the risk reduction. Okay, so let's say there is a particular test case, user enters valid username, valid password, and clicks on login button. This is a high priority, highest priority test case, P1 priority test case. If you delay testing this kind of test case, what happens if the user is not able to log in after the software is released into the market? Okay, after you say testing is done and you say this login functionality is not working, it will be very bad, right? This is a very, the risk is very high for that particular defect. Very important defect is missed in the software. So that's the reason, guys. There will be a lot of defects. You see, even after testing the software also, there may be some defects in the software. That's okay. But what kind of defects are left out by the testers? Without what kind of defects are missed by the uh, software testers after testing is what is important. So such kind of important, critical kind of defects should not be missed. So what we generally do is, whether we have time or we don't have time for testing, whatever the reason may be, first we'll execute the test cases based on the priority of the test case. P1 test cases we complete first. Okay, so that that kind of defects will not be there and risk will be reduced for us. Okay, risk problem will be reduced for us. Then we'll go with the next priority test cases, P2 kind of test cases, and then next level risk will be reduced. Then P3 next level, if you still have time, P4. Okay, all the test cases will be completed if you still have time after executing the test cases. We do exploratory testing and, right, kind of testing with an intention of identifying more defects in the software to reveal the defects which are generally not found by executing the test cases. This is what this is how we execute the test cases. Okay, we prioritize the test cases, okay, and execute the test cases and then reduce the risk. Okay, while executing the test cases, we should focus on whether we are reducing the risk of missing the important defects in the software. Okay, that's what is the important thing that you have to note down. Second thing is, nowadays test management tools. Okay, automation is everywhere, guys. Okay, tools, automate the things, right? You see, what do like, just see a small difference in the real world. Okay, let's say if I ask you to add two numbers without giving you a calculator, okay, you can add, but you will take some time. But what if I give you a calculator? Okay, and if I ask you to add two numbers, immediately you will give me the answer, right? That is nothing but automation, right? We are automating the calculation part there. Similarly, for executing the test cases, managing the test cases, and all those stuff, tools are there now in the market. We generally call these tools as test management tools. Lot of examples of tools are there in Jira. By default, test management tools are not there. We install some plugins like Zephyr and X-Ray and all those stuff. And we have other test management tools like TestFile, and many things are there in the marketplace. Okay, like test management tools. How these test management tools will help us is, okay, using these test management tools, you don't have to write your test cases in some Excel files or something. Okay, you can write your test cases in the tool itself. That's one thing. Okay, then you can assign the test cases. If you have a very big team and you are the test lead, assume the pain point. Okay, of going to each and every team member and, okay, just open this Excel file and then this particular functionality you run the test cases today. Like, you see, manual process is always difficult. Like, with the invention of this test management tools, it's now very easy, guys. Okay, so you can mention in the interviews that our test lead will assign the test cases for our execution in the test management tool, and once we get the notification and all, we generally start executing those test cases that are assigned for our day. Okay, so the test lead who is responsible for the project will be selecting a set of test cases from a particular functionality, this many number of test cases, and will be assigning on your name on that particular day whatever the test cases that are assigned to you with the help of the test management tool by the test lead, that you have to complete. Okay, so you can execute the test cases like that. And also executing the you see, and also in the same, if you are following the test management tools, means you will be executing the test cases in the test management tools only. You will be updating the status, like whether it is pass or fail or, okay, whatever it is. Okay, whatever the result of the execution of the test case, also you will be updating the test management tool itself. Okay, then reports. So automatically these test management tools will generate the report for you, like how many test cases passed, failed, okay, and all those stuff. And one more important point, guys, apart from this test management tools and priority based of executing the test cases, is reporting the defects. Okay, so a lot of people do a lot of mistakes while executing the test cases. You see, when you are executing the test cases, if the test case is passed, then that's fine, guys. You can go and execute the next test case without any delay. Okay, immediately you can go to the next test case and execute the test case. And if that is also passed, go to the third test case and execute the test case. If that is also passed, go to the fourth test case and execute. But what if a particular test case fails? Do you have to go immediately to the next test case by simply changing the status of the test case to fail and go to the next test case? This is what is the main mistake that most of the testers will do. Okay, so we should not be doing that. When a particular test case fails, we have to stop there. Okay, we have to stop there, investigate why the test case is failing first. Okay, investigate properly why the test case is failing first. And after you are clear with the reasons why the test case is failing, then you have to first report a defect against that particular test case. Okay, without your reported defect for a failed test case, you should not execute the next test case. Okay, so this is one major thing. Okay, so just explain this to the interviewer, so that the interviewer will get confidence that you know everything. Okay, so this person knows that when a particular test case fails, first we have to report the defect and go to the next test case. Okay, the interviewer will feel like, so these kind of small things, right, will right, give the genuinity to that particular interviewer. Okay, you are this guy is genuine kind of thing. Okay, fine, anyhow. So, and also, guys, while executing the test cases, you should know how many types of statuses will be there. Okay, so the results, like your execution results, you have to update, right, at the end of the execution of that particular test case. You have to put either pass, fail, or something, right? So what are such statuses that you put? Not tested. Let's say due to lack of time on that particular day, already you spend a lot of time and the time is up, and you don't have much time to execute the test cases. By default, you will put all the test cases status to not tested. These test cases are not tested today. Okay, so not tested is the default status. Then next one, you have executed the test case. Okay, when you have executed the test case and identify that that expected result is matching with the actual result and everything is working fine as per the test case, then you will pass the test case. You'll you will set the status of that particular test case as pass. But what if the expected result is not matching with the actual result, that is actual result is not matching with the expected result? In that case, investigate why the actual result is coming different from what is expected, and what is the problem there. And once you are confirmed, then you have to fail the test case. Not only fail the test case, guys, before moving to the next test case, I already mentioned you have to report a defect, okay, for the failed test case. And fourth one, this is another rare case that will happen. So what happens while executing the test case is, okay, one test case will fail because of that particular test case. Okay, there will be a defect also you reported for that particular failed test case, but because of that failed test case, or because of the defect which is causing that particular test case to fail, some set of test cases you are unable to run. Okay, let's say there is a defect with login, you are unable to log in. Can you execute other test cases after login? Can you execute some test cases which need to be tested after login? Is it possible if the login itself is not possible? So they're blocked. Okay, you have to mark all those test cases as blocked because of that particular defect or that particular test case failing. Okay, so the all these test cases are blocked. Without login, how can you test the test case related to functionalities which appear after login, right? So these are the general statuses, guys. Okay, so explain all this stuff to prove yourself that you know how to execute the test cases. And how do you execute the test cases daily? Okay, what are your experiences throughout the day while whatever that comes to your mind regarding executing the test cases, you should explain, okay, so that the interviewer will know properly. And not only that, guys, after executing all the test cases, by end of the day comes, okay, it's not just executing the test cases, right? Whatever the test cases you executed, you have to update that to your test lead, okay, test lead, or you have to status update of the test execution. Like the test lead generally sends an email at the end of the day known as status update email to the clients with the list of the test cases. Okay, the test cases also will be attached, or information related to the test cases also will be attached if in case of tools and all, right? Okay, this many number of test cases we executed today, and this many passed, this many failed. For the failed test cases, these are the defects we reported. Okay, like that, some status update we have to send to the client. Okay, so all these things we will generally take care of while executing the test cases. So hope, guys, you got the answer, like how do you execute your test cases daily. So if you can answer like this, ultimately the interviewer will definitely come to know that, okay, this person has given a perfect answer. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 210. That is, what are DQL, DML, DDL, TCL, and DCL statements in SQL? Let me answer. So you may think that this is a software testing interview question, but the question is related to SQL, right? So it happens that in software testing interviews, you will not only be asked about only software testing, you will also be asked about SQL, guys. SQL knowledge is also important for software testers. So you'll be tested against SQL also. But the problem here is I cannot explain everything in detail in these answers for this interview questions related to SQL, because there's separate course I created on SQL. Okay, so you have to learn these SQLs from scratch from that separate course that I have created. After that, if you visit this particular question, then it will be very easy to understand the answer for this question. Okay, assuming that you go and watch my other course on SQL where I have explained everything from scratch, then come back here. Okay, you'll be able to understand the answer for this question. Okay, so first of all, anyhow, I'll be straightforwardly answering this question without digging too much deep. Okay, so what are the this DQL, DML, DDL, TCL, DCL means they are nothing but SQL statements, guys. Okay, there are different SQL statements. That is, all the SQL statements. Okay, all the statements in SQL can be categorized into DQL, DML, DDL, TCL, and DCL. DQL stands for data query language. Okay, data query language. So what are the statements we have under DQL? Only one statement we have, that is select. Okay, select SQL statement. For retrieving the records from the tables, we generally use the select. Okay, so that is DQL category. Then we have DML. Okay, data manipulation language. Okay, all the SQL statements which fall into this data manipulation language category are these ones: insert, update, and delete. Okay, we can insert the data into the table, we can update the data in the table, we can delete the, okay, data from the table. Okay, it's all about data, guys. Okay, data in the table, you are doing operations with the data in the table. Here you're only retrieving the data, but you are not modifying it, you're only querying it. Okay, getting it from the table. But here you are doing some changes. Okay, so you are either inserting a data into the table, or you are updating the existing data in the table, or you are deleting the existing data in the table. Such kind of manipulation you are doing. That's why this category of SQL statements fall under DML, that is data manipulation language. Then other category of SQL statements we have is DDL, data definition language. Here we have different statements like create, drop, alter, truncate. Using this DDL SQL statements, we can create the table, we can delete the table. Okay, drop is a statement for deleting the table. You can also use drop for deleting the database also. Alter, okay, alter the columns. Okay, or do the changes at the table level, that is alter. Truncate, okay, truncate is also for deleting the table. Okay, so these are the things, data definition language category stuff. Okay, then we have uh, this TCL, guys. Okay, TCL. Next one is TCL, that is transaction control language. Okay, there are few statements under TCL, that is commit and rollback. So commit means permanently saving the whatever after inserting the data or after deleting the data. If you want to permanently save that particular state, then you can go with the commit. Then rollback. Rollback means if you don't commit and if you roll back, the changes that you have done, like inserting or deleting, will be rolled back to the previous state. Okay. So these are the transaction control language related SQL statements. And finally, we have DCL, that is data control language. Okay. So here we have grant and revoke. These are permission levels. Okay. That who has the permissions to do some changes and all. Okay. You can give different type of permissions for different users. Okay. So that is grant means giving the permission, revoke means removing the permissions. Okay. So SQL statements can be categorized into different categories like DQL, DML, DDL, TCL, and DDL, and these are the examples: select, insert, update, delete, create, drop, alter, truncate, commit, rollback, grant, and revoke are the examples of these different categories of SQL statements. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 211. That is, what is primary key in SQL? Let me answer. So before that, you see, I'm talking about software testing interview questions, but here the question belongs to SQL. The reason why SQL questions are being answered in this series is, as part of software testing interviews, you'll also get questions from SQL, guys. Okay, don't think that you'll only get questions from software testing. You should also be good at SQL, because without having the knowledge of SQL, and if you come across this kind of questions in software testing interviews, you will not be able to answer. Okay, so if you want to be good at SQL, I have created another course on SQL. Okay, a detailed from scratch for beginners course. Okay, a separate course is there. You can go through that course and come back here, so that you will understand the answers for this interview questions easily. Okay, but let me now answer this question for you. That is, what is primary key in SQL? Okay, so in SQL, what is primary key? Okay, before understanding what is primary key in SQL we have different integrity constants. Okay, so what are these integrity constants? They are nothing but the conditions that we can apply on the table column data. Okay, so you see, data will be stored into the database in the form of we generally create tables in the database and store the data into the tables, right? And these tables will contain columns. These tables will contain columns. Okay, if you want to set some conditions for the data that is being stored into these columns, then we have to go with a different type of integrity constants. There are different type of integrity constants like we have something like not null, that is one integrity constant. Then we have unique, then we have primary key, foreign key, check, default. Okay, these are the different integrity constants, the different conditions that we can set on table column data. Okay, the type of data that you want to store into the table columns, right? If you want to set some conditions, these are the different varieties of conditions you can set. Okay, these are the different integrity constant. But in this question, I need to answer about the primary key, which is one of the integrity constant in SQL. Okay, so primary key is nothing but a combination of not null and unique, guys. Okay, there are separate integrity constants like not null and unique, but primary key means both not null and unique. Okay, you see, primary key is equal to unique plus not null. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. So here, guys, I'm going to create a table here. While creating a table, create table, table name. I'm not going to explain in detail. Okay. So, but just follow these instructions, whatever I'm saying. I'm creating a table known as EMP1. Okay. I'm creating a table known as EMP1 with two columns, ID column and name column. Coming to the ID column, I'm going to store the numbers, and it's going to be the integrity constant is mentioned. That is primary key. I'm mentioning this ID as with integrity constant primary key. That means primary key means unique plus not null. Okay, so it should only allow you to insert the data into this ID column having only unique values. Okay, and also null values are not allowed, not null. Okay, primary key means unique plus not null. Null values are not allowed. Okay, other column we have the normal one, that is name. Okay, so here for let's first create the table, guys. Okay, let's see whether the table is already there. That table is not there here. Let's create the table first. Let me create the table. Let me run this query. You see the table got created. Refresh here. You see EMP1 table got created with this columns, that is ID and name, where ID is the primary key here. Now let's insert some data into this okay table. Okay, so before inserting any data into the table, I'll simply say select star from okay EMP1. Select star from EMP1, I will say. You see there are no records under this table. Okay, table is empty. Now let me insert some data into the table. Insert into EMP1 table with values 1 Arun. Okay, let's insert this. This got reflected here. Let's again say select star from EMP1. You see we got 1 and Arun here. Okay. Now what I will do is I'll give same 1 again and I'll change it to Varun here. Okay. Let's say whether it will insert or not. It will not insert, guys, because already the ID 1 is there already reserved for Arun here, right? Here primary key means unique. If you try to insert another record into the same table with the same ID 1, it will not allow. Okay, because ID has to be unique. It has to be either 2 or something. It cannot be 1. Okay, run this. You see, you are going to definitely get an error code. Duplicate entry 1 for, okay, because there is a primary key, you cannot insert like this. But if I give 2 here, it will accept. Okay, run this. You see 2 got accepted here. Green color came. Now select star from EMP1. We have 2 records. That's great. Now let's try to insert some null values. Okay, primary key will not allow even to insert the null values. But if you try to do so, what will happen? Let's see. Insert into EMP1. Okay, EMP1 in the square bracket, I'll say name column. Only into the name column I want to insert values as, I'll say Tarun or something. Okay, I don't want to insert the ID. I don't want to insert the ID. Only the name I want to insert. So ID cannot be null, guys. Okay, primary key is there for ID, but if you still try to insert like this, you are definitely going to get an error saying that field ID does not have a default value. Okay, it cannot be null. Okay, that's the problem. So the record will not be inserted. Only 2 records are there. The record will not be inserted. So primary key is an integrity constant, which is nothing but equal to unique and not null. Okay. So hope guys you understood what is a primary key in this session. So this is what is the answer for this interview question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 212. That is, what is the difference between delete and truncate in SQL? Let me answer. So this is a software testing interview question, but the question that I am asking here is related to SQL. There is no surprise, guys, because when you attend software testing interviews, okay, you will not be only asking the questions purely from software testing, but also you will receive the questions from SQL also. So you should be good at SQL. So what you can do is I have created a separate course on SQL from scratch. Okay, so find that course and you can prepare from there. Okay, so prepare for SQL from there and get confident in SQL, and later you can come to this question and you can easily able to understand the answer for this question. Okay, so you can expect SQL questions in software testing interviews. Okay, that's the reason I'm covering at least few software testing questions related to SQL in this series. Okay, fine. So let me answer this question anyhow. So what is the difference between delete and truncate? So what is the difference between delete and truncate in SQL? Okay, so both will do the same thing. First of all, okay, delete will delete the records in tables. Okay, whereas truncate in SQL also will delete the records in the table. But what is the difference? What is the exact difference between delete and truncate? So in case of delete, guys, we can either delete few of the records or all the records. Okay, there is a possibility, there is a flexibility in delete. Okay, in delete, if you are using delete statement in SQL, there is a flexibility of deleting only one or few records or all the records, up to you. Okay, and this delete falls into the DML category, data manipulation language category of SQL statements. Okay, and after deleting, guys, there is a possibility of rolling back. Okay, let's say there is a table having 10 records and you deleted 5 records from the table, but there is a possibility that you can roll back. Okay, you can reverse the deletion process. Okay, you can get the deleted records back, that is back to the 10 records again. That possibility is there. Okay, it acts like a temporary delete sometimes. Okay, so that's what is the delete statement. But what about truncate? How it is different from delete? As I mentioned you already in the first statement, in delete you have the flexibility of deleting one or few or all the records, but in truncate all the records will be deleted at a once. Okay, there is no flexibility of deleting few of the records. Okay, so when you said truncate means it will clear all the delete all the records at a go. Okay, and it falls into the DDL category, data definition language category of SQL statements, whereas delete belongs to DML, data manipulation language, whereas truncate belongs to data definition language category of SQL statements. SQL statements can be categorized into different categories like DML, DDL, and many other are there, TCL and all those stuff. Okay, where delete falls into DML and truncate falls into DDL. Fine. So delete will delete all deleted records can be rolled back. I told you, right? There is a possibility of getting the deleted records back, because in some situations this is a temporary delete only. It's not a permanent delete. Okay, but coming to truncate, it is a permanent delete. Once you delete, you cannot do anything to get it back, get the records back. Okay, there is no possibility of rolling the records back or getting the deleted records back. But in delete, there is a possibility. So I cannot explain everything in detail and practical because these things are already covered as part of my other course on SQL, which is covered for beginners from scratch in a detailed manner. You can go through that course and go through this delete and truncate and come back here and you will be able to answer this. You will be able to understand this question easily, guys. Okay. So that's all. That's all for this session. So in the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 213. That is, what is Big Bang integration testing approach? Let me answer. There are several or different integration testing approaches. Okay, so if you go through the different levels of software testing. The first level is unit testing, which is generally done by developers. After the developers do the unit testing, they do the integration testing. Okay, once the integration testing is done by developers again, then third level system testing will be performed by the software testers. Once the system testing is performed by the software testers, and finally acceptance testing or user acceptance testing will be done by the end users or the ones who know the business well. Okay, so these are the four levels of software testing, as we already know from our previous questions and answers, right? So in that, the second level is integration testing. But in order to perform integration testing, the developers may follow different approaches. What are the different approaches we have to perform the integration testing by developers? We have top-down integration testing approach. Then we have bottom-up integration testing approach. Then we have sandwich integration testing approach. And finally, we have the big bang integration testing approach. In this session, okay, in this session, the question is all about what is Big Bang integration testing approach. You see, in real world, what is Big Bang? Okay, how the universe is formed in a random way, right? In the random way. So somehow it got busted and the universe got formed, and we generally call that as a Big Bang. Okay. So here also the same technique is applied to this integration testing approach, and it is called as Big Bang integration testing. So in order for the Big Bang integration testing to happen, first all the units should be ready. Okay, all the units or modules which need to be integrated as part of this Big Bang integration testing need to be ready, guys. Then only we can go to the next step. So once all the units, that is modules which need to be integrated as part of integration testing are ready, okay, ready, then what happens here is this is what is going to happen in Big Bang integration testing approach. Okay, let's say, so there are different units. Let me draw the different units here and there. Once all the units that are required for integrating, okay, once all the units that are required for integrating, units are nothing but the smallest parts of the code which cannot be broken further. Okay, once all this integrate, all these units which can be integrated are ready. Okay, finally, once all these units are ready, as a Big Bang, okay, at a go, all the units will be integrated, guys. Okay, for example, this unit has to be integrated with this one, and at same time this one and this one. Okay, you see, for each and every unit, to which units it has to be integrated will be integrated. Okay, in different models, different directions, like this. Okay, it looks like very complex, but each and every unit need to be integrated with its related unit somehow. Okay, once all the units are ready and are ready for integration, then all the units in their permutations and combinations, okay, will be integrated with their related or groupable units or logically groupable units. So as you know, there is a difficulty, right? So at a time, if you are integrating this many units with all the other combinations, it is not so easy. Sometimes the developers may forget to integrate. Okay, they may integrate this particular unit with this unit, but they may forget to integrate this unit with another unit. Okay, this kind of things may happen. This is a disadvantage anyhow. But coming to the what is Big Bang integration testing, the integration testing approach means once all the units are ready, at a time, simultaneously all these units will be integrated with their related units at a go. Okay, that is what is Big Bang, guys. That is what is Big Bang integration testing approach. There is no systematic process like from top to bottom you have to integrate, after this you have to integrate that. All the units will be integrated with their related units at a go. Okay, that's what is Big Bang integration testing approach. All the units, that is modules, will be integrated at a go. After every module is ready, after every unit is ready, every unit will be integrated with their related units. Okay, and after integrating all the units with their related units, the entire functionality will be tested. Okay, so whether the functionality after integrating all these units is working fine or not will be tested, and this approach of integration testing is known as Big Bang integration testing approach. So hope guys you got the answer for what is Big Bang integration testing approach in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, See you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 214. That is, what is sandwich integration testing approach? Let me answer. So, there are different approaches in which the developers can perform integration testing. They are top-down integration testing approach. Other approach developers may follow for performing the integration testing is bottom-up. Then we have the sandwich and big bang. Okay. Before talking about different approaches for performing the integration testing by developers, we have to know about the different levels of software testing. There are 4 levels of software testing. First, the developers will perform unit testing. Okay. At unit level, individual units they will test separately. Okay. The individual units are nothing but the code that cannot be broken further. Okay. That kind of unit level, they will be testing individually, independently. Okay. All the units will be tested independently as part of unit testing. Once the unit testing is performed by developers, then these set of units will be integrated logically or whatever the way and performed integration testing. Okay. Second level of testing will be performed by integrating different units in different ways. There are different approaches for that. That is top down, bottom up, sandwich and big bang integration testing approaches. The developers may follow any of these approaches for performing the integration testing. After integration testing, system testing will be performed, and this system testing will be generally performed by the software testers. Okay. They will be testing the entire application as a whole. After the system testing is done, user acceptance testing or acceptance testing is performed by the end users or the ones who know the business well. They will be performing the acceptance testing or user acceptance testing. Okay. But coming to the second level of software testing, that is integration testing, developers may perform the integration of the units in this particular second level of testing. Okay. Using different approaches, that is top down, bottom up, sandwich and big bang. And in this session, the question is all about sandwich integration testing. What is sandwich integration testing? Sandwich integration testing is nothing but a hybrid approach, guys. Okay. It's a combination of 2 approaches. So as you can see, the first integration testing approach, as you can see, is a top-down integration testing approach. So in top-down, what will happen generally is like this. Okay. So let's assume that the here integration testing is being performed. There several units are there. The several units are integrated here. Okay. Let's assume these are the units. First, in top-down, from top to down. Okay. So from top level to down. Okay. Top-down integration testing, where the units will be integrated in a step-by-step fashion, like from higher level units will be integrated with the lower level units. Its lower level units will be again integrated with their lower level units and so on. Okay, that is top-down integration. This is how it flows. Okay, the top level or high level units will be integrated with their lower level units. Okay, with their lower level units. Okay, like this or so, whatever it is. Okay. And this lower level will be again integrated with their lower level, and the process will continue down. Okay. Here there is a concept known as steps. Okay. If a particular unit is not ready, so the top down integration testing will stop, right? In order not to stop it, okay, temporary programs, okay, dummy programs are temporary programs which generally doesn't take much time for the developers to create. Such kind of temporary dummy programs are put in place of the real units if the real units are taking more time and the integration testing is stopping. And here we call them as stubs. Okay, stubs will be used. Okay, once the real units are ready, then stubs will be replaced with the real units. Okay, but here the ultimate concept in the top-down integration testing approach is that higher level units will be integrated with their lower level units, and the process continues to the down. Okay, and in the reverse manner, we have bottom up, second up integration approach, that is bottom up, which is a reverse way of this top down. So if I have to explain about the bottom up integration testing approach, here first lower level units will be ready. Okay, developers will make the lower level units ready, and these lower level units then will be integrated with their higher level units. Okay, and the process continues to the top. So here the direction is like this. Okay, from bottom to up. That's why it is called as bottom-up integration testing approach. Here bottom, from bottom to up, bottom-up integration testing approach. This is okay, bottom-up integration testing approach. Here bottom level, lower level units will be integrated with their higher level units. Okay, in top down, higher level units will be integrated with their lower level units. But what is this sandwich then? I told you, right, sandwich is a combination of top down and bottom up. That's why it's called as hybrid approach, which is a combination of top down and bottom up. While the higher level units are getting integrated with their lower level units, in the same manner, the lower level units, okay, also will be integrated simultaneously. While this is happening, this is also happening in both the directions, guys. Okay, this direction integration is happening, and this direction also the integration is happening. Top down integration is happening simultaneously. Bottom up integration is also happening simultaneously. So I missed one thing here, that is in the bottom up, if a particular unit is not ready, a temporary program similar to stubs will be provided, and it is called as driver, guys. Okay, in this case it is called as driver. If a particular unit is not ready, it's called as driver here. Okay, drivers will be used in the bottom up. Okay, just the name, guys. Okay, but the concept is same. Here temporary program, dummy program. Once the real unit is available, driver will be replaced with the actual unit. Okay, so in the top down and bottom up combination, that is hybrid, which is nothing but the sandwich integration approach. As you can guess it, both stubs and drivers will be there. Okay, while you're integrating from top to bottom, stubs will be used. While you're integrating from bottom to up, drivers will be used. So both stubs and drivers will be there here. Okay, so in the sandwich, you know sandwich, right? How the sandwich looks like, you have to press the salad from two sides using two slices, bread slices. That's what we call it as sandwich. You're pressing from two sides. Here also the integration is happening from two sides. Okay, so that is what is sandwich integration testing approach. So hope guys you understood what exactly is the sandwich integration testing approach in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 215. That is, what is user acceptance testing? Let me answer. User acceptance testing is also known as acceptance testing. You can either call it as acceptance testing or user acceptance testing. Now let me explain this question in detail. So first of all, before you understand what is user acceptance testing, you need to know that there are different levels in software testing. Okay, there are different levels of testing in software testing. That is, first level is unit testing, which is generally performed by developer. Okay, so unit piece of code which cannot be broken further will be tested independently. Like that, multiple units will be there. All these multiple units will be tested independently, individually by the developers first. Okay, that is unit testing. After the unit testing is done by the developers, then developers will perform the next level of software testing, that is integration testing, where these units, okay, these units can be logically grouped together, okay, as per the possibility, and tested together to see whether these units when combined are working fine or not. Okay, that is integration testing. There are several approaches for performing the integration testing that developers will choose based on their situations in the projects. After integration testing, which is done by developers, next type of testing is, next level of testing is system testing, which is done by software testers, where software testers will test the entire application as a whole. Okay, developers will give a particular build or version to the software testers for testing as a whole. The software testers have to perform testing, that is system testing. Here, the main focus of the software testers while performing the system testing is about whether the requirements, okay, according to the requirements the developers have developed the application functionality or not. Okay, it's more focus of the software testers. Okay, so if you talk about 90% of the focus of the software testers will be like to check whether the developed software by developers is developed according to the given clients given requirements or specifications or not. That's what is the main 90% or 95% focus. Remaining 5% or 10% user needs and expectations may be there, but main focus here in system testing that software testers will generally do is they will check the developed software according to the requirements, whether it is properly developed or not. That is system testing. Now, once the system testing is completed by software testers and software testers state that the software is very good, the quality of the software is good, and it's matching all the requirements and all, then the testing is not done yet. There is another level of software testing, that is the last level, which is either called as acceptance testing or user acceptance testing. Okay, we can either call it as acceptance or user acceptance testing here. Okay, when compared to system testing, the main focus is on whether the developed software is according to the requirements. That is the main focus, ultimate focus. But the ultimate focus or main focus in acceptance or user acceptance testing is whether the developed software is meeting the user needs and expectations or not. Okay, it's not about requirements, guys. Okay, whether the users are able to use the software well or not, whether the users will be able to use the software well or not. Okay, all the needs and expectations of the users are matching or not, that point of focus, okay, they bring into acceptance testing. But who will be performing acceptance testing here? Software testers are not going to perform the acceptance testing, rather a different type of people, okay, are going to perform the acceptance testing. I'm going to explain who are they. Okay, here the main focus I told you is user needs and expectations, whether the developed software is meeting the needs of the user. Okay, is meeting the needs of the user and meeting the expectations of the user. That's what is the main focus. And who generally perform this acceptance testing? Either the end users will perform or client side business team will perform. Okay, or the end users or client side business team. This acceptance testing or user acceptance testing will be performed at two levels, guys. First one is alpha testing. First level is alpha testing and second level is beta testing. First alpha testing will be performed, okay, before releasing the software into the market. Okay, after the system testing is done by the software testers, where they generally check whether the developed software is according to the requirements, right? Then as part of the first level of acceptance or user acceptance testing, the first level of testing is alpha testing under user acceptance testing or acceptance testing. Here, the client side business team, okay, who will be testing? The client side. The client side, there will be some team who knows the business well. Those people will come with a lot of checklist items and see whether all the user needs and expectations are getting met or not. Okay, and this checking and everything will be done at the developer side. Okay, wherever the developers are working, right? Okay, there the this client side business team will travel to that site, and they will make sure that developers build the software according to the user needs and expectations, according to the business checklist created by the client side business team. Okay, here not the end users. Okay, here we don't have end users. Client side business team are acting like end users, and they are coming with a checklist, and they are taking the help of the developers and making the software to go in the direction of the end user needs and expectations. Okay, since client side business team knows the business well, they will try their level best in right, satisfying the user needs and expectations. This is alpha testing. After the here software testers also will support this process, guys. Okay, because developers will change the code, means again who is going to test? Software testers only. Okay, client side business team is only contributing in the terms of checklist. Okay, a kind of user checklist. Okay, user needs and expectation checklist. Fine, once the alpha testing is done, a kind of confidence will build, okay, in the team. Okay, so yeah, we have at least met some user needs and expectations. Users we are going to like our software, like that some confidence will build. But that's not enough. Okay, so we want to do a trial. Okay, we want to do a trial on the real people, the real users who are going to use the software. We don't want to release the software directly to them, rather we want to do a trial with them. Okay, to see whether what is their reaction. Okay, what is their reaction, let's see, kind of. So for that, beta testing will be done. Okay, so most of the companies like Microsoft, if you see, right, before they release the actual operating system, like recently Microsoft Windows 11 got released into the market as per today's data and all. The latest is Windows 11 got released into the market. It is not directly released into the market. First beta version will be released into the market to the limited, okay, to the limited number of end users or end customers, okay, to a particular group of people only, okay, real users only, to a limited number of end users or customers, the software will be released, and these people will use the software for their daily needs and all those stuff, and see whether the software is really meeting their needs and expectations or not. If not, they will give the feedback, okay. So the company will actively collect the feedback and do the changes, and finally, once this level of confidence comes, where feedback comes from the real users or real limited number of end customers, right, all the changes will be done again, developers, tester, support, everyone will be there, and a final software will be ready, and that software will be, after completing the acceptance testing at the two levels, that is user acceptance testing at two levels, that is alpha and beta testing, finally the software will be released into the market with that confidence, okay. So hope guys you understood what is testing or user acceptance testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 216. That is, what is the difference between test strategy and test plan? Let me answer. So, what is the difference between a test plan and a test strategy? So, test strategy is designed or created at the organization level. Okay, you need to understand this. For example, there are several organizations in the market, right? So, if I can take some examples, IBM is one example, TCS, Cognizant, Infosys, and so on. Many organizations are there in the market case. Every organization has its own strategy or approach or process towards testing, and that process or that approach, okay, or that strategy that these organizations are following for their projects as part of the testing, okay, they create a document known as test strategy document, okay, or it is an organization level document, guys. Big organizations like IBM, TCS, Infosys, okay, if this Capgemini, whatever the organizations you take, okay, the bigger organizations, every organization will have a test strategy. I don't want to complicate more, but at a high level I want to explain, okay. Strategy, okay, the strategy, this is the spelling, test strategy, okay. So this company will have its own test strategy, this company will have its own test strategy, this company will have its own test strategy. What will be there in the test strategy? The approach, strategy, process, whatever you call it, okay, the higher level, guys, a higher level approach. So this strategy can be applied to whatever the projects that this company gets, okay, whatever the projects this company will do, the strategy or approach or process that is mentioned in this document will be applied, okay, will be followed by these projects of this company. If this company gets its own projects, okay, this company will also do some projects, right? The projects that are followed by this company will follow the approach or process or strategy mentioned in the test strategy of this organization. Hence, I am saying that test strategy is an organization level document, okay, or an organization level thing, okay, that all projects that belong to the this particular organization as a testing friend, okay, will follow, okay. So it can contain anything, guys. It can contain the approach, okay, the way they generally test, okay, the tools they generally follow, the way they report the defects, okay, the best practices they generally follow, how they how their strategy is better than other companies strategy, okay. So their way, their step by step way, or their best, whatever that, guys, okay, that strategy you can say, okay, it's an organization level thing. But coming to the test plan is a project level thing. Here we have the projects, right? Test plan is generally created at the project level, okay, it's not an organization level thing. Test strategy is an organization level thing that all the projects that belong to this particular company has to follow this strategy. Okay, whatever that approach are is mentioned, based on that only testing approach will be followed by these projects. That is test strategy. Coming to the test plan, it is a project oriented, okay, project specific. Specific to the project, what type of project it is, what type of services the project wants. Based on that, if you are planning something, that test plan is at the project level, okay. Test strategy is at the organization level, test plan is at the project level, okay. So how many resources are going to work on this project, who are those resources, okay. What deliverables as part of this project, what services as part of this project, what is the scope of the project, like what functionalities as part of this project we are going to test. All such kind of things are mentioned in the test plan, guys, okay. Schedule at what time, what will be completed, okay. All this, which resources will be working on this project, all these are test plan related, okay. They are the project level stuff will be there in the test plan document, whereas in the test strategy, the organization level approach or strategy, okay. Every company will have its own high level strategy, right, of how the things should happen, okay. That approach, that best practices or whatever it is, okay. The organization level kind of practices will be there in the test strategy. Project level things or strategies or approach or any things, any details, okay, at the project level will be there in the test plan. So hope guys you got the idea now, like what is the difference between a test strategy and a test plan. Strategy is an organization level approach or process or strategy, you can say, whereas test plan is a project level stuff, okay. Project level stuff, whatever the project level planning stuff, okay, that is a test plan document, okay. So sometimes what happens is companies you may be working may not be this kind of big projects, big companies, okay, like IBM is a very big company, TCS is a very big company, Infosys is a big company, Capgemini, HCL, these are very big companies. They follow organization level documents, they will have like test strategies. But if you go to small companies, if you go to small companies where less number of projects are there, most probably they will not have a separate test strategy with them, okay. They will not have an organization level test strategy with them. Rather, inside the test plan itself, they create the test strategy, okay. So in one of the section of the test plan, they put the test strategy as an approach, okay. So but they may not have a organization level strategy, okay. Small companies where less number of projects are there, test plan includes the test strategy. But in big companies like IBM, TCS, Capgemini, okay, Microsoft, all these kind of big companies, right, where test strategy will be different. It is at the organization level, whereas test plan will be the project specific stuff will be there at the project level. So hope guys you got the difference between what is a test strategy and test plan in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 217. That is, what are entry and exit criterias in a test plan? Let me answer. In a test plan document, there are different sections, whereas entry and exit criteria is only one of the sections, okay, available. So if I expand this test plan here, we'll come across different sections available in a test plan document. When you create a test plan document, these are all the sections you generally create. That is overview, scope, test environments, test strategy, roles and responsibilities, deliverables, schedule, tools, suspension and resumption criteria, risk and mitigation, entry and exit criteria, okay, which is the topic that I'm currently explaining, and approval process. These are the different sections in a test plan that we generally create, whereas entry and exit criteria is one of them. So what exactly is this entry and exit criteria all about? Okay, if I talk about the real world, guys, okay, so what is the entry criteria to enter into a to get a seat in a college? Okay, so there may be some entrance exam, right? So you guys may have to go through an entrance exam. So if you clear that exam, then you will be given admission in that college. That is the entry criteria to that college. Okay. Similarly, what is the exit criteria? You have to clear all the subjects, right? You should not have any pending subjects left out, okay. You have to clear all the subjects in all the semesters with all the pass marks, then finally you will be graduated out. That means that is the exit criteria to come out of the college, okay, and to get graduated and come out of the college. Similarly, guys, okay, similarly, in the software testing life cycle, there are several phases, okay. In software testing life cycle, there are several phases. So what are the different phases we have? We have the different STLC phases, software testing life cycle phases, like requirement analysis phase we have, test planning phase we have, designing phase, test execution phase, and test closure phase. So for each and every phase of this software testing life cycle, okay, we have to mention the entry criteria and exit criteria. For requirement analysis phase, we have to mention entry criteria and exit criteria, where you have to mention in the test plan document, okay. Whenever you are preparing a test plan document, when you are preparing all the sections, when the turn comes where you have to provide the entry and exit criteria section, for each and every phase of STLC, software testing life cycle, you have to provide an entry and exit criteria. You understood what is entry criteria, what is exit criteria. To start this requirement analysis phase, what is the criteria? To complete this requirement analysis phase in STLCA, what is the exit criteria? Like that, for each and every phase here that is mentioned, what is the entry criteria, what is the exit criteria, we have to mention, okay, in the test plan document as part of this entry and exit criteria section. Okay, I'll show you a sample here, okay, of a test plan document. So let me open this test plan document here. So this test plan document contains all the sections I was talking about, starting with the overview section, then we have the scope section, then test environment section, then we have test strategy section, okay, roles and responsibilities, test schedule, test deliverables, all the different sections are there. Entry and exit criteria is one of the section in test plan document. And you see for each and every phase of STLC, that is requirement analysis phase, what is the entry criteria? Okay, the BRS document should be given to us. Okay, the requirement should be given or hand over to us by the client. Then only we can start the requirement analysis phase. But when we can get out of this requirement analysis phase, to get out of this requirement analysis phase, which we as software testers have to understand the requirements document and derive all the testable requirements and document them in a separate document. So then next phase will come in STLC, that is test planning. So what is the entry criteria? Once all the testable requirements are derived and documented in a separate document, then you can enter into the test planning phase, can start test planning phase. That means, okay, in the test planning phase, you will create this test plan document. And what is exit criteria? The test plan document need to be created and need to be approved by the client. That is exit criteria of the test planning phase. Then test designing phase will start. Okay, so once the test plan is created and approved, that is the entry criteria for starting the test designing phase. And when you can exit the test designing phase, so once you create the test scenarios, test cases, documents, and get them approved by the client, then you can exit the test designing phase. Then we have the test execution phase. Okay. So to get into that, the test scenarios and test cases need to be approved by the client in the previous phase. Then only we can start this test execution phase. That is entry criteria. Exit criteria for the test execution phase is we should be ready with all the results, okay, of the test execution results and all defect reports and all, everything should be ready. And then finally test closure, there is an entry and exit criteria for the last phase also. So hope guys you understood what are entry and exit criteria in a test plan. It is one of the section, guys, okay, for all the phases of STLC. We provide the entry and exit criteria in a test plan document. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 218. That is, what are the different cases, that is scenarios, for verifying the email address? Let me answer. First of all, I'll show you a website where you see there is a register account page, and here we have an email address field. So how to verify this email address field? Okay, so in order to test this email address field or validate or verify this email address field, we have to provide a different combinations of email address. Some email address may be valid, some email address may be invalid, and finally this email address field should accept the email addresses which are valid, okay, and should not accept the email address which are invalid, okay. But there is a very big list for that, okay, very big checklist for that. So maintaining that checklist or writing down that checklist is very difficult for me here. So instead I suggest a simple add-on, you can say Chrome browser's add-on or tool, you can say that name is Bug Magnet, okay. If you use this simple tool known as Bug Magnet, everything will be clear for you, okay. By default in Chrome browser you will not get this add-on or extension, okay. So we have to separately install this Bug Magnet. After we install the Bug Magnet, you will come across all the checklist or scenarios or cases using which we can verify this particular email address field with different combinations of email addresses, okay. So for that guys, let me install this Bug Magnet. So simply I'll click on new tab and search for Bug Magnet here. Bug Magnet, okay, just simple Google search. In the search results you will get the Chrome extension chrome.google.com Bug Magnet. Just click on this Bug Magnet. It will be like this. The symbol will be like magnet, okay. Now click on add to Chrome, select add extension. In a while the Bug Magnet will be installed. You see it got added to the Chrome browser, okay, fine. So let me click on this and say plus here, that's it, okay. Bug Magnet got added guys. So close this. Now if you want you can restart the browser once, okay. You can restart the browser once and open the same application. Go to the register account page where the email address field is there, okay. Now let's verify, okay, this email address with different combinations of valid and invalid email address as I mentioned, and that too with the help of Bug Magnet we are going to use it. This is enabled here. So right click here, okay. When you right click on this email address field, you'll get this Bug Magnet option, and here you are getting email addresses, a set of valid email addresses, a set of invalid email address. Let's see one by one checklist. This is the checklist of the valid and invalid email address, okay. If in the interviews if they are asking you like how you validate or verify the different scenarios for checking this email address field is accepting the proper or valid email address or not, then you can simply say that you use an add-on known as Bug Magnet. Or if you remember this checklist items, you can mention this list of checklist items that I'm going to showcase now, okay. Very simple. First one is valid guys, okay. Let's right click on the email address field Bug Magnet and say email address and say valid. Simple one, simple one. You know simple one, right? abc@def.com kind of thing, okay. Click on that simple one. You see it got inserted automatically, okay. email@domain.com, which is a simple one. Click on continue. You see there is no warning message coming here, that means it has been accepted. Fine, this is a valid one, okay, the simple one. Let's go with another one. Let's keep on checking one by one, okay. If there is some dot in the email address, okay. So the simple one abc@def.com was there. In abc there is no dot. Now dot will come. First name dot last name, you see dot is here in between, okay. Will it accept? It is a valid, yes, it is a valid one. It should accept. Continue. Should not get any warning message, and email address field should accept. Done. Now let's go with the next one. With the dot also we completed. We verified the email address with a valid email address, simple valid email address, and with the dot containing valid email address. Now subdomain. That means after at the rate, okay, at the rate something.com will be there, right? At the rate something.com will be there. Subdomain. That is called subdomain. Okay. You see, email at the rate something.com. Okay. Subdomain.domain.com. Okay. Here dot is after at the rate symbol, and it is also a valid one, okay. It should be accepted. Then it is also accepted. No warning message for this field. This is another valid email address, you can say. Let's go with the next one. Email address valid plus. What if you have the plus symbol in the email address, okay. It should be accepted or not? It should be accepted, okay. Here you have plus symbol, okay, and it should be accepted. Done. Another email address. Let's insert another one. Email address valid. Some numbers in the email address, okay. Till now only alphabets, right? Alphabets we are saying. Email address can have alphanumeric, okay. So it can be alpha or numeric, okay. Numerical values can be there. Email at the rate, you see here a lot of subdomains are there. 123.123.123.123. It should be accepted, but it's not, unfortunately, it's not getting accepted. You can report a defect for this. Okay, this application is not accepting a valid email address. Email address valid, numerical domain, it's not accepting, guys. Okay, this application is not up to the mark, and it's not accepting a numerical email address. So you can report a defect for that. Okay. Square bracket around IP address. What if there is a square bracket around IP address? You see this square bracket is there. Okay, so let's see. As part of following at the rate should not contain symbol. Okay, this is also valid, but it's not accepting another. So the list of valid email addresses that are not being accepted by this email address field, you can report a single defect. Then email address valid, unnecessary codes around is also valid, guys. Let's see whether it will be accepted. It is also not accepted. Again, this is also another email address that should be accepted, but it's not getting accepted. Double quotes are there which are not accepted. It should be accepted, but then what is the next one? Necessary quotes around email address. Okay, here double quotes are there. Here when you have double dots, you should have double quotes here, guys. Okay, it's necessary and it's a valid email address. Sorry, Control Z. Let's click on continue. You see, it's not accepting, but it is a defect. Okay, you can report a defect. Then next one, valid numerical address, alphanumeric, right? You see, this should be accepted. Numbers are there, it should be accepted. You see, it got accepted properly without any problem. If there are any numbers before that is the red symbol, they can be accepted. Then another valid item can be dash. If you have dash in the, you see here after the red, if you have dash, it should be accepted. It's valid. It should be accepted. It's accepting, no problem. Then next one, lot of checklist items are there, right? Underscore. If you have underscore here, okay, it should be accepted. Accepted. Done. Then next one, bug magnet email address valid. So underscore greater than 3 char TLD. Okay, here this part, okay, should be greater than three characters. Okay, it should be accepted. Accepted, fine. The next one, email address valid 2 char TLD. Here 2 char TLD is there, CO or JP, 2 characters are there, it should be accepted. This many varieties of email address you can check, guys. Okay, the list goes on. Since the interview question is clearly asking us whatever you remember, you mention in the interviews, guys. Okay, I'm giving the complete list, but it doesn't mean that you have to answer you have to give all the explanations, right? So how many you remember from this list, you can answer in the interviews. Okay, so but you can even mention that you use a tool known as bug magnet, which gives you a list of all valid and invalid email address, and give the examples. Okay, few examples that you remember from this list. Dash in the address. If there is a dash in the address, it should be accepted. Plus in the address, dot in the address, dot in the address, everything should be accepted. Next one, what is the next one? Let's explore. Intranet. Okay, if there is an intranet kind of email address, it also should be accepted, but let's see whether it is accepting or not. It's not accepting here, but it should accept. Then because it is coming into the valid category here, right, it is not accepting, so you can report a defect. Non-ASCII email. Okay, non-ASCII characters also should be accepted, but if it is not accepted, you can again report a defect for this. All the list of email address which are valid but still not accepted by the application, you can report them. Okay, fine. So then invalid email addresses, if you don't provide at the rate symbol here, okay, you see normal plain address is there, at the rate something.com is not missing, so you should get a proper validation message. Okay, this is how you validate or verify. Please include at the rate in the email address. Plain address is missing and at the rate. This is correct only. Okay, so the proper validation message is coming or not, you have to check. Then if you are missing at the rate symbol, then in another email, no at the rate symbol or domain. Here only at the rate symbol is missing. Domain is there, but at the rate symbol is missing. The previous example, both at the rate and domain were missing. Here only at the rate symbol was missing. Okay, is missing. So here clearly it's saying that at the rate is missing. Okay. Email dot example also is coming. You see a proper validation. Email dot domain dot com is missing and at the rate symbol is coming. Fine. Now next one, invalid email address. Next example, missing address. So here before at the rate nothing is there. Okay, something should be there before at the rate, but what will happen? Please enter a part followed by at the rate domain. At the rate domain is incomplete. Okay, so here they are saying please enter a part followed by at the rate. Okay, part followed by, not part preceding the which comes before at the rate, but not after. Okay, there is a mistake in the validation. You can report the defect. You see, by checking this many things, you are getting a lot of defects with the email address, right? So this is also a defect actually. So part which is coming before the at the rate is missing, it has to say, but after the at the rate it is saying. So garbage. If you give garbage, what will happen? Some at the rates are there here and there. A part following at the rate should not contain the symbol percentile. Percentile should not be there, it is saying. So that's fine. Then garbage is not being accepted. Another invalid. Copy paste from address book. When you copy paste from address book, this kind of email address will come, right? So actually this part is the email address, but along with that you will get the name, because so a part it should not be considered. Okay, it should not be. It is an invalid anyhow. It's another checklist item. Sometimes it happens where the user will try to copy paste the email address from the address book, and ultimately the name along with the email format will come, and that should not be accepted actually. That is a good case. Superfluous text, you see in the circular bracket, something is that this one format should not contain the symbol, single quotes. Some kind of message is coming which is irrelevant, but okay, proper validation message should come anyhow. It's not accepted, but a proper validation message should come. If you have at the rate symbols twice, okay, a part should not contain another at the rate symbol. A proper validation message is coming. That's okay. It's working fine. Invalid email address, that is. Then two at the rates is done. Leading dot in the address. Okay, so before you see dot, it is starting with the dot. Email address does not appear to be valid. That's okay. Okay, instead of giving a proper validation message, it's at least saying that it's not a valid. That's okay. It's not suggesting why it's invalid, but it's okay. Just because dot is the beginning, it's doing. Trailing dot in the address. Trailing dot in the address. You see here before the iterate symbol, dot is there. It's also simply saying it's not appear to be valid. That's okay. Then what else is there? Trailing dot is done, leading dot is done, multiple dots. If you have multiple dots, okay, multiple dots also invalid. Okay, you should not have multiple dots continuous multiple dots should not be there. That is invalid email address. You can whatever the cases you remember, right? For the invalid and valid email addresses, you just mention in the interviews when they ask. Okay, Unicode chars in the, you see this kind of Unicode characters if you have, okay, should not contain the symbols. It is saying that's fine. It's not accepting and giving a proper message. That's okay. Then leading dash in domain. In domain, if there is a leading dash, then please enter in email. Please enter an email address is coming, but it's not giving. It's not a proper message, guys. But you see, so still improvement is there. Then leading dot in domain. What if there is a dot before the domain? Dot is used at a wrong. This kind of thing should come for the previous one also, but that was not coming. Okay, so we can report the defect. Okay, use a lot of defects you are getting, right, by verifying the email address in this kind of depth level. If you are verifying lot of defects you are getting. Okay, this tool is very beautiful tool, so you don't have to remember all these checklist items. It's simply giving you invalid IP format. If you give invalid IP format and click on continue, email address does not appear to be valid. That's fine. Then next one, email address invalid. Last one, guys, last checklist item, multiple dots in the domain. If there are multiple dots, dot com, okay, instead of .com, .com. Dot is used at a wrong position in domain.com. That's okay. The validation message is proper. Double dots are there, so it's not accepting. So hope, guys, you got the list of uh, different cases, okay, using which we can verify the email address. Okay, if you come across any email address field across the application anywhere, you can follow this checklist, guys, to identify as many number of defects as possible. Okay, and as I mentioned, bug magnet is one of such kind of tools which is very helpful and handy. Okay, so you can use this tool, and using the checklist given by the tool, you can identify a lot of defects in the email address field. Okay, while verifying the email address field. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 219. That is how to update the column data in SQL tables. Let me answer. So you may be thinking that it is a software testing interview question series, but why I am covering a question which is related to SQL? The thing is, in software testing interviews, okay, you'll not only get the questions specifically from software testing, but also you'll be getting the questions from SQL. Okay, if you want to be good at SQL, refer my other course, guys. Okay, where I have explained SQL from scratch for beginners. Okay, in a detailed manner. Okay, so once you complete that course, right, these answers will be very easy for you. Anyhow, let me answer this question for you. That is how to update the column data in SQL tables. Okay, so in SQL, if you want to update the column data of the tables, okay, then you have to use this particular statement, SQL statement, that is update name of the table, and you have to use a keyword known as set keyword, and column, whatever the value you want to update with. Okay, you can update multiple columns at the same time, and you can put a condition here. Okay, where for this particular condition only you just update the column values, okay, of the table, like that. Okay, let me practically demonstrate so that it will be more easy for you. So here, guys, I'll first show you what are the records that are there in this emp1 table. Emp1 is a table here. So here we have two records. One is id and name Arun is there, and two is id and name Varun is there. So what I want to do is here I want to update the name, that is Varun to Tarun. Okay, different name I want to update. Okay, at this moment it is Varun. I want to update this Varun to Tarun. Okay, so how to do that? So simply the keyword is update. Okay, first you have to type update, followed by the name of the table. EMP1 is the name of the table. Okay, in this table, what I want to update, for that to update, guys, we have to use a keyword known as set keyword. Okay, whatever that you want to update, before updating you have to put a keyword known as set. Okay, set followed by column name. So here this Varun is under the column name known as name. So I'll say name is equal to what is the name that you want to update? I want to change Varun to Tarun. So here I'll give Tarun. Okay, here I'll give 1 minute Tarun. Okay, done. Only one column I'm updating here. That's okay. But if I simply run this query, what will happen? All these names will be updated. Here Arun also will get updated to Tarun, and Varun also will get updated to Tarun. That's why I want to put a condition here. Only for this column, only for the second row where Varun is there, update that to Tarun. That means based on the ID, okay, I can create a condition. If the ID is 2, I want to update the name from Varun to Tarun. Okay, so what I will do here is I'll say where id, name of the column is id, is equal to, this is the condition, guys. Okay, for this condition only you update the name to Tarun. That means Varun will only get updated to Tarun. Arun will stay like that only. Okay, so this is the statement you have to write. Update table name, set column name, the new value of that you want to update for this particular column, and the condition, where condition. Okay, let's run this query. After I run the query has run properly. Now again I will retrieve the records from this emp1 table. Observe that Varun got updated to Tarun. Okay, Arun is still Arun only, but for the ID 2, the name, that is Varun was there, got updated to Tarun. Okay, so this how, guys, we can update the column data in SQL tables. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 220. That is, if there is a mistake in company logo, what is the priority of the defect and what is the severity of the defect? Let me answer. Okay, if there is a mistake in the company logo, for example, okay, let's take an example, guys. So if I take you to this website, that is google.com, everyone knows google.com, right? So google.com has a logo here on their homepage. What if there is a mistake in this logo? There is a spelling mistake. Okay, then what is the severity of this particular defect and what is the priority of this particular defect? Coming to the severity is low because spelling mistake, impact of the spelling mistake on the application is very low, right? There is no impact. Still, you can Google search, right? If there is spelling mistake, is anyone stopping you from Google search? No, right? Okay. Even though there is a spelling mistake, you can still Google search. You can get your results properly. Okay. That means there is less impact, low impact on the application. Hence, severity is low severity. Since the impact on the application because of this mistake in the spelling mistake in the company logo is low, okay, we can say that severity is low. Okay, severity is low because still we can use the application without any problems. But what about priority? Priority is high, guys. Why the priority is high? So let me explain. The priority is high because if you see, let's say you search for google.com and suddenly here you got a different logo. Okay, instead of google dot normal spelling, you got a different spelling. Suddenly you will be shocked. Okay, whether I have landed on a proper website or a right, these days all fake websites are coming, right, which are simulating the real websites. Okay, am I on the right website or not? Is a confusion that will generally come to you, right? Okay, so brand identity problem will come. That means you will not be maybe you will not be able to identify whether you are on a proper website or not. That is a brand identity problem, guys. So customers may feel that, okay, the ones who are trying to Google search that, they may feel that they landed on a wrong website. Okay, so and also it will lose a reputation. Google will lose a reputation, guys. Okay, you see what is there on the Google, guys. Okay, not only Google, guys, any website, if you see there's a mistake in the logo, means reputation will be lost. Okay, so it's a buggy kind of application. People will get a kind of feeling. Okay, that's the reason it has to be fixed very fast. Okay, the defect has to be fixed very fast. Hence priority is high and severity is low because impact is low, and still you can use the application without any problem of this particular defect on the application. Okay, so hope, guys, you got the answer and you got the justification. Okay, what if there is a mistake in company logo and what is the priority and severity? Hope you got the justification for why priority is high and severity is low for such kind of defects. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 221. That is, what is a build? Let me answer. So, what is a build? The process of converting the source code files to usable software is known as a build. Okay, let me explain this line in a more better way. Okay, you see what the developers will do. Developers will write the code, right? For developing a software, developers have to write a lot of lines of code. Okay, let's say this is the code that developers have written in any of the programming languages. Okay, a set of programming languages the developers have used for writing all this code. Okay, and here only one file is there. Here multiple files they will be writing. Okay, in order to build a software, single file is enough? No, they have to write in multiple files. Okay, like this multiple files, the developers will be writing the source code of the application in any of the set of programming languages that are suitable for building the application. Okay, like this they will be writing the code. This is all good so far. Okay, so after writing the code for building the software, finally what the developers will do is this complete code. Okay, okay, this complete code the developers have to convert into a usable software. Okay, the usable software means anything that we can use. Okay, they have to convert that into a software usable software. Okay, they have to convert that into a usable. How they will convert? The source code will be written in any program. If you take Java, Okay, it will be in plain English, right? Some keywords of Java will be visible in English language. Okay, so that code in order to run on any machine, okay, need to be converted into the machine code, which is nothing but the byte code. So first, the developers have to compile the code. Okay, developers will compile the code. All the source code which is written in any of the programming languages like Java, etc., right? That need to be compiled. Compiled means byte code. Only the computers or machines will understand. Zeros, ones will be there. Such kind of code. Okay, it will be compiled. Not only that, guys. After compiling, it will be compressed. Okay, this compiled code will be compressed. Okay, compressed means optimized or reduced in size. Okay, you cannot take a GBs of a particular software and install, right? That's not a good idea. So first they will compile the source code they have written in the any of the programming languages or set of programming languages for building the application. That source code will be compiled. That means that that code will be converted into a machine understandable code, that is byte code, and that will be in lot of size. Okay, when after they compile also, the size of these files will be more, and they have to compress it. You know what is compressing, right? Everyone knows what is compressing. Why do we zip? Okay, in our machines, why do we zip the files? We'll reduce the size, right? We'll compress them. We'll reduce the size. Like that, they will compress and come up with something known as, okay, after compressing, using some tools will be there, guys. Okay, in order to compress, there are a lot of tools like Maven, and many tools are there in the market, guys. Let's not dig deep. Okay, after compiling, compressing, using some tools, okay, they will create a build. Okay, after compressing, a build will be created with the help of the tools. So that will be in the form of exe file. Okay, if that particular software that the developers are building or writing the code for is a desktop software, okay, or a software which runs on an operating system, then they are going to give you, for Windows machine, they are going to give the build in the form of exe file. Okay, they are going to give the usable software in the form of exe file. Or if that particular software need to run on a browser, they will give application URL, they will give. Okay, or if that particular software need to run on a mobile, okay, especially let's say Android mobile, APK file they will give, APK file. Okay, different extensions will be there. So these are known as builds. Okay, for the software testers. Builds are for the software testers. These builds will be given for the software testers for testing, guys. Okay, every time they change the code in the software, they compile it, compress it using some software, and convert them into either exe file or application URL or APK file based on the type of the software, and give it to the software testers. So what the software testers will do after receiving this kind of builds, software testers will install this exe file in order to perform testing. Okay, or software testers will open this application URL in the browser in order for testing, or the software testers will take this APK file, install that in the mobile environment, install it and test it. Okay, so the builds will be received by from the developers by the software testers. Okay, builds are nothing but the usable softwares which can be installed in the respective environments based on their types. So hope guys you understood what exactly is a build. It's the process of converting. The developers will be converting the whatever the code they have written for building the software, right? They're converting that into a usable software, or nothing but called as a build, which can be used by software testers for testing in their environment. Okay, that is called as a build, guys. Build can be in the form of an application URL, build can be in the form of an exe file, build can be in the form of a APK file, depending on the type of the software and type of the environment in which it has to run. So hope guys you understood what exactly is a build in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 222. That is how software testers works throughout the day. Okay. So this kind of question, if you are asked in the interview, the interviewer may be probably expecting like what exactly you do throughout your day, right? He just want to check, he or she just want to check what exactly is your work throughout the day. Okay, it should be a genuine answer, right? So the answer for the question should be kind of genuine. Okay, So what I did is, why can't I explain like how did I work? Okay, so genuine. If I have to give the genuine answer, like from my previous projects, I just selected. Okay, worked on many projects, but I selected 4 projects, 4 different type of projects, and in that, how the work of mine was there at that point of time. Okay, I drafted it out here so that you'll get a feel of what exactly the software testers do throughout the day. Okay, it should be a genuine answer. So this kind of case studies for different 4 projects I created here. So this session is going to take time. You have to be patient because a lot of things I'm going to share in every project, like what I've done. Okay, so what are the things as a software tester have done throughout the day in these projects I'm going to cover in this session. Okay, so be ready for that. So let's start with the project one, guys. Okay, so it is a, first of all, project one is a desktop application. Okay, so I have to test a desktop application. Okay, as part of the project, desktop application is an application which actually runs on an operating system like Windows or, okay, kind of thing, Mac or Linux, something like that. Okay, the desktop application is that kind of software which runs on that. So in that project, I have to test the desktop application. So what are the activities I used to do at that time in order to test the desktop application? So first thing that everyone does is checking their mailbox. Okay. After you reach your company and you wanted to start testing an application, the first thing that everyone checks is their mailbox. So you may be getting some emails from your client, okay, on what you have to do on that particular day. Okay, maybe some instructions may be given to you, or whatever the communication that the client want to do before you start your work of for that particular day, right? That will be mentioned in this particular emails. Sometimes you'll get emails from your managers and your subordinates, like the people who are on the top of you. Okay, so it's a form of communication, right? So the first thing that in any project we generally do is first we check our mailbox, okay, to see what are the mails we got. Not our Gmail, guys, not our personal Gmail. It's everyone in the company will be given a will be given a company email, okay, to which all the work emails or the whatever the company level mails, or whatever the client level mails, or whatever your subordinate or manager or lead level mails, all the mails will fall into your company mail ID. Okay, so we have to check that first. That's the first duty that we generally do. So after we do that, in a while, guys, okay, we have to start working, right? So in this particular project, especially when I am working on this desktop application, right, the team size was very big. Okay, there were a lot of people working on the project. So a small meeting used to be conducted in the morning. Okay, so once everyone steps in, and we used to rush to a meeting room. Okay, in the meeting room, we used to decide like on that particular day what functionality we have to test, and on what environment. Okay, there used to be very good number of test environments. If you talk about desktop application, right, it can be tested on Windows machine. Windows again has different versions like Windows 7, Windows 8, 8.1, and so on. Okay, so this was the oldest project I did. So maybe at that time, whatever the Windows versions were there, whatever the Windows service packs were there, okay, different Windows operating system in different languages used to be there, whatever it is. Okay, whatever the environments were there, so there used to be a big list of environments. That's the reason the project size also was very big. A lot of people were working on the project, so that they can test the same application on different test environments, to bring everyone onto the same page, to divide the work properly. Okay, so a small meeting used to be conducted in the morning. Okay, so after attending that meeting, after getting a clarity, like after getting the instructions from the mail, we used to get some sort of feel like, okay, this is what we have to do today. And after that, the test lead of this particular project used to conduct a small meeting where that particular test lead used to decide which area of the application or which environment so and so persons need to perform testing. Okay, so planning is important, right? Without planning, you see, if everyone works on the same environment, that is a problem. So you see, a lot of things will be there, collaboration things will be there. Okay, it's not just go and test something. And once the work is decided here in the meeting, in the small meeting, we used to make our environments ready. Sometimes what happens is test environments uh, wouldn't be there. Okay, so we have to create it freshly, or we need to copy the environment into our machine. Okay, so because you see, we used to use a virtual machines kind of concept. Okay, virtual machines. So where you see, because in a single machine you can at a time only you can have, for example, in my laptop at this moment a Windows 11 is there. What if I have to test on Windows 10? What I have to do? It's not possible, right? So we used to create some test environments. Okay, images of the test environments using, there used to be some softwares like VirtualBox and okay, VMware kind of softwares, using which we can create environments, okay, which can run on the top of your operating system. Okay, I don't want to dig deep there, but the thing is that in order to test on that environment, I need to copy that environment file. I need to copy that, and using that software I need to launch the file, so that Windows 10 will open in my Windows 11 operating system. Okay, such kind of thing is there. Okay, so we used to do that. Okay. So we getting ready, sometimes what happens is the environment itself will not be there. So again, you need to know, right, how to if your computer is blank and if it doesn't have any operating system, what you have to do, you have to install operating system, right? If you are lucky, the environment is there, you just copy that file and then launch the environment and start testing. That was very easy. Okay, copying used to take some time at the time. The machines used to be slow and all, they were not so fast as per today. Okay, that's another thing. So it used to take a lot of time for us to copy the environments into our machines. Okay, I will go chronologically, guys, because project one maybe looks older than project two, project three. You will get a sort of idea like how the migrations happened over a period of time also. Fine. So if the environments were not there, we need to prepare that environment using the same software, guys. Either using the VMware or VirtualBox software. Okay, we have to insert the CD into that. Okay, it can be image file, virtual image file, or a kind of CD. We used to insert and install and get that particular environment ready. After the environment is ready, then only we can install this particular application version that we can test on that particular day, right? We have to start testing. First we used to do the installation testing. Okay, we used to do the installation testing. uh, so to see whether the software is getting installed properly, uninstalled properly, upgraded properly, updated properly, it's coexisting with other softwares properly, like that, all the types of testing we used to do, guys. Okay, desktop applications testing generally involves all this stuff. Okay, then then after that, after the installation testing is done, okay, so we used to do the testing the functionalities of the application using test cases and email test using test cases. Okay, so we used to write some test cases. We used to create some test cases, and that test cases we used to run. Okay, so beforehand we used to create some test cases, guys, and that test cases we have to execute as part of that particular functionality. And email updates and exploratory way. Okay, so email updates means what? Whatever the updates we got, you see, during the day also we used to get some emails like do this, do that kind of thing. Whatever the updates we used to do, we used to get, we have to perform testing accordingly, right? So that we used to do. At same time, we need to run the test cases. And it's not about, you will not find defects all the times. You will not find the defects only just with the help of the test cases. We have to be go behind our test cases, use our mind, brain. Okay, think in all directions and come across different cases using which we can find more defects in the software. Okay, we have to explore the application in different ways and find the defects. That's how we used to do the testing. And while doing this particular testing, we used to find some defects on that particular day of testing, and we used to report these defects into different defect tracking tools. Whatever the defect tracking tool that we were using at that time in the project, into the defect tracking tool, we used to report the defects. Okay, we used to report the defects. And finally, once the developers, okay, at the time in this project, right, developers were not a part of this project, like they are not part of our own company. They were somewhere remote. So they used to be somewhere. Whatever the defects we reported today, uh, tomorrow we used to get the mails, okay, regarding that this particular defects got fixed. Now you can check on the latest versions of the software like that. Then on that particular day, if any defects are fixed by developers, right, and the version is ready for the software to test, then we used to retest the defects. Okay, so all these activities we used to do. So a lot of things we generally do throughout the day, guys. Okay, the things go on. This is only one project I'm explaining. Multiple projects when I explain, right, you will come across all the activities. Okay, so if you don't remember also, guys, here is a mind map and all. You can cross check here, right? You can watch this video, pause the video, and then make a note of all this stuff. Okay. Then connecting with the client in the afternoon and updating our status over call or chat. Okay. So here in this project, right, this project was a London-based project, and right, the time zones. You see, whenever you work on a project, time zones. Okay, so US projects, they will not be available when we are testing. Okay, they will be sleeping, and when they are working, we will be sleeping. Okay, but coming to the London and this kind of people, right, their times match with us. Okay, so in the afternoon, right, it will be morning for them and they'll be connecting. So this project, the client was connecting in the afternoon, and you see, not only getting the update mail, mail checking in the morning, but also there was a kind of custom in this project where in the afternoon we used to connect with the clients. Okay, so whatever the clients, once they were awake, right, they get up in the morning, right, immediately they used to connect with us in the morning of theirs. That used to be our afternoon after our lunch break. So we used to connect at that time, and we used to discuss like from the morning to that afternoon, whatever the work we have done, we used to update them. Okay, it's more about communication, guys. Communication was good in this project. Okay, so we used to update our status, so far status over call, and sometimes the calls were used not to be there. We used to chat just. Okay, Skype chat used to be there. We just used to chat over Skype, and whatever the instructions they have not provided in the mail, they used to give some fresh instructions in the afternoon, and we need to update our instructions and test accordingly. Again, you see small collaboration and small discussions. Okay, it is a hectic project ultimately, right? When the client is giving you instructions multiple times throughout the day, you see your work automatically increases. Okay, so taking fresh instructions, and they used to be there till the end of the day. Okay, so because you see their morning is their our afternoon is their morning, means you can imagine, right? So we used to work a bit late in these projects. Okay, and we used to communicate with them throughout the day. Any small doubt, they used to ping us, and they were very communicative. And while we were working, a lot of communication used to happen parallelly in this project. Okay, so this happens. This may not happen in all the projects, guys. In some projects, this kind of situations may come. Okay. So we used to continue our testing throughout the day. Whatever the end of the day we have to work, we used to continue our testing. Then a lot of collaboration meetings used to happen. You see, in this particular project where we are working, right, there were many members in the project. Okay, there are many team members in the project. So collaboration will be a definitely challenge. When the team size increases, collaboration, the meetings increases. Okay, automatically, whatever the projects you take, you see, quarter of your day goes for the meetings only. I think everyone has to accept this fact. Okay, the quarter of the day goes with the meeting, and remaining day we generally work. Okay, so since everyone is working on different test environments simultaneously on the same application, there need to be some meetings conducted to discuss what went so far, what happened, anything, any buzzing things happening in the project. Okay, something to be discussed, because client is also very active in interaction. So we need to inform the client about the things that are happening at our side. Okay, simultaneously. So a lot of collaboration meetings used to happen within the team, and whatever the meeting details, like we used to communicate with the client over chat, or if required over call, based on the emergency of the situations and all throughout the day, or that is at till the end of the day. And we used to give our test results immediately till the end of the day. Okay, so that you understood. And finally, when the day comes to an end, okay, after you do some testing, reporting defects, retesting defects, communicating with the client, conducting attending a lot of meetings with the team and all those stuff, after preparing all these environments and all this stuff, right? All this stuff, when the day comes to an end, uh, the test lead of our project used to send a status update email, a final email with whatever the work we have done on that particular day. Okay, who has done what work. uh, we need to gather, and everyone has to give their work, and whatever the defects they have reported, we need to document them and provide them in the email, and a final email we used to shoot out to the client. Okay, so the complete team collaborated together, helping the test lead in shooting out a final email to the client. Okay, so this used to happen, this used to be the final thing, okay, in our project. So every day the same thing used to repeat. Okay, this is one of the project I have worked in. Okay, so hope you got an idea, right, of how what testers will do throughout the day. With this single project only, you got an idea. But let me give you more case studies so that you will learn more. Okay, if you are new to this project workings and all, right, going through this multiple case studies will definitely help you out. Okay, and there may be some case studies which I have not even covered in this session also. Okay, so we can take 10, 20, 100 case studies also. Okay, so let me give you 4 different case studies which covers the most. Let's go to the second project which I worked on it, which was a web application. It's not a desktop application, it is a web application. You know, when we talk about the web application, the applications which run on the browsers are generally known as the web applications, right? So we need to test the applications on different browsers like Chrome, Firefox, Opera, like that. Okay, so anything, anywhere in the project, right? In this project also, we used to check our mails first. Okay, so what mails did we get? Any emails from the client? Because sometimes what happens is the application that we used to test used to change, guys. Okay, the client used to change the application URL. So the next version of the web application used to have a different URL, and after a few days, again the URL used to change. Okay, so after the development team of the client side have changed, done some fixes and all, when they wanted to us to perform some testing and all those retesting and all those stuff, right? They used to give a different application URL. Okay, so that application URL, the latest application URL on that particular day, whatever we have to test, used to come over email to us. Okay, it used to come over email to us. We used to check our emails, and we used to take the this web application URL from that email. Okay, and also not only just that application URL in the mail, the client used to clearly specify the instructions that we have to do on that particular day, what testing the testing team has to do, what focus, what type of testing we have to focus on, all such kind of things. Any doubts that we have asked on the previous day were also replied in the same email. Okay, all these things, all the mail checking was the first thing, guys. Everyone used to check their mails. Okay, so in this project, I was a test lead of this project. So I used to assign the work to the team, guys. Okay, so it was my duty at the time to assign the work to the team, and I need to divide the total work. In The team size was less compared to the first project. First project was very big. There were like 20 to 30 people working, whereas here there were only 3 to 4 people working when I was a test lead in this project. So this was a small project, it looks like, but it used to eat out all our complete day anyhow. Okay, because the number of resources are less. Okay, depending on the size of the project. So here, assigning the work to the team by dividing the total work, I need to call up the team members to my desk, and we used to look into these emails, and we used to read out together. Okay, because sometimes the mails sent by the client will be kind of tricky. Okay, so it's a better thing that we all sit together and then just look out the emails and point out the pointers from the mail, so that we can understand the work assigned by the client well, and also divide the work well. Okay, so after that we used to divide the work between ourselves. Okay, we used to divide the work between ourselves, and we used to start our day. Okay, the work. So what are the different works we used to do? These works not any these works we were not doing on a single day, guys. Okay, whatever the different works I mentioned here. Okay, this may have been done in on one day, this work may have been done in another day, like that. Okay, so but generally what works we have done in this project, I am just collected together here. But they don't think that all these works that I mentioned here will be done in a single day. It's not possible, guys. Okay, so on one day this work may be done, on another day this work may be done. But what are the types of the works we generally used to do every day? Okay, understanding the application in the beginning of the project, right? Once we get an application URL, we are very new to the application, so we don't know the application well. So the first few days, right, we used to spend in understanding the application. So once that understanding, while understanding the application, right, the client used to give us a, there used to be some kickoff meetings kind of thing, between the client and us, where the client used to help us in understanding the application by giving some small demos of the application. So whenever we get some doubts, right, small meetings used to happen between the client and us over call, and where the client used to demo us the application for us, okay, and clear our doubts. Okay, we used to clarify our doubts, as I already mentioned. We used to ask a lot of questions during the initial meetings, like what is the scope? Do we have to test the entire application, or any particular application functionality we have to focus on that particular day? Environments. So you see, the client may not be expecting you to test on all the environments. Okay, there may be set of browsers on which we have to test, and set of operating systems on which we have to test. Okay, all that environments we used to ask them. Okay, then testing type, which type of testing, UI testing or what type of testing we have to do on that day. Okay, so and then any application doubts we used to clarify with the clients. So this happens naturally throughout the project, guys. Okay, so on what day this will happen, this will happen, this will happen, don't worry, but these are the activities that we generally perform. Then we create a test plan for every project. We used to create a test plan, guys, and once the test plan is approved, only we used to proceed with the creation of the test cases. And again, we once the test cases are completed, like whatever amount of test cases completed, we used to send them every day, and used to get feedback, and kind of the days used to pass on. Okay, so because test cases will not be completed in 1 day or 2 day, right, it will take some time, 2 weeks of time at least minimum. Okay, depending on the size of the project. So we used to get it approved, and after getting the feedback, and after updating the test cases with the collected feedback and getting it approved, then once the test cases are done, we used to execute them. We used to divide the work between us in the team. Okay, and we used to execute the testing, and without test cases also, not always with first test case. With the test cases, first we need to complete, first we used to complete the test cases. After that, we used to test without using the test cases also. Okay, so exploring way, with an intention of finding more defects in the software, because there may be some routes that everything cannot be documented in the test cases. Okay, sometimes our brain may be working more better than the test cases and can find more defects in the software. Okay, so maybe thinking suddenly we'll get a lot of ideas while testing, which user, what user may do like this, what if user will do like that kind of ideas, and we used to get that ideas, and we used to, with and without test cases, we will perform testing. Okay, then finding and reporting the defects in the software. So what is the purpose of all this, creating the test cases and executing the test cases, testing with the test cases and without test case? The purpose is to find the defects in the software, right? Okay, we generally find the defects in the software and report these defects to the, okay, the client side team. Okay, at that time, we were the only testers, and there were no developers of this particular project our side. So whoever the developers are there, they used to be at the client side. So the client side developers used to receive our reports, defect reports, and the next day, right, in the emails or something, they used to update saying that this particular so and so defects got fixed, so and so defects are not really the defects, and all those kind of things used to happen. Okay, whatever the defects, we have to retest the next day, or whatever it is, we used to retest also. Okay, then updating the test cases, we used to spend some time. Sometimes what happens is application used to go down, and instead of just wasting the time, right, we used to spend some time on updating our test cases and making our test cases even more better, so that the test cases can find more defects in the software. Okay, so if we get any sort of time after doing all this stuff, if we still have some time on that particular day, we used to update our test cases in this project. Then in this project, guys, we used to have the weekly calls, where the client used to, like, we used to discuss around 1 hour. Okay, around 1 hour we used to have a call where the client used to give us some updates from their side, like what happened throughout the week, their side, and what they're expecting from us, and are they happy with our work or not, what changes we have to do, and all those stuff. Such kind of discussions we used to give the updates. We used to, any demonstrations we used to give. So we used to give the demonstrations. So in this project, automation was also there. I didn't mention here. Okay, so I'll write it somewhere here. Automating tests. Okay, so automation demonstrations we used to do in that particular weekly calls. Okay, we used to do that. We used to demonstrate the automation calls, and we used to give the complete update of the week. Okay, over the call. Okay, a touch point meeting, you can say, uh, where the client and we used to discuss on that meetings. Okay, So at the end of the day, we used to send daily. I used to send because I was a test lead of this project. Every team member used to help me in drafting out this kind of email. Whatever the task that we have completed, we have started from the day and completed by the end of the day, right? All the tasks we used to draft out in the emails and send them to the client. Okay. By collaborating with all my team members, I used to do that. Okay. Then sending weekly status emails. Okay. So every week, it's not just daily status. After daily status every week, right? Every Monday in the morning, right? I used to send a weekly status email as part of this project. It's not compulsory, it's optional. It depends on project to project. In that company, the process was followed where we used to send weekly status emails to the clients. Okay. So what work we have done during that week, on Monday what work was done, on Tuesday what amount of work was done, on Wednesday what, like that, they weekly, so that client will be updated properly. Okay. So client communication was very important, right? So whatever the ways possible, we used to collaborate with the client and communicate there. So unlike in the first project, the client was very interactive. Okay, he used to be there side by side while we were testing, but in project two, the client was not like that. Okay, so the more communication was happening over emails and weekly calls and these emails. That's it. Okay, so different projects, different ways of communications will happen. And also we used to send our timelines, guys. Okay, to impress the client. Sometimes we used to spend like a this used to happen in the older days, like more time we used to work, and right, how much work, amount of hours we have worked on a particular day, we used to send that to the client. Okay, just to impress the client and all. Okay. So apart from doing all these activities of this particular project, right, we used to attend the meetings with the managers on that particular days. Okay, most the team, we used to have different meetings with the managers. Okay, and we used to attend the company meetings. Company also used to conduct some meetings with the different projects or a group of projects. So all these things happens to throughout the project. As a software tester, as part of this project, this much of work was done. Okay, so second case study is also done, guys. First case study is done, second case study is done. This is what we have done. Now the third case study. Okay, now the third case study, that is project 3. In the third case study, guys, it was a mobile application. So it was a different, it was following a V model, guys. Okay, we were following a V model, and the in this project, right, compared to the first two projects. Okay, in this project which I have worked here, completely testing team was driving the entire process. Okay, testing team was there in the begin, there before everyone, and everyone was actually going whatever the testing team was doing. So okay, so we were playing a major role, testing team was playing a major role in this project. So compared to this project where the testing team was not playing a bigger role, but here in this project the testing team that played a major role. Okay, so it was a mobile application, guys. Okay, so the mobile application has to be tested on many test environments, right? Many mobile devices. Okay, so there were some tablets, tablet sized devices. There were some mobile phones on which we have to test the application. Okay, a lot of things were there. Okay, so Surface, Microsoft Surface, like that kind of devices were there for testing this mobile application. So I will take a different way of just explaining what throughout the day we have done in these projects. Okay, this third project. Initially, guys, initially in the initial days, there was ice breaking meeting. The okay, when they were adding the testing team to this project. Okay, okay, when they were adding the team to this project, where I was also part of the team. Okay, testing team. So there was ice breaking meeting conducted, so where already there were different people already there assigned to the project. Okay, as different roles. So some project beginning discussions were happening and ice breaking between all the different teams in the project were there. Here, unlike these projects, here we have the developers at our side only. Okay, at our company side only, developers were there at our side, testers were there at our side only. So that kind of project this is. Okay, so architect was there, project manager was there, UI developers were there with us, UX team. So it was a different experience altogether, because till now in the project 1, project 2, I didn't get any experience of how to interact with the developers and all, how they do the work and how we can collaborate and make our work better. That was not an opportunity in project 1 and project 2. But in project 3, that was an opportunity for me. As a software tester, I was able to interact with the architect, project manager, UI developers, UX team, mobile application developers, backend developers. test and our testing team. Okay, so very big team was there. It was a mobile application. Okay, so here we didn't get any application directly. So here we got a BRS document from the client, and this BRS document was first initially shared to the developers because testers were added late to this project. Okay, not too late, but compared to them, we were kind of in the last position. Okay, so it was there was a BRS document given already to this team by the time we joined into the team. So these guys have shared this BRS document with us, business requirements specification document with us. So we as software testers were as a first thing, okay, we went through this. We started understanding we went through this BRS document multiple times, okay. So because BRS document is not generally meant for software testers, but also developers also, right? It is meant for different people in the team, okay. So we went to the BRS document to understand the application, and we used to get some doubts, and we clarified our doubts first with the team and then after with the client also, okay. Then once this BRS document era is completed, where we got some clarity of what the application is all about. Application is not there actually. Okay, our application is not there. Only documents were there. So we started working with the design team, guys. Okay, since we are introduced well in the beginning of the project itself. Okay, in the beginning phases of SDLC, you can say in the V model. So we have to do our part, right? We cannot be idle. Okay. Once we understood the BRS document, we started working with the design team. So design team were creating some design screens based on this BRS document, and we used to also sit beside them, and then if they are doing some mistakes there itself, we used to rectify them, correct them, or it's kind of peer review we used to do. Okay, in this project especially because we got that flexibility. Then so that we get better designs, and these designs at the end of the day were shared to the client, and client used to feedback, and we used to change it. Okay, these things went for few days. Then on a particular day, we once we got an idea about BRS and some design screens, some idea we got, we created a test plan. Okay, we created a test plan along with the strategy and all our things. Okay, whatever the process we have to follow as part of creating the test plan, we created that as testing team. And you see that we gather the test environments because this is a mobile application. The mobile application has to be tested on right, mobile devices. So the problem here we faced was our company was not ready, or any other any company may not be ready, guys, to give you all the devices. Okay, so cost of the devices will be very high, right? If a particular device has to be tested on 100 devices, can a company purchase that 100 devices? No, right? So some set of minimum devices, we so 4 to 5 devices they purchased. Okay, so 4 to 5 devices they purchased, and gathering that 4 to 5 devices and getting into a team was one challenge that we have done. And after that, we have used some simulators or emulators, you can call. So remaining all testing we used to do on the emulator simulators kind of stuff. Okay, so fine. Mobile testing is generally challenging. Then creating test cases. Okay, when compared to this project, guys, creating test cases was a bit challenging because that was the first project for me where I have to work into a mobile application. Testing a mobile application will be definitely different from the web application. Web application use your mouse and all, but in mobile applications you generally don't use mouse, right? So use your finger. Okay, you touch the screen, and there are something like landscape mode, portrait mode. Okay, so orientation we generally call that, and lot of things, guys, a lot of things, lot of different networks we can connect. Okay, mobile networks we can connect, lot of things. It was a different world altogether. Creating test cases was a bit challenging, but with the help of these developers and people who already have exposure into mobile side, with having discussions with them, we were able to create better test cases and get it reviewed by the client and the team altogether. And we were able to come to a once test cases were reviewed, we created traceability matrix where right, we mapped the requirements with the test cases to see if we have missed any requirements for which we have not okay, documented any test cases. We created traceability matrix also in this project. Fine. Once the traceability matrix was also good, then we figure out we went on finding out the different tools to be used in the project for various purposes for reporting the defects, which tool we have to use. Okay, it was a different story altogether. The client was not giving us, so our company only has to give the tool, whatever the in-house what you call in-house, whatever the in-house hosted tools were there. So those in-house hosted tools we were using at that time, okay, like Bugzilla and all those stuff. Okay, so for reporting the defects and all, collecting the information about the tools and going to the different departments, IT teams and whatever the teams, right, and uh, getting them for us so that we can start testing and reporting the defects was a bit challenging, but we have done that. Okay, then we have taken KT from the backend development team. So there was a backend, already there was a web application for this particular project, guys. They want to also have a mobile application. That was a situation in that project. So this particular backend team already have worked on the web application development. So they were helping us in mobile application also. So this backend team, what they have done is instead of writing the code from scratch, they created the API calls. Okay, API calls they created, and they created a documentation with all the API calls and expected responses and given us for our testing. Okay, so we have taken the KT from this team and started understanding this. Even this was the first time that I got an opportunity where I can work on API testing at the time. So learning simultaneously over the web what is API testing and parallelly, right, interacting with the backend development team to understand how the testing should happen. And on the go we learned a lot, guys. Okay, on the go we learned a lot, and we created test cases for them for API testing and all. So UI of the application was not ready at that time, only API calls were there, you just understand. Okay, so if the APIs are very stable, right, UI testing will become very easy at later point of the time. So we performed the API testing and we reported the defects and got these particular defects fixed by this backend development team and retested them. Okay, all these things happened in the project. And once the UI is also ready, once the mobile application team, there was mobile application developers also. Once they integrated these API calls with the UI of the mobiles, okay, of different mobiles like Windows, Windows related mobile and Android mobiles, iOS mobiles, and all those stuff. Okay, so we started executing the test cases of the modules that are ready by the development team on the different supported mobile devices and mobile operating systems. We reported the defects. We worked closely with the development team and got these particular defects fixed. Okay, we went through multiple test cycles in this project, guys. This project was not so easy. It's like we did a lot of hard work in this project, I can say. So different versions of the builds used to come. Okay, every 2 or 3 days we used to get a different build and we used to test all the devices again and again. Okay, that was very challenging for us. So we used to retest the defects, and before releasing it, you see here releasing of this particular software has not happened as a whole. Rather, there were some timelines, like a first module need to be released by this time. There were 6 modules. Second module need to be released by this time, like that they used to be there, and repeating multiple cycles. I mean, here we used to attend bug triage meetings before releasing a particular module, and to see what amount of bugs are still there and what are priorities, and before releasing them into the as per the timelines and all. We used to attend a bug triage meeting. I explained more about bug triage meeting in software testing course. Okay, so a lot of things, if you want to understand whatever I'm explaining in this particular interview question, right, if you have to understand a lot of terms, okay, you need to refer my video course, software testing video course, that I created. Okay, so after going through that course, right, this understanding will be very easy and you will be able to understand the real time working of a software tester throughout the day in multiple projects. Okay, from my experience. So we used to attend meeting with architect. Architect is the main one who used to take the higher level decisions of the project, at the technical levels, you can say. If the developers, if the mobile developers or backend developers are doing some mistakes, architect used to correct them. Okay, so but as software testers, we also used to be part of that meetings and used to get some idea like what's going on in the projects. And also at the same time, we used to attend the meetings with the client side POCs to clear our doubts. They used to give a lot of feedback to us, and and we used to collect the feedback and work according to the feedback, and a lot of things used to happen, guys. Okay, it's not a simple project. The project was very typical and right, a lot of challenges. Here, testing team was doing a great role, I can say, in driving all the other members in the project. Okay, so we used to be the main point of contact for POCs. Okay, and ultimately, guys, you see, this is a very burning project. So we used to sit in a war room, in a single room. Okay, in a single room. I mean, in the company, kind of, we used to book a meeting room, and everyone used to sit together, like developers, testers, the UX team, UI team, all the other people, even including manager, architect. We used to sit together, and there used to be a whiteboard, and we, right, kind of things used to happen very dynamic there. Okay, so when we immediately reported defect, there used to be some discussions happening on the whiteboard. So just to speed up the process of the developing the software, we used to do that because of the hectic timelines in this project. And sending daily status mails to the client. Okay, in any project, guys, we have to send daily status mails to the client at the end of the day, whatever the work we have done from morning to the evening, right, as part of software testing. Okay, I used to be the test lead here also. I used to send the mails to the client. Okay, and receiving continuous feedback from the client side POCs. We used to receive a lot of feedback from the client side POCs every day. uh, we used to attend a lot of meetings, and all those stuff used to happen. So, and also, guys, the very challenging point in this particular project was that release point. Okay, when the time comes, when the day comes where we have to release a particular module. Okay, into the, okay, when we have to release a particular module to the client, right? So as per the given accepted timelines. Okay, so we used to work very hard at that times. 2 to 3 days used to be very hectic for us. Okay, working hard, pushing the release of the different modules of the software as per the plan. Okay, so we used to, every in the same war room we used to sit, and things used to be very hectic here. Okay, so sometimes in the midnight we used to release the software to the client, guys. Okay, it used to happen. This was a project three, but I have learned a lot in project three, guys. Okay, though it is hectic, it was very. You see, in one of the project I tested a desktop application. One of the project I tested web application. Most of the projects I tested web applications, but I was very lucky to work on desktop, mobile, and web applications also. Okay. Then finally, the last project, guys, that I'm going to cover in this session. So this is also important because here agile, till now no agile process was there in any of these projects, but in this project that I selected here, though there were many other projects I worked apart from this project I selected because in this project agile methodology was there, agile scrum methodology was followed. Okay, it was a web application, but the web application was very big. It was an e-commerce web application, very complex, very big e-commerce application, guys. Okay, so there were many teams working on the same application. You can see they just gave us only one module of the application. Okay, one area of the application they gave. So that much big the project size was there. We are responsible only for our module. Okay, nothing much. And here, as I already mentioned, in this project, the Agile Scrum methodology was followed. Okay, the SDLC model, Agile Scrum methodology, Agile SDLC model, Scrum methodology was followed, and right, in Scrum methodology, the work will be done in the form of iterations. If you are new to Scrum and Agile and all those stuff, I created a video in the software testing course. You can software testing made easy course. Okay, you just go through that course and come back here. You'll understand all these terms. Then you see, in this project, I got assigned first. So you see, in any project, the first thing that what we do, we check emails, right? We have to first check emails, right? Okay. So we check emails to see like what is that we have to do today. Okay, what is the work that as software testers we have to do today? That is the first thing that we used to check. Okay. So any defects got fixed by the developers. A lot of emails we used to fall in our company mailbox. We used to check. Okay, from the client side and company side. Fine. And there used to be a daily morning meeting on what to do with the client side POC. Okay, so every day, right, in the beginning before we start our work, client side POC used to be there on site. Okay, from the US, uh, the client side POC used to connect at our time. Um Before we start our work, after checking our mails, we used to attend this meeting where we used to talk over call to that particular client side POC, and the client side POC also used to work with us in testing only, but major role the client side POC used to serve was to help us in going a proper direction, like what exactly we have to test on that day, because since this particular person is on site, this person knows well like what's going on in the project, and what things are happening, and what is the major work that need to be focused at that time. Okay. Then estimating the stories assigned to the sprint, guys. Okay. So a lot of activities we do, because if it is agile scrum methodology project, means a lot of activities we used to do. We used to we used to be part of estimating the stories assigned to the sprint. Okay. So we used to estimate the stories, guys, and then the stories based on the estimations used to be assigned to the sprint. Sprint used to be 10 days, and in the 10 days we have to complete all the assigned stories of the sprint. Okay. That's what is agile scrum methodology all about. Anyhow, we used to be part of estimating the stories. Okay. So then understanding the user stories in version 1. Okay. So here there will not be any BRS document or something, but we generally get the requirements in the form of small chunks and pieces known as user stories. And there is a tool that we have used in this project known as that project was using, that is version 1 tool. In that version 1 tool, we used to get the user stories. Okay. And once we go through each and whatever the user stories that got assigned, right, we used to pick one of the available user stories of that particular sprint, and we used to clarify our doubts in the same stories in the form of comments and all. And the business used to reply our doubts. Okay. That used to happen in the beginning. For all the, we used to review all the stories, we used to understand all the stories and put all our doubts. Next day, by the next day morning, right, or by the end of the evening or something, the business used to reply us with all the doubts, clarifications about that stories. Okay. If we don't understand any acceptance criteria of the story or whatever it is, all the things were clear for us. Okay. Then this kind of things used to happen. Then not only that, guys, after doing this, we used to spend, because development team is also working parallelly with us. Okay. And it's at the same place where we were working. We used to go to the desk of the development team and uh, discuss with them like, okay, this story, about the story, so that they may have some different insights and we may have some different insights. It's a common discussion used to happen between us, so that we can get a kind of level of understanding, more understanding of the user story. Okay. So that used to happen. Then we used to create the test cases for the story, guys. Okay. We used to create the test cases for the story. A lot of test cases we used to create, the for every story we used to create the test. Once understanding is done, we used to create the test cases, and these test cases were reviewed by the business and approved. Once approved only, then only we used to start executing the test cases. That means indirectly we are testing the user stories using with the help of the test cases. Okay. In all the supported environments. And we were performing testing and finding more defects. Apart from test cases, we everyone, you have to use their mind, right, or brain, whatever you call, in performing the testing and find more defects. Okay. To find more defects, test cases will yield some defects, but not test cases will not yield all the defects. Okay. Sometimes we have to go out of track and find the defects. Then every day we used to retest the defects. We used to attend day, because it is agile scrum methodology project. You see, daily stand-up meetings used to be there. Okay. The scrum master used to organize a daily stand-up meeting throughout the sprint. After every sprint, next sprint will start, in next sprint also every day daily stand-up meeting. So here we used to discuss like what went well on that day, what didn't went, I mean, what we completed, what we completed so far, what is the pending work, what is any blockages are there, what is the work that we are currently doing, what is. And scrum master also used to guide us like, what is the current status of the project, can we complete the work by the end of the sprint or not. Okay. So like that things used to happen. And at same time, guys, we used to automate the older stories which are completed earlier. Okay. So in the previous sprints, right, whatever the stories that are completed, right, we used to pick some stories, and as part of regression, because you see, while we are working on stories, so who will do the regression testing? So that's not possible, right? So that regression testing efforts, if you have to reduce, then we have to automate them. Okay. The automation scripts in this particular projects used to run day and night. Okay. And we used to get the results, and if any particular automation scripts were failing, right, we used to investigate why they are failing. Are there any coding mistakes in the automation scripts, or are they failing because of there are any errors in the application itself? Okay. If any automation scripts are failing because of the application defects and all, we used to report the defects. Okay. Automating them and running them, running will happen automatically over Jenkins and also stuff automatically. But config, because this is a very big project, lot of teams were there to manage all the different stuff. Okay. Core teams were there because it is a very big project. Then you see, once the sprint comes to an end, we used to demonstrate the stories to the business, so that business is the final one who need to accept whether we have developed and tested the application, stories properly as per the business mentioned acceptance criteria and all. Okay, once the business has accepted, the sprint used to end. And here also during the project, guys, we used to send some daily status update update emails to the client. Okay, so on that particular day, whatever the work we have done, right, to the other side client POC, we used to send the update emails to the client. Okay, then at the end of every sprint, there used to be some retrospective meeting conducted. Scrum Master and all used to be there, and we used to discuss like what went well in the previous sprint and what didn't went well, what are the improvements we can make in the next sprint, and all those we used to discuss. And finally, guys, the sprints used to go on, and finally there used to be a day where the client side team, is a very big project, right? Client side team uh, finally will decide to release the software into the market. Okay, latest changes into the market. Okay, so for that, a lot of production support used to be there. Okay, it was a very big story, guys. Production support, if I have to talk about, it is a very big story, where after code freeze happens. After code freeze happens, no one touches the code there. Okay, after the code freeze, developers should not change the code there. Okay, testing is done, developers should not touch the code. It's that kind of situation. In multiple phases during the productions, they will not directly release the software into the market. Okay, what they will do is they'll go with different phases, like phase A, phase B, phase C, phase D, phase E, like that. Okay, multiple phases they will phase A simulated production environment, you can say. Okay, they'll put that in all the code, deploy the code onto the phase A production environment, and then, right, once they put that code in the phase A production environment, then we have to perform some tests and see whether any defects are still missing. Okay, whatever the defects that we have not identified in the QA environment, are there any defects coming in the product, in that simulated production environments, pre-production environments, you can say. Like that, phase A is good, then phase B, phase C, phase D, phase E, and finally there used to be some codes and all. That's okay, let's not dig deep here. Okay, it used to be a few days, guys. Okay, a very hectic days, you can say, because everyone has to be very alert here, because if a single bug misses into the production, that will be a very big problem. So all these kind of things used to happen, and even the client side POC, the one who is testing, also used to be part of these, and we used to be part of that. We used to test, they used to test, and we used to do our level best. Okay, to make sure that no bug misses into the production. Okay, into the live, into the market. And finally, on one day, the software gets released into the market and goes live, and every end user used to attend. And there were some cases where we faced it, where some bugs were missed in the, okay, production. Okay, some hard fixes we used to do, and all those stuff will happen. And right, if anything happens, if any bug misses in the production, you see, ultimately a lot of meetings happens, post meetings happens, why the bug was missed, is that any mistake, what is the mistake, they will find out the root cause, like did the QA miss the bug, or what is the reason why the bug came. Okay, all the investigations will be done. So that is a very hectic process, but we have to try our level best, guys, in making sure that nothing goes wrong. Okay, so the production should go well. Okay, the releasing of the software into the market should go well. And this was a very challenging project, I can say, okay, in the terms, okay, of releasing the software into the market, and where a lot of production support was required by the teams. Okay, so guys, hope guys, you got a lot of knowledge now, right? From these 4 project case studies, maybe you got a lot of knowledge. It's a genuine knowledge, guys. Whatever I experienced, I shared here. Okay, so you also need to have a lot of patience to go through all this video, because okay, so if you have not worked on so many projects, and you want to get such kind of exposure, right, beforehand, okay, then this video may be very helpful for you. Okay, so with this, guys, with this note, I'm done answering the question how software testers works throughout the day. With 4 case studies, I explained this question. So hope you liked it. Okay, so that's all for this session, guys. The next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 223. That is, what is impact analysis? Let me answer. So what is impact analysis? Just see a situation, guys. In every project, there will be developers. right? There will be some developers. So what the developers will do, they keep changing the application code. While developing the application, they have to do the changes to the application. They have to tweak the code in different ways. What may be the reasons for changing the code? There may be different reasons for changing the code, like they want to add a new functionality into the software. So for that, they may be tweaking the code, okay, or they need to update an existing functionality. Okay, they want to modify the existing functionality. For that, in the background, they have to update the code. Okay, they have to modify the code. Okay, sometimes they don't want a particular feature in the application. So at that time also, they want to remove the feature in the application. For that also, they want to touch the code. They want to modify. They have to change the code. Okay, that they are using for developing the application. And also, as software testers, when we report some defects, then also the developers have to fix this particular defects. For fixing the defects also, the code of the application has to be changed. No problem in changing the code of the application, but because of this changes in the application code, there is an impact, guys. Impact on what? Impact on other modules of the application. Okay, for example, if a developer is changing the code related to login functionality, there may be an impact on the register account functionality. We don't know. Okay, different modules may get affected. Okay, because code is being touched. So other areas of the code also, other module areas of the code also may get affected. Okay, that is the impact. So we need to analyze. We need to analyze which modules are getting impacted or affected because of these code changes done by the developer in the application. Okay, we have to do some sort of analysis. Okay, what are the different modules in the application which are getting impacted because of these code changes? So, and that part, that analysis part that we are doing to identify the functionalities areas or modules which are getting affected or impacted because of these code changes done by the developers in the application is known as, in simple terms, known as impact analysis. So you got the idea what is impact analysis all about now, right? So what is the advantage of doing impact analysis and how the impact analysis will help the software testers is something should be our focus, right? As part of this session. So that what is advantage? So generally, this in big companies, guys, where there will be some projects, okay, very big projects will be there, banking projects or healthcare domain projects, okay. They are like very big projects running from long years, long years, okay. So and suddenly a small code change happens. You see, the other areas of the application may get impacted. In such kind of functionalities, to do an entire round of regression testing of the complete application, it will take a month or more than a month also. Okay, so is it a good idea to blindly go with the complete regression testing of the application every time a small code changes happens in the application? Is that a good idea? No, it's not a good idea in such kind of long running big applications, right? Because of a small change in one area of the application, you don't have to do regression testing. That is complete testing of the application from start to end, which generally take months of time for such kind of applications, right? That is not a good idea. So in such kind of projects, which are long running projects and big complex applications, right? This kind of impact analysis meetings will be conducted, okay, to analyze the modules which are getting affected because of the code changes done by the developer in some module of the application. Okay, so what is the impact we are going to analyze in such kind of projects only, guys, not small projects. Okay, in small projects regression will not take that much time, right? So no need to worry about the impact analysis in smaller projects, but in larger projects, because of small change in one of the module of the application, if you are doing regression testing for the entire modules of the application, which generally take a lot of time, that is not a good approach. Okay, to overcome this, impact analysis need to be done, and to do the impact analysis meeting need to be conducted. I'll explain more about the impact analysis meeting at the end anyhow. So hence, by doing impact analysis, we can figure out the modules. Okay, what is the advantage here? We can find out, okay, because of this code change, what is the modules, what are the modules, or what is the module which is getting impacted. Okay, that we can figure out by doing impact analysis. We can figure out because of a code change done by the developer in one part of the module or the functionality or area of the application, which other areas or modules of the application code is getting affected or impacted. We are going to, we can identify, that is advantage. Okay, we can figure out. Okay, and by figuring out, the testers, the software testers can plan their regression testing very well. So instead of doing the regression testing on the all the functionalities of the application, which take a lot of time, okay, after impact analysis, since we identified because of these changes in the module, these 1 2 3 modules are getting affected. So we focus regression testing only on that 1 2 3 modules, okay, as software testers. That's how the impact analysis help the software testers in doing the regression testing only on the modules of the application which are getting impacted. Okay, so that is what is the advantage of doing impact analysis, guys. So to perform the impact analysis, there is a meeting conducted known as impact analysis meeting. Okay, so who will be participating in that meeting? Developers, software testers, and product manager. Okay, these three will be attending this meeting. Why developers have to attend this meeting? Because developers are the ones, right, who has changed the code. They know very well, like what code I have changed, what code they have changed, and because of this code changes, which modules code get affected. Developers can know that. So developers have to compulsory attend this meeting. Okay, as they are the only ones who change the code in the application, and they can only tell us what modules are getting impacted and what are not getting impacted due to these code changes. Okay, that's why developers have to attend this impact analysis meeting. Then why testers have to attend this impact analysis meeting? Testers have to understand which modules of the application are getting impacted, where we have to plan our regression testing. Testers have to understand that. That's the reason testers attend this impact analysis meeting. And also there is one more, that is product manager also need to attend this impact analysis meeting, because product manager is the one who knows the business very well, who has is a domain expert, domain knowledge expert and all, and can properly guess, okay, can properly guess which modules of the application may or are getting affected because of the code changes done by the developer. Okay, because of the domain knowledge levels, product manager can also suggest us these modules may also get affected. Developer may say that okay, these are the three modules that may get affected. Then product manager may add that okay, not only these three modules, maybe since because of these reasons, okay, because of his domain knowledge and expertise in that business level of understanding of the application, the product manager can also suggest that okay, apart from these three modules, also focus on these two modules. I'm just guessing that they are also getting affected. So software testers have to take the input from both the developers and product manager about that impact analysis and what are the areas that are getting impacted, and plan their regression testing only on the areas which are getting impacted, instead of performing regression testing on complete applications functionality, which generally takes a lot of time. Okay, by taking the inputs from developers and product manager in this impact analysis meeting, testers will plan regression testing on only the areas, or mainly focus on areas, okay, which are getting impacted or mentioned as impacted by developers and product manager in this impact analysis meeting. So hope guys you understood what exactly is impact analysis in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 224. That is, what is root cause analysis? Let me answer. So what is root cause analysis? So before I explain this root cause analysis in the software testing terms, let me give a real world example, okay? So that you will become comfortable and can understand this in testing terms more easily, okay? So this happened with me, guys. The example that I'm providing here is my own example. It happened with me. So I was driving on the highway, okay? Suddenly I noticed that the level of the petrol, okay, or the fuel in my car has become low. So I was searching for a petrol bunk. So I know a good lot of petrol bunks on the road, but when the time came and when the time I identified that this is the time to fill up the fuel, otherwise I gonna stop somewhere, okay? That situation happened, but there were no nearby good petrol bunks. So what did I do is, I just went on to whatever the petrol bunk, okay, gas station, you can say, in other countries, okay, nearby. I went there, I stepped in, I filled up some petrol, that is fuel, gas, you can say, okay. So after that, I drove for some time and I started observing some problems, okay. So you see, things were good, okay. Before I filled up the petrol, that gas or fuel, whatever you call, things were good. I was driving my car well and everything, but slowly, after going a while, my car started giving me the problems. What is the problem my car was giving at the time? My car was giving some signs, okay. So behind my steering, okay, there is a dashboard. In the dashboard, some kind of red color icons are coming, guys, okay. So I thought, what is the problem with the car? Okay. I thought, what is the problem with the car? So I never thought like it is a problem with fuel or gas or, okay, whatever I have filled up with. Suddenly red color marks are coming. I thought my car got heated a lot. Just because of that, this kind of red color icons are coming. So somehow I managed and I went to the nearby, okay, nearby place where they can fix my car. Okay. So service center or whatever you can say. So uh, what kind of discussion happened at that service center? Okay. So they checked my car and I said, I informed them like, okay, this kind of red color icons are coming. So I don't know why it's happening. Even uh, the, the way I am driving the car, right? I feel somewhat different. Okay. It's not, is not going at the same speed. It's kind of going slow and a kind of trouble feeling I was getting while driving the car. Okay. Apart from that signals, red color signals and on the dashboard of my car. So even the people who are who need to fix my car at the service center were saying that, okay, sir, do one thing simply, plug off that signal. Okay, whatever the red color symbols are coming, right? Just turn it off so that everything will be okay. They are saying. But do you think if I just turn off, if I inform them to just do the same thing, whatever they are suggesting me the solution, is it a right solution? Did they identify the actual problem of my car? No, right? So if they have just turned that signal that my car is giving to me, okay, indirectly, if I just turn it off, but the actual problem will be solved? No, still the same petrol is there in my car. I was not aware of that. So I didn't take any, right? I didn't ask them to turn it off and all. I thought like, okay, let's go home and then let's come tomorrow and see what's the problem and all. So I didn't get it repaired. I just didn't ask them to turn it off for now. Okay, because I was doubtful somewhere like this may not be the actual problem of my car. Okay, there is something going wrong with my car, I thought. So I went home. Okay. The next day when I started again the same problem. So while I was driving, suddenly I got a thought. What if this is the reason where I stopped at a wrong petrol bunk, where the one who has filled the fuel or gas or petrol into my car has put some wrong thing, right? The quality was not good and all. Maybe that was the reason I thought. Somehow I managed and next you see without getting it repaired I went to next petrol bunk and filled in a proper petrol bunk I went and then filled up the car with proper petrol and then suddenly my car started working smoothly. So what is the root cause? Petrol. Okay, that wrong fuel or gas or petrol that got filled up in my car was the actual problem of my car. It's not the signals that car is giving is a problem. Okay, the service center guys were saying that red color symbols or signals are the problem. Sometimes happens where car will give you wrong signals, you just have to turn it off and use the car. But my signals were right, the car is giving right signals to me. It was clearly stating that the whatever the petrol you have poured into the car is not good. Okay, that is the root cause. But we were unable to identify the root cause. What will happen if you don't identify the root cause properly? At some point of time you have to face the problems, right? So you got a clear idea, right, with a real world example that I have given here before I started this in testing terms explanation. Okay, so Root cause analysis is all about identifying the actual cause of the problem. Okay, whatever the visible problems will be visible, guys, but they may not be the actual problems. The problems that are visible are caused by some other problems which are in the background, okay, which we need to identify. That is what is root cause analysis all about. Identify such underlying problems which are causing this upper level problems or visible problems is root cause analysis. Same thing happens with a lot of patients when they go to doctor, right? Okay, their symptoms will be something, but why the symptoms are coming? Can the doctor identify? Doctor can say that it may be a fever, it may be a something, it may be a something. But how to find the root cause? In case of doctor and patient example, how to find the root cause? Doctor will simply write a diagnostic. Okay, he will ask you to go and go to a nearby diagnostic center and do this and this test. Then I can say, after going and finding out, okay, you are getting this leg pain because your D vitamin has gone down. Okay, or your B12 is gone down. Okay, so like that. So underlying root cause we need to find it. Okay, that is called as root cause analysis. I gave many examples already. So now you can easily understand what is root cause analysis, finding the actual underlying cause of the problem in a systematic manner. To eliminate the problem, we need to find the underlying problem only. The visible problem or symptom, if you solve for now, if you took a fever tablet, it doesn't mean that the whatever the thing that is causing fever in your body will not go away, right? So like that, guys, okay? We have to eliminate the actual problem, actual underlying problem we need to identify and eliminate. Then only the problem will be solved. Same thing will happen in software testing, guys, okay? We find some defects in the software, okay? We find some defects in the software and a developer will do some small fixes. But if there is some underlying problem which is causing the defect the developer has fixed, okay, without worrying about that underlying problem, if the developer has fixed the problem, do you think the defect will come again? Yes, it will come again. It will reproduce again at later point of time, and also in difficult times. Sometimes what happens, before release you got a problem, you didn't do the root cause analysis. Simple, you just reported the problem, developer has fixed it, you thought it is fixed, and the software got released into the market. Now it's in the production live, everyone is using. Now again the same problem is coming, you got shocked. You got shocked, right? Why you got shocked? Already I reported the defect, the developer has fixed the problem, why the problem is coming again in the production? You see how difficult the situations are, right? So even after you identify the problem also, you are getting the problem in the production, means the problem there is, you identify the problem, but you didn't do the root cause analysis. You didn't find the actual cause of the problem. At the time of finding the problem, if you have identified the actual reason or actual underlying cause of the problem and got it fixed by the developer in a proper manner, then later in the critical times, like after the software gets released into the market, you would not have faced the problem, right? So such kind of importance the root cause analysis has. Okay, that's the reason root cause analysis has to be done. So causes of problem, generally why these kind of problems come, what will be the underlying causes of the problem? Generally lot of reasons, guys. Requirements which are not detailed, okay, not undetailed requirements, or there are some errors in the program, okay, which are causing the problem, or there is a communication gap or problem because of which the problems have a, this is the root cause, and because of the defects are coming. Okay, if you are not addressing this one, what is the use of fixing the defects which are coming on the top? Work time pressure, due to the work time pressure, right? Okay, not much time is there for testing and all, you missed some defects and all. Okay, you are testing in some incorrect environment and stating that everything is working fine. Okay, that may be the underlying cause sometimes, and many other examples, guys. These are few examples only. Okay, causes of underlying problems that as part of root cause analysis we need to identify are, some examples are this one. So how to perform root cause analysis? So far you understood what is the importance of root cause analysis, and with examples and everything it is clear. But what are the steps we have to perform while performing the root cause analysis? First we have to find out what is the problem. We have to understand what is the problem. You have to first understand the problem, right? Which problem that is coming. Then next thing you have to ask yourself is, when the problem has come, at what time, under what circumstances the problem has occurred, you need to find out. That is second step. Third step is what is the actual cause of the problem? What is the underlying thing that is causing this problem is something you have to think, guys. Okay, you have to think behind the defect and try to figure out, is this a problem, direct problem, or is there anything that is causing this problem? Okay, with experience, software testers will get that anyhow. Then finally, how, then what to do. Okay, this is the solution thing, guys. Okay, how is what to do so that problem won't get repeated again for you. Okay, you see, if you treat the underlying problem, what happens? If you treat the underlying problem, the problem will not be repeated again, right? After the software got released into the market, the problem will not come, the defect will not come. Okay, so what to do so that actual problem is solved and the visible problem is not repeated. Okay, like that. Okay, hope you are able to correlate because I gave a lot of examples. Now you can understand all these things easily. Okay, there are some techniques followed in the industry, guys. So we call that as fishbone analysis technique and the five eyes technique. These are some techniques which are generally used while performing the root cause analysis to identify the underlying problems. I don't want to dig deep there, but consequences I already told, guys. Okay, what are the consequences of not performing RCA? You're simply reporting the defects and getting them fixed by the defects. And if you are, as software testers, if you are not performing the root cause analysis or not identifying the actual reason or actual cause or actual underlying thing that is causing the problem, what happens? The problem will be repeated in the next build, or sometimes if your luck or situation is bad, the problem may directly come in the live environment, that is a production environment. Then everyone will be in trouble state. Okay, so it's better to do root cause analysis for every defect that we report. Okay, so this is what is root cause analysis. So hope, guys, you got the answer for what is root cause analysis in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 225. That is, what is the first testing that is performed after receiving a build from developers? Okay, let me answer. So after we receive, we as software testers, after we receive a build is nothing but the software. Okay, why we receive the build from the developers? For testing purpose, right? Software testers receive the build from the developers for testing purpose. The build may be in the form of web application, that is web application URL, or the build may be in the form of an exe file which can be installed on the top of Windows operating system, or the build can be in the form of an APK file which can be installed in any Android mobile. Okay, so that's what is a build. Once you receive the build, okay, a new version of the build, what is that first testing that you generally perform as software tester? If this question is asked, simple straightforward answer for this question is smoke testing. Software testers, before performing any other testings on the received build from the developers, they will start with smoke testing. But what exactly is smoke testing? In smoke testing, the important, major, and critical functionalities are verified at a high level. Okay, so it should not take much time. Okay, smoke testing should be completed not should not take more than 30 minutes. Even though it's a very big complex application, it should not take more than 30 minutes. So we have to figure out the scenarios or functionalities of the application which are very important in the application, which are major in the application, which are very critical in the application. And also we don't have to test such kind of important, major, critical functionalities at depth. We have to test them at a high level. Only few test cases for each and every important, major, critical functionality of the application we are going to test. Okay, so I have created a separate video on smoke testing before. Okay, so before coming to this video where I'm answering about what is the first testing after receiving build from developers, I already covered an answer for what is smoke testing in the previous session. So you can refer that. Okay, if you want to know more about smoke testing, I don't want to go deep here on smoke testing. But if someone asks you in the interviews, like what is the first testing that you as software tester will perform after receiving a build from the developer, your simple straightforward answer should be smoke testing, where the important major critical functionalities of the application will be verified or tested at a very high level. Okay, in very less amount of time. Okay, So what if the smoke testing fails? If the important major critical functionalities, even after testing at a very high level, only few scenarios, if you are testing major scenarios of the important major critical functionalities, if they are not working fine, is it a good thing to go proceed and do a in-depth testing? No, right? We have to reject the build. Okay, we have to send the build back to the developers. Okay, developers have sent the build to us for testing. But before we decide to perform an in-depth or in detailed testing, we perform smoke testing at a high level, as I mentioned, on the important functionalities. If that smoke testing is failed, we have to report the defects for the functionalities, that is important major critical functionalities which tested at a high level. For those scenarios, we have to report the defects, and with the reference of the that particular defects, we have to prepare an email and inform. We have to send that back to the developers, stating that because of so and so defects in the so and so important major critical functionalities of the software which we have tested at a high level. Okay, we got these particular defects. Because of these defects, the smoke testing has failed. As the smoke testing has failed, we cannot proceed for the in-depth or in detail testing. Hence, we are rejecting the build and we'll be waiting for the next build which may pass the smoke testing. Okay, so like that we'll reject the build. What if the these important major critical functionalities which are verified at a high level as part of smoke testing has been passed? Okay, then no problem, guys. Okay, we'll proceed for the other testing. Okay, we'll proceed with the next whatever the testing we have to perform, we'll perform. Okay, we'll go for the in-depth testing. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is what is the first testing that is performed after receiving the build from developers. Simple straightforward answer for this question is smoke testing. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 226. That is, how many times do we have to perform regression testing in a project? Let me answer. So if you get this kind of question in the interviews, okay, so the question states that how many times do we have to perform regression testing in the project? How many times, guys, do we have to perform regression testing? For every build we receive from the developers, okay, we have to perform regression testing, right? So the moment the developers sends you a build for testing, we have to perform regression testing, okay, because every build has some code changes. You see, build version 1, it is given to you. Okay, you completed regression testing and testing cycle is completed. Then you reported some defects or whatever it is. Then developers keep on working on adding new functionalities or modifying the existing functionalities, removing or fixing the defects. They do some code changes and they give you another version of the build. Again, because of these code changes done by the developers, there is a possibility that existing working functionalities can be introduced with some side effects. Okay, so because of the code changes happened in one of the areas of the application, the other areas which were working earlier in the previous build may not work for us now. So that's the reason every time we receive a build, that means some code changes developer has done from the previous build to the current build. Since the code changes happened, we are not sure which area of the application got side effect. Okay, so to check that, we have to perform regression testing every time we receive a build. We have to perform regression testing on that new build. Okay, so what is the answer for this question? How many times? The number of times we received the build from the developers, that many number of times we have to perform regression testing in the project. Okay, so if the developers have sent you the build 10 times, you have to perform regression testing 10 times, like that. Okay, for every build we have to perform regression testing. Okay, the answer is the number of times the developers will send you the build for testing, a new build or kind of build for testing, that many number of times you have to perform regression testing. Okay, it's not 1 2 3. The answer is not like that, guys. It depends on the number of times we receive the build from the developers. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 227. That is, what is the order in which we perform regression, sanity, smoke, and retesting. Okay. So once we receive the build from the developers, okay, we generally receive the builds from the developers for testing, right? Once the moment we receive the builds from the developers, what is the order in which we perform this regression, sanity, smoke, and retesting? Okay, is a question. If you get this kind of question in the interview, you have to simply say that first we'll perform smoke testing, after that we perform retesting, then sanity, and then regression. Okay, so smoke testing you already know, right? It is a high level kind of testing performed on the important critical major areas of the application. It should not take much time. Okay, if the application or build that is given for our testing has failed the smoke testing, okay, if the smoke testing scenarios, that high level scenarios which doesn't take much time, not more than 30 minutes for even for the complex application. Okay, so within that time, we have to tell whether the application can be accepted further for the in detail testing or not with the help of this smoke testing. Okay, I answered about smoke testing in detail in the previous, previous questions. Okay, you can go back and watch the previous questions. There you will find a detailed answer for smoke testing. I don't want to dig deep in this session. Anyhow, okay, the smoke testing passes, then only we go for the next testing. Okay, the first testing that we generally do after receiving the build from the developers is smoke testing. Okay, after performing the smoke testing, then we perform retesting. Okay, so we retest the defects, guys. Okay, so whatever the defects that developers are stating that they have fixed in this particular so and so version of the build that they have given for us for testing, right? That particular defects we have to recheck once to see whether they are really fixed by developers or not. They are really fixed or partially fixed or not at all fixed. We have to find it out. Okay, if the defects are really fixed as part of retesting, we'll close the defects. Okay, since they are fixed, we'll close the defects. If they are not fixed or partially fixed, in that case we have to reassign these particular defects as part of retesting to the developers back, so that developers have to still work on them in order to fix them. Okay, so second thing that we perform after smoke testing is we perform retesting. Then after retesting, okay, based on the changes that the developers have made in the application, okay, wherever the areas that got impacted, those areas, okay, we have to perform testing. That is sanity testing, guys. Sanity testing is a subset of regression testing, you can say. Okay, mostly with the case of software testers, right, we'll see like which areas got impacted. Okay, due to this defect fixing or any code changes, what are the areas that got impacted, right? Only those areas, not the complete application, only those areas which got impacted, those areas we have to test in detail or in depth. We should not even miss a single test case, and behind the test cases we have to test with an intention of seeing whether those areas are still strong or not, because the code changes happened in that areas, guys. Okay, there is a possibility of defects in that. So sanity testing is a subset of regression testing, where regression testing is a full testing of the entire application, right, in depth. Whereas sanity testing is only it is a subset of the regression testing which tests only the areas which got impacted because of the code changes in this particular build that developers are providing to us. Okay, so that sanity testing we have to perform here. After sanity testing is done, then we have to finally go for the regression testing, where we will test the entire application completely in depth to see if there are any side effects which got introduced because of these code changes. Okay, so whenever the developer is giving a new build, means they have done some code changes because of any reasons. It may be they may have added a new feature, further they have updated or changed the code. They may have updated the existing functionality. May have removed or modified the existing functionality. They may have fixed some defects. For whatever the reasons, guys, developers will keep changing the code and giving us the latest versions of the builds or softwares, either in application URL format or exe format. It depends on the application we are testing, okay, or APK file if it is Android application, and if it has to be working on the Android phones and all those stuff. Okay, so whatever the build we get, okay, we have to finally perform the regression testing. Complete testing we have to perform from start to end, okay, without missing, because in the earlier build some functionalities are working doesn't mean that they will work in the latest build also, because of the code changes some side effects may get introduced into the existing working areas of the application. That's the reason we have to perform regression testing. So finally the simple answer for this question, what is the order in which we perform regression, sanity, smoke and retesting means, first we'll perform smoke testing. If the build is accepted, we will perform retesting. Okay. After performing retesting, wherever the code changes happened based on the cases, we'll perform sanity testing, which is subset of regression. And finally, we'll perform the complete testing, that is regression test. So hope guys, you got the order in which we have to perform regression, sanity, smoke and retesting in our projects. Okay. Once we receive the build from the developers. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 228. That is, explain error guessing with an example. Let me answer. So, what is error guessing? So, error guessing falls under the test design techniques. Under test design techniques, there are different categories of test design techniques like black box test design techniques, experience based test design techniques, and structure based test design techniques. Okay, if I expand all of them, okay, all of the techniques, okay, you see this type of test design techniques fall under the black box. These two fall under the experience based. These four fall under the structure based. So, where does this error guessing test design technique fall? It falls under the experience based test design technique guys. Okay, so error guessing is one of the experience based test design technique. So what exactly is this error guessing then? So the experienced software testers who already have tested similar kind of applications in their earlier experience, if they are given a similar type of application now, they can easily guess the errors. Okay, in the new application, the brand new application that they have been presented for testing, since they already have an experience of testing similar kind of application in the earlier days or in their past, they can easily guess the defects in the latest or new software given for testing guys. Okay, so that's what, for example, if a tester is there, the tester has already tested amazon.com. Okay, now he or she completed testing, and later at after some days or some years, the same tester who has tested amazon.com earlier is presented with flipkart.com. Okay, another e-commerce application or any other e-commerce application he or she has been presented. So this particular tester already has an experience of testing similar kind of e-commerce application. So what the tester can do is, in very less time, this particular tester can find out the areas in the application, guess the areas in the application where there is a possibility of the defects. Okay, that a fresh fresh tester cannot do that. Okay, the experienced tester can do that, guys. Okay, so for this, an example is, for example, if you already tested some e-commerce application and suddenly you got a project of another e-commerce application, and if you have to guess an error, so maybe since I already tested many e-commerce applications, I'll simply go to the register account, and I know that telephone number or email address is always a problem. So let me try with telephone by entering some alphabets into the telephone and click on continue. It's accepted. Telephone number is accepted if I'm giving alphabets, guys. This is what kind of, right? This kind of experience I got from my previous application. When I tested previous application, same thing may have happened. There also the telephone number was accepting alphabets. There I reported a defect. With that experience, suddenly directly I came to the new application register account page, and in very less time I gave the alphabets in telephone, thinking that, guessing that there is a possibility of defect in this case, and defect is still there, right? Defect is there. I'm able to find the defect because of my error guessing capabilities. Okay, so this is what is error guessing, guys, with an example. So hope guys, you understood what exactly is error guessing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 229. That is, what is the difference between smoke testing and sanity testing? Let me answer. So what is the difference between smoke testing and sanity testing? So coming to the smoke testing, it's the first testing, guys. Okay, out of all the types of testing, the first testing the software testers will perform after receiving the application build from the developers is smoke testing. Okay, once we receive the application from the developers for testing, the first testing the testers or software testers will perform is nothing but smoke testing, guys. Okay, that's a number one point you have to understand about smoke testing. Okay, so in smoke testing, what exactly we have to test, why we have to test it first, and what are the things that we generally test here in smoke testing, guys. Before accepting the build for in detail testing, okay, before accepting the build received from the developers for in detail testing, or before doing the in detail testing, the software testers will perform high level testing, not in depth testing. High level means only few test cases for each and every area of the application, important area of the application, like that. Okay, so only few test cases of that particular area. Okay, high levelly, at a high level, the major, important and critical areas of the application, not all the areas of the application again. Okay, here only few high level test case of the application, that too of the major, important, critical areas of the application, not all functionalities of the application. Okay, and in less time, guys. Okay, this mock testing has to be completed in less time. If it is a simple application, it should not take more than 15 minutes. If it is a complex application, it should not be taken more than 30 minutes. Okay, we need to be identifying the important, major, critical areas of the application, and we should not be testing all those areas in major, important, critical areas in depth. We should not be testing. We should be testing only few test cases for this major, important, critical areas, and that too in very less time. We have to say that. So in that less time, once the smoke testing is done, either we have to accept the build or reject the build. Okay, the moment the developers have given the build for you, you started smoke testing, and within 15 minutes or 30 minutes, you have to either accept the build for in detail testing or reject the build for in detail testing. Okay, so if the major, important, critical areas of the application which are tested at a high level in less time are working fine, then definitely you are going to accept the build, right? You will go for the in detail testing. Accepting means you will go for in detail testing. But what if this major, important, critical areas of the application which are tested at a high level, that high level scenarios are also not working fine? Okay, there are defects. In that case, what you will do? We will first report the defects for the areas, that is the major, important, critical areas of that high level testing, whatever we have done, right, which are not working fine. For that, we will report the defects, and we'll put an email to the developer stating that, okay, we tested so and so major, important, critical areas of the application at a high level. Okay, the important test cases of this major, important, critical areas of the application we tested, and we came across so and so defects in this particular areas. Hence, we cannot proceed for in-depth testing or in detail testing. Okay, hence we are rejecting the build, and we will be waiting for the next build which will pass our smoke testing. Like that, we'll put an email to the developers and send it back to the developers. Okay, this is what is smoke testing, guys. Okay, hope you understood why smoke testing and what is the purpose of the smoke testing. But what about sanity testing? Though the names look similar, but they are entirely different, guys. Smoke testing is completely different and sanity is completely different. Okay, so they just people ask in the interviews because smoke testing starts with S and sanity also starts with S, but they are entirely different types of testing, guys. Okay, so I don't feel that they have to be compared, but since they are being asked in the interview because they look like synonymous, right? Smoke, sanity look similar. Okay, so here what happens is in sanity testing, let's understand it separately, guys. Okay, here impacted areas of the application are tested in depth. Why the areas of the application? In the previous version, there were some functionalities which are working fine. In the next build, whatever the developers have gave to you, there may be some impacted areas. Why impacted areas? Because developers have changed the code in that areas. Those areas got impacted. Okay. So why the areas of the application, why the code changes happen? There may be different reasons why the areas may be impacted. Okay. Because of the code changes by the developer, the few areas of the application may get impacted. Okay, they may get changed, they may not work as in the earlier builds like they are working. Okay, they may not work in the latest build. Okay, because the code changes happened in them. But what are the different reasons why code changes will happen and why the developers have to change the code? Maybe the developer want to introduce a new functionality. Because of introducing a new functionality, some areas of the application got impacted. Okay, that may be one thing. Or next thing may be modified functionality. Okay, modifying means either updating the functionality or removing the functionality. Some existing functionality got upgraded or made better, or it got updated, or it removed. Okay, so it's not required, so removed. Okay, in whatever the cases, code has been touched in that area, or some other nearby areas may also get affected. Okay, and also the defects that are reported by software testers in the previous version of the build may have got fixed in those areas of the application. Whatever the reason may be, the code changes happened, and whatever the because of these code changes because of this new functionality, modified functionality, and bug fixes, whatever the code changes happen, some areas of the application may get impacted. Okay, if we know the areas of the application that got impacted due to the code changes done by the developer, then we have to perform in-depth testing of these areas, okay, without missing even a single test case of that particular area of the application, the impacted area of the application because of the code changes done by developer. We have to test in depth from starting to ending only for that impacted areas, not for the entire application. Those impacted areas of the application need to be tested in depth, and this testing is known as sanity testing. Okay, so since we are testing in depth those impacted areas, not all the areas, it's generally called as a subset of regression testing. Okay, so what is the difference between regression and sanity testing? In sanity testing, you are testing all the test cases related to the impacted areas in depth. Okay, what about regression testing? You are, irrespective of whether the areas got impacted or not, all the areas of the application, okay, it's not only the impacted areas, all the areas of the application you will be testing in depth in regression testing. Hence sanity testing is known as a subset of the regression testing, guys. Okay, so now you understood what is the difference between smoke testing and sanity testing. They are entirely different, guys. Their case is different, but since the name looks similar, this kind of questions are generally asked in the interviews. If you can answer this kind of like this, if you can answer, it will be all good, guys. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for what is the difference between smoke testing and sanity testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 230. That is, in bug life cycle, who opens the bug? Let me answer. So, who opens the bug in bug life cycle or defect life cycle? The simple and straightforward answer for this question is the developer, guys. Okay, the developer to whom the bug is assigned. Okay, so there will be different developers in the project, right? To which developer that particular bug is assigned, that particular developer, when that particular developer is ready to fix the bug, okay, in order to fix the bug, the developer will open the bug. Understood, guys? You see, there will be many defects reported by the software testers, but all the defects cannot be assigned to a single developer. There will be different developers in the project. So different defects will be assigned to different developers. So once these defects are assigned to a particular developer, when the developer has the time to start fixing the bug, then at that time, the developer who want to fix the bug will change the state of the defect from assigned state to the open state and start fixing the bug. Okay, so let me show you this defect life cycle. Okay, it's a common defect life cycle. It's not specific to any defect tracking tool, because you see, if you go into the market and see different defect tracking tools like Zoho bug tracking tool, Jira tool, version 1, many tools are there in the market, guys. Okay, different tools follow different bug life cycles or defect life cycles, but I have taken a common one. Okay, a common one that everyone should have knowledge of when such kind of questions will be asked in the interviews. Okay, this is a general or common, okay, defect life cycle or bug life cycle that can be applicable for many defect tracking tools available in the market. Okay, as you can see here, so once the tester reports the defect, it will be in the new state. Okay, and dev project manager, once the dev project manager decides that it's a valid defect, it's not a duplicate defect, and it need to be fixed right away, and it cannot be delayed. Okay, the fixing of this particular defect cannot be designed. At that stage, this dev project manager will assign this particular defect to a particular developer. Okay, there will be different developers in the project. To a particular developer, this particular defect will be assigned. Then the status of the defect will go from new state to the assigned state in that case. Okay, once the defect goes to the assigned state, one of the developer, it will be assigned. Okay, when the developer want to start fixing the defect, okay, when the developer want to start working on this particular assigned defect, then the developer first will change the status of this particular defect from assigned state to the open state. Then only the developer will start fixing the defect. Okay, so this is what is a defect life cycle, and developer is the one, okay, the developer to which the defect or bug is assigned, right? That person is the one who is going to change the status to the open state. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 231. That is, what is configuration testing? Let me answer. So what is configuration testing? So what exactly is configuration? Before you talk about configuration testing, we need to know what exactly is meant by configuration. Configuration means a system configuration. It can be RAM, it can be CPU, it can be memory, or whatever it is. Okay. So the configuration of the machine. So here, what are we testing? We have to test the application. Okay. Here we have to test the software application to see which supported configuration it is actually supporting without any defects. Okay. To find the optimal configuration of the system which is supporting the application, we perform the configuration testing. So let's revisit this again. So first you understood what is configuration, right? RAM, CPU, okay, all these tips, all this stuff will fall into configuration. Okay, how much space of a hard disk space is there? All these kind of items will fall into configuration. Different systems will have different configurations, but is our application suitable for all these system configurations or not? We have to perform testing. So if it is all, it is suitable, so which is the best suitable, which is the optimal configuration? Okay, what is the perfect RAM size, what is the perfect CPU, what is the perfect hard disk space which is actually supporting our application in running without causing any defects? Such testing is known as configuration testing, guys. Hope guys you understood what is configuration testing now. Okay, so we'll be performing testing on the application. Okay, we'll be testing the application on different supported system configurations, and with an intention of figuring out what is the optimal configuration, what is the best configuration in which the application is working perfectly without causing much bugs. Okay, which are without causing the bugs. That is called as configuration testing. So hope guys you got the answer for what is configuration testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 232. That is, what is the difference between a cookie and a session? Let me answer. So here I am not creating any mind map because it needs a detailed explanation. I'll be using the Paint software, using which I'll explain what exactly is a cookie, what exactly is a session, and when they will be created, why they will be created, and everything, guys. Okay. So patiently listen to whatever I'm trying to explain. So guys, let's say this is your laptop. Okay. So let's say this is your laptop. Okay. In your laptop, you opened one browser. Okay, you opened one browser. It may be Chrome browser or Firefox browser or whatever the browser. And in that browser, let's say you opened an application. Let's say this application you opened, tutorialsninja.com/demo application you opened. Okay, tutorials ninja application. Let's say you opened. Okay, tutorialsninja.com/demo application you opened. The moment you open this application, what happens? A request will be sent to the server. Okay, so here this laptop, you can call this laptop as a client, guys. Okay, you can call this laptop as a client where you are opening an application in your browser. Let's say this is my laptop. I'm opening a browser, say Chrome browser. In the Chrome browser, I'm opening this application URL. The moment I open this application URL, a request will be sent to the server. Which server? The same Tutorials Ninja server only. Okay, the request will be sent to the which server? The same application server. Okay, Tutorials Ninja application server. Okay, a request will be sent. The moment the request will be sent to this application server, this application server will process our request. Okay, so whatever the programming logic that is written using any of the programming languages like Java, PHP, or Python, or whatever it is the application is developed using, so that set of program will run. Okay, when this particular request is received by the server, which is will be at a remote location, we don't know where exactly. It may be in Singapore. I'm in Hyderabad. It may be in Singapore. Server may be in Singapore. Okay, so here the request will be processed. Okay, the request will be processed, and you will get a response. Okay, the server, after processing the request by running some code inside the application server, will send a response back. What will be coming back? A response will be coming back. Here, a response will be sent back. So this, when the server send this response, it will not send the simple response. Okay. So in the response, what will be there in the response? HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and whatever the client side code, right? That will be sent in the response. Along with this, some cookies also will be sent. Okay. Along with this HTML, CSS, JavaScript, some cookies also will be dropped onto your browser where you open this tutorials in your application. This application server is sending or dropping some cookies in your browser. Okay, if you are opening this application in the Chrome browser, these cookies that are sent by the server to you as a response, along with this HTML, CSS, JavaScript to be displayed on the page. Okay, along with that, some cookies. Cookies are, what are cookies actually? Cookies are small text files, guys. Okay, very small text files. They can store a maximum of information of 4 KB. Okay, maximum 4 KB information only they can store, not more than that. Okay, that much small text files they are cookies. Okay, these cookies will be dropped on your browser where you are browsing this application. Why the cookies are dropped on your browser? Okay, because cookies will track your information. The application, okay, the application, this tutorials in the application want to track your application, so that for different reasons, guys. Okay, why they want to track? Why the application want to track what you are doing, your user behavior? For example, if you are shopping something on Flipkart or Amazon, after 2 or 3 days, the same products whatever you have searched will be displayed on the home page. How that is possible? Because cookies were tracking your behavior. Okay, what you are doing, whether you are purchasing or what kind of user you are, every information that cookies, small text files are tracking, and later this information is being sent to the server. Okay, later again, whenever next time when you connect to this application, right, the information that is stored in these small text files about your user behavior and how the user is using the application, all this information will be sent to the server, guys. Okay, secretly. So there are different reasons. Okay, I don't want to dig deep why cookies, and the cookies itself is a very big concept. Okay, but at a high level, they are going to track your information, and there are many advantages of cookies. Okay, that I don't want to cover in this session. Fine. So cookies are simply small text files that are getting dropped on your browser. For example, here, I think I don't have that add-on. Cookie manager, I guess. Let me search for cookie manager add-on or extension. Let's see cookie manager, whether is it the add-on. No, this is not the one. Okay, so cookie manager, okay, cookie editor, maybe this one, I guess. Yeah, let's go with one of the cookie manager or editor, whatever that comes. Okay, so some kind of, it will give you some information, right? That will be enough. Okay, so I'm installing one. Okay, there are different softwares, different. Edit this cookie, guys. Actually, I'm looking for this add-on actually. Okay, so now I found it. Add it. Edit this cookie add-on is a good add-on. Okay, let it. It got added, guys. Okay, it got added. I'll remove this cookie manager. I'll keep this edit this cookie add-on and pin it. Okay, here we have that. Okay, so the moment you browse this application, let me show you one thing. Okay, the moment you browse this application and click on the cookie manager, it will show you the list of the cookies that are being tracked. Can you see the list of the cookies added by tutorialsninja.com application? You see, Tutorials Ninja application, currency cookie. Tutorials Ninja application, language cookie. Tutorials Ninja application, some other cookie, some other cookie, some other cookie. Some tracking cookie. Okay, different purposes of cookies will be there. Okay, let's not dig deep into that. These are small text files which are tracking your behavior of this application. When you are using the application, okay, silently, these cookies which are dropped by this application, Tutorials Ninja application, are tracking your information. Okay, this is what are cookies. Okay, so in server will send the response. In the response, along with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and whatever that is related to displaying the pages on the web page on the browser. Along with that, some cookies also will be dropped in your browser. Okay, so to see the cookies, we can install these add-ons and see that these are the list of the cookies that are added in my browser. Okay, these are what our cookies are. Then what about session? Now you understood what is a cookie. Cookies are small text files which track your information and pass them to the server at later point of the time. Okay. But what is a session then? Let's understand the session. Session is something related to login, guys. Okay. Session is something related to login. Okay. I'll tell you what is that. Okay. Let's say Again, let's say this is your laptop. Let's say this is your laptop. Okay. And in your laptop, you opened a browser, let's say Chrome browser itself. Okay. So when you open the Chrome browser and access this application, you went to the login page, let's say. You went to the login page of this application. Here, Tutorials Ninja login page. Okay. Login page. Here in the login page, I'll inspect, right click inspect here. And I'll go to the network tab. I'll go to the network tab and just take it down a bit and close this, clear this. No requests are there. Here I'll give some email address. It can be anything. Email address and password I will give. Okay. The moment I click on login button, a request will be sent to the. So the moment here I give the credentials. Okay. The moment I give user credentials and click on the login button, what happens internally? A request will be sent to the whom? A request will be sent to the Tutorials Ninja application server. A request will be sent to Tutorials Ninja application server. Okay, server. So application server will contain the code and it will process, right? It will process whatever the request that comes, it will process. Here, this is the request. So this time along with the request, this username, whatever the username you gave and whatever the password you gave, I gave 12345 as a password, let's say. This username password are sent along with the request, and the server is receiving this username and password along with the request and processing the request using the by running the code. So how the server will know that this username and password has an account in Tutorials Ninja application? The server will contact the will run a query on the database. Okay, the server will run the query on the database. Okay, the background. The server will run the query on the database, SQL query on the database, saying that select star from user where username is equal to and password is equal to, like that. If the server also has this given username and password, okay, the server username and password are matching with this request username and password, then okay, if the database, whatever the username and password that is stored in the database is matching with the username and password that is received by the server, in that case, the database will give a positive response. Will send a record saying that user exists record. Now, the moment the server receives this response from the database saying that this particular user exists in our application, the moment this response comes from the database to the server will create something known as a session. A session will be created in the server, and each and every session, okay, whenever the session is created, this session will contain a unique ID known as session ID. Okay. Now the server, as part of processing the request and completing the request, will send a response back to the home, back to the client, that is your laptop. Okay. So in the response, in this response, what will happen? In this response, whatever the session ID that got created along with the session by the server, the session ID will be sent. Okay. Session ID will be sent by wrapping inside a cookie. Here also cookie will be there. Okay. So generally what the server will respond? Server will respond some HTML code, some CSS code, some JavaScript code and any other code. Okay. Related to the web page front end and all those sub code will be sent back. Along with that, some cookie will be sent. In that cookie, this time the server is placing the session ID and sending. It's not sending a blank cookie. It's sending a cookie which contains a session ID of the session that is created. And this cookie will be dropped into the browser. Okay. You see, the moment I click on the login, a request will be sent to the server. Okay. A request will be sent to the server. Okay. So let's see. You see set cookie, some cookie. This is the response. In the response, some session ID came. Here session ID should not be visible, guys. It should be encrypted. It's not encrypted. It's a security bug in this application. Okay. So some session ID is created. Okay. This session ID, from where it got received, from where this browser got received, a cookie has been created, and in that cookie, the session ID is wrapped and sent back to the client. That is your laptop. Okay. You can see here also. You click on this and see the session ID. You see session ID came back. Okay. Next time, whenever you do any operation, okay, you got logged in, right? You see, you got logged in. You see logout option is coming, means whatever the operation you do now, let's say I click on change password. Did I get logged out? No. Okay. Let's say I went to another, let's say I search for HP product here. Did I get logged out? Still I am logged in. How my login session is being maintained? For every request, how I am able to log in? My login session is maintained. This is my login session. It is maintained because of the thing known as session ID. How this is happening is, after you log in, after this cookie is dropped on your browser with the session ID, next time when you do some search, let's say you searched for some product. Okay, when you search for a product, what happens? A request will be sent to the server. A request will be sent to the server. When the request is sent to the server, along with the request, the session ID will be sent. The server will identify the session ID and maintain the session. That means you will not get logged out. Until you manually log out, your application will stay logged in because of this session ID which is there in the cookie. Okay, which is there in the cookie. So this is what is happening, guys. That's why no matter how much time you are spending here, you are not getting logged out. Okay, you are not getting logged out because the server is getting session ID for every request after login. Once the session ID is sent by the server to the client machine, for next request onwards, the next all the requests are sending the session ID and the server is identifying and you are allowed to keep logged in. Okay, you are not getting logged out for each and every operation that you are doing on the application because of this session ID being attached with the request. Okay, that's the funda, guys. Okay, so now you understood what is a session. What if you log out? What if you manually log out? What will happen? Let's say when I log out, the moment I log out, what will happen is this session will be deleted in the server. Along with this session ID also will be deleted. So no matter what I will do, I will not be able to log in. My session is gone. My session got expired already. Okay. The moment I manually log out, my session got expired. But if you take some applications, right, like Gmail application, how many times do you daily log into Gmail or only one time in your personal machine you log into Gmail? Only one time, right? So until you manually log out from Gmail, your Gmail will maintain a cookie having the session ID. Okay, that cookie is going to be a persistent cookie which is having a lot of long duration of time. It's not going to expire so fast. Okay, it's gonna take a lot of time. Okay, it gives a lot of time. So that's the reason the moment you log into Gmail, it's not required for you to log in every day. Okay, Gmail has that facility where a cookie with session ID having a persistent cookie having long duration, which maintains your session for very long is there. Okay, so this is what is a session. Okay, this is what is a cookie. So they are somewhere related, right? Cookie and session are working together. That's okay. But what exactly is the difference? If someone is still asking you what is the difference between session, after explaining this much of information, also, if for someone, if you have to explain what is a session and what is the difference between session and cookie, you can explain like this. Okay. Coming to the cookie, the size of the cookie will be 4 KB only, and cookie will be at the client side. Okay, cookie will be at the client side. What about session? Session is created at the client side or server side? Session is at the server side. What is the size of the session? Unlimited size. Okay, it depends on the server. Server has lot of space. Okay, but browsers doesn't have so much of space. So 4 KB for the cookies, which are small text files. Sessions are also text files only, but space 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 is unlimited space, guys. Okay, lot of space, but here cookie has a limited space. Okay, cookie has limited space, whereas session has unlimited space, guys. Okay, and cookie is at the client side, session is at the server side. Okay, and session will maintain the login session. As I told you, cookie will track the information. Okay, this will track the information for different purposes like user behavior and all. And cookie along with the session will also work together. Cookie and session work together to maintain the login session. Okay, so that's the reason no matter what operations you are doing, you are not getting logged out, right? No matter what operations you are doing, you are not getting logged out because the session is being maintained there. Okay, until you manually log out, the session will be deleted and then only the session will die and session ID will die, and then only you'll get the login session will close. Okay, so this much if you explain, guys, that is more than enough for anyone to understand what is the difference between a cookie and a session. Okay, this knowledge they are checking whether you have this cookie and session knowledge or not. They are checking. So explain this information, guys, to the interviewer, and he will definitely, he or she will definitely like your answer, and you will be able to clear the question. Okay, so that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 233. That is, what is the difference between HTTP and HTTPS? Let me answer. So what is the difference between HTTP and HTTPS. For example, guys, if I take you to an application like this, tutorialsninja.com/demo, here this application is using which protocol? HTTP protocol. And if I take you to another application, let's say Amazon.com, okay, and if I copy this URL here, you can see that this particular application is using HTTPS. An extra S is there. So what is this extra S stands for? S stands for secured. Okay, so that means this application is not secured. In what way? I'm going to explain. Okay, whereas Amazon.com is secured. In what way? I'm going to explain. So just see the difference between HTTP and HTTPS. So what's the difference? So few websites are using HTTP as a protocol for communication, whereas few websites are using HTTPS as the protocol for communication. So here HTTP is not secured, whereas HTTPS, last S stands for SSL. Okay, a lot of people think that S is security, but S is actually SSL. Okay, S is put here because of SSL. Okay, secured socket layer kind of thing. But this protocol is secured protocol. Fine, secured protocol. Fine. Okay. So here, guys, the communication between the client. Client means, let's say my laptop. Let's say this is my laptop. In my laptop, I opened the browser. Okay, I opened a browser, Chrome browser or whatever the browser like this. I opened. Okay, I opened the Chrome browser, and in that Chrome browser, I hit the URL like this. Tutorials Ninja application. I opened. Okay, Tutorials Ninja URL I opened. As you already have seen, Tutorials Ninja is using which protocol? HTTP protocol, okay, which is not secured. That means whenever you do some operations on this Chrome browser using this particular Tutorials Ninja application, right? Okay, a request will be sent to the server. Okay, a request will be sent to the server, and server will send back the response back to the client. Okay, this communication happens. Okay, in between this laptop, that is we can call this laptop as a client machine, and other side we have the Tutorials Ninja server. Okay, server machine will be there where the actual application code will be there. This is let's say Tutorials Ninja application app server. Here all the code will be there. Here request will be processed and all those stuff. But here the transmission, okay, the transport layer, you can say. Okay, whenever you search some product in the tutorialsninja.com, a request will be sent to the server, and server will process the request. Server will process the request and send back the response back to the client machine. Okay, the response will be in the form of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, cookies, and whatever the things. Okay, so but these requests and response, this request and response, the communication between this client and server machine is happening over internet. Over internet. Okay, over internet, this communication is happening because my laptop is in Hyderabad and this laptop, this server machine may be in Singapore or somewhere. So via internet, this request and responses are happening over which protocol? Over internet via HTTP protocol. It is happening, which is not secured, guys. Not secured means what? Why it is not secured? For example, from this client, if ABC text is being sent, during the transmit also ABC text will be there and server will also receive ABC. If someone, let's say hacker, okay, the one who steals the information, right? If there is a hacker and the hacker will have some security tools, okay, will have some tools using which this particular traffic, this particular communication that is happening between the client and server can be intercepted. Okay, hacker has lot of tools using which the communication between this client and server can be intercepted. Here communication is whatever you are sending. If you are sending ABC is being going over request. If this particular communication is intercepted, for example, this ABC is a credit card number. Okay, the same credit card number is going over the request and the hacker using the tools is able to intercept the request because it's not secured protocol, right? So hacker will come to know about your sensitive information like username, password, credit card details, and all those stuff. Okay, that's the problem. That's the problem, guys. Okay, that's the problem with HTTP. Coming to HTTPS, here S, I told you, right? S stands for SSL. Okay, we generally also call it as secured. SSL means secured. Okay, what is SSL? And that is out of topic for now. Anyhow, here also client is there. Here also server is there. The communication happens between client and server. Request will be sent to the server and response will be sent back to the client. Okay, but here over which protocol? HTTPS protocol, which is a secured protocol. Your request and response are happening over HTTPS protocol. That is over internet only. Over the internet, over HTTPS protocol. Here S stands for SSL. So here what happens is, if you are sending, if the client machine is sending ABC, so here over the request, ABC will not be sent. Okay, something like this. Okay, some encrypted text will be sent. Okay, some encrypted text will be sent. Okay, and this encrypted text ABC will be converted to this kind of encrypted text, and this encrypted text can only be decrypted by the server machine. Okay, once this encrypted text reaches the server machine, again it will be converted back to ABC. So while during the transit, okay, during the transit, some encryption is happening. The original text is not sent as it is. It is got encrypted. Cipher text is being sent, which is converted to some other form and being sent. Even though the hacker, okay, even though the hacker uses the tools to intercept this traffic, the hacker will not get the original information. ABC will not get. Okay, if this is a credit card number, instead of credit card number, some other thing will be sent, and that will be converted only at the server side. So this is what is a secured way of transmitting the data over the internet. Okay, that is possible with HTTPS. Okay, and HTTP runs on the port, okay, 80. Okay, this is the second difference. HTTPS runs on the port 443. 443. This HTTP uses no security certificate. Okay, no security certificate. There will not be any certificate. For example, if you go here and see not secured, and if I click on this, there is no certificate here, guys. Okay, your connection to this site is not secured because there is no certificate installed, secured certificate. So without the help of the secured certificate, that encryption will not happen, guys. Okay, but if you go to amazon.com and click on this lock icon, you see connection is secured. Click on this, connection is secured. Okay, there is a certificate. You see there is a certificate. This certificate is only available for HTTPS. Okay, and this certificate, okay, can be purchased by the company based on what level of security this particular application requires. That level of certificate this company will purchase, and this certificate, with the help of the certificate, that encryption will happen. The certificate will have the algorithm written which will encrypt the data in so and so manner that can be only decrypted at the server side. Okay, so here you see the certificate is provided by DigiCert Global CAG2. Okay, and lot of information is there regarding the certificate. Okay, so since the certificate is there, the encryption is happening, and the communication that is happening between the client and server is secured. So with this information, guys, you should understand what is HTTP and HTTPS. So definitely the important websites where the sensitive information is being shared, right, like credit card number, social security numbers, those websites must and should be HTTPS. Okay, certificate, if the certificate is installed, then only they will be HTTPS. If the certificate is not there, they will be HTTP, guys. Okay, they will not be secured, and this encryption will not happen during the transit. Okay, so hope, guys, you got the difference between HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, just to revise again, you see HTTP is an insecure communication. Okay, it's not a secured communication. The transit between the client and server is not secured, and the communication between the client and server is insecure. Okay, there is no encryption or decryption. There is no encryption or decryption in this case of HTTP. Okay, so because of that only it is insecure. It runs on the port number 80. Okay, internet only, but port 80, and here no security certificate. Because of that, no encryption and insecure communication. Coming to HTTPS, it is secure communication between client and server. Encryption and decryption happens according to the installed security certificate, and this communication happens over the internet over the port number 443. Okay, so this is what is the difference between HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 234. That is, do we always need to do regression testing after retesting? Let me answer. So what's the answer? The answer is yes. After retesting, we have to do regression testing compulsory. Okay. So not only retesting, guys. Okay. Not only retesting. There are other things also after which we have to do regression testing. When you do retesting, okay, when you do retesting, it means that developers have already fixed some defects. Those defects you are retesting. That means developer has changed the code. In order to fix the defects in the software, the developer has updated or modified or changed the code or written some other extra code. Okay, so because of this writing of the code, okay, in other areas of the software which are working fine earlier, okay, some new defects may get introduced, some side effects may come. To be confident that the entire software is still working despite of the developer doing this fixing of the defects and all and changing the code in the application, we have to perform regression testing every time after performing retesting. Okay, so not only retesting, guys, whenever developer adds a new feature or new functionality, the developer is going to touch the code. Okay, or when the developer modifies the existing functionality or remove the one of the functionality, the developer is going to touch the code. When the developer is fixing the defects, the developer is going to touch the code. Whenever the code base is touched, it means that because of these code changes, there is a possibility that in other areas of the application, side effects may get introduced. We don't know, it may get introduced or it may not get introduced. But to be confident, after any code change, we have to perform regression testing. Okay. So after retesting, we have to perform regression testing. The answer is yes. So hope guys, you got the answer for do we always need to do regression testing after retesting? The answer is yes. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 235. That is, what is a web server? And give any examples of the web servers. Let me answer. So what exactly is a web server? Okay. So web server is a combination of hardware and software. Take any website guys, okay? Take any website. For example, if you take my website, that is qfox.com website, okay? Let me take my website. So when I browse qfox.com, I'm getting the web page of the qfox.com. How this is possible? Without web servers, is it possible to get this kind of information? When I simply type qfox.com in the browser, I'm getting all the information about qfox, okay, website. This is not possible with the help of, okay, without the help of web servers, this is not possible, guys. So what's happening here is, let's say this is my laptop, okay, let's say this is my laptop. So in my laptop, I'm opening a browser. It can be as simple as a Chrome browser, okay. It can be as simple as a Chrome browser. In this Chrome browser, I'm just browsing some application URL, that is qfox.com something, https://qfox.com or www.qfox.com something I am browsing. The moment I hit enter here, what's happening? A request is being sent to the server. Okay. The moment I hit enter here, a request is being sent to the server. Here a request is being sent to the server. Over which protocol? Over HTTPS protocol. Okay, because qfox.com is a secured website. As you can see here, it's secured. Okay, it has a certificate installed. So over HTTPS, if there is no certificate installed, if it is not secured, it will be HTTP. Okay, so this website is requesting the server over which protocol? HTTPS. In indirectly, it's nothing but internet, guys. Okay, over the internet, using which protocol? Over the internet, we can have many protocol possibilities. Main protocol is HTTPS. Okay, and this request reaches a server. Okay, whose server this is? This is QFox application, or we can say this is a QFox server. Okay, let's not take application word here, it will confuse. It is a QFOX server. Okay. So it is a QFOX server. So this QFOX server is at a remote location. Maybe it may be in Singapore or someplace. Okay. Singapore. Let's say, assume that this QFOX server is available at Singapore. Whereas this QFOX.com, I am browsing in my laptop, which I call generally, I call this my laptop as a client, and I am from Hyderabad, India. Okay, Hyderabad, India. From India, I am hitting this URL. A request is being sent over internet to the QFOX server. Okay, all the programming logic of this QFOX.com is here. All the files that need to be served when the request comes, this particular QFOX web server has to serve some files. Okay, here we have the web server. Okay, web server and content. Content is nothing but the files. It can be HTML, CSS, and all the JavaScript. Everything is here, and some programming logic like any programming logic like written in Java or PHP or Python or something is here. Okay, that is QFOX server. The moment this request reaches the server, server will process the request. According to the process means run some code. Okay, according to running the code, okay, as a result of running the code, a response will be sent back to the client. A response will be sent back to the client over the same protocol, that is HTTPS response in this case of example. Okay, that is over internet only. Over internet only, a response will be sent back to this client, that is my laptop, that is to my browser, that is Chrome browser, okay, which is available in Hyderabad, India. And what this response will contain, after processing, the server will send the HTTP, CSS, JavaScript, and some cookies, etc., files, whatever the relevant files are there, all these things will be sent as a response. Okay, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript will be sent in the response. Who will understand this HTML, CSS, JavaScript? Okay, this browser will understand. This browser will understand this HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and cookies, and all those stuff, and will render the web pages for you. So this is a web server. Okay, this is what is a web server, guys. Okay, so this is the concept of the web server. So but this web server is not at my home. Okay, you have to understand something. My laptop is with me. Okay, whenever I want to use this application, I'll simply turn on my laptop. Okay, and simply hit this domain name, that is address, with address that is qfox.com, and simply a request is being sent to the server, which is running 24/7 for me. But am I maintaining this web server at my home? No, that is not a good idea. So what I did is, okay, what I did is to make this possible is I purchased this domain, guys. Okay, domain name from GoDaddy. Okay, qfox.com domain I purchased from GoDaddy, and this server I cannot purchase a machine and make it run day and night at my home. Okay, at my home I cannot maintain. Okay, that is not a good idea also. So what every website will do is they will purchase a hosting space. Okay, to run to maintain this web server hosting space, they will purchase some hosting space. Who will sell you the hosting space? There will be a lot of hosting providers, guys. Okay, there are a lot of hosting providers. For QFox, the hosting provider is SiteGround. Okay, SiteGround. So SiteGround is there. GoDaddy will also do the hosting, and lot of things are there, guys. Okay, lot of hosting providers are there in Cloudways. Okay, Hostigator, like that. Many hosting providers are there, but I subscribe to SiteGround, not for free. I have to pay some amount every month. Okay, so when I pay some amount every month to the SiteGround will maintain my server. Okay, all my files related to my application. Okay, and the server. Okay, the software, whatever that is required for creating this website, right? The hardware and software will be provided by the SiteGround in response to the amount I am paying to them. Okay, and my website will be running 24/7. Okay, my website will be running 24/7 because of that reason. And this SiteGround may be maintaining my server, that is hardware and software of the web server in Singapore or Malaysia or whatever the place they want. Okay, they may keep the backups and all those stuff. That is their responsibility. I just need to pay some amount so that my website has a web server running. Okay, so this is what is a web server, guys. Okay, this is what is a web server. So what? So let's conclude, guys. Okay. So what is a web server? It is a combination of hardware and software. Okay. Some hardware machine should be there. So here, guys, they will not for whatever the plan I have taken, SiteGround will not give me the entire machine to me. Okay. In a single machine, they will run multiple websites. Okay. So they will allocate some space to me. Okay. They will share the space. Okay. In that space only, my application files will be running. Like that, many websites will be there. They will have very big servers and many. It's like sharing hosting providing, guys. Okay. I'm not still at a private hosting, like a separate hosting website. I don't have. Okay. That will cost me a lot. Okay. If I have to subscribe to a hosting provider who is providing a separate machine for me for running my website, okay, then that is going to be very, very, very costly, guys. Okay. So since it is working fine for me, I subscribe to the sharing hosting provider from the SiteGround. Okay. So they will provide me a hardware and software combination to run my application files. Okay. To run my application files of qfox.com. And whenever this kind of laptops or mobile devices need some information from my website, a request will be sent over the internet, and the request will be processed in that server, which is hosted by these hosting providers. And after processing, a response will come back to the client and will get the pages displayed. Okay. So it uses internet to respond to client requests, right? Over internet, the communication is happening between the laptop and this web server, which is hosted somewhere. Over internet, that is via HTTP or HTTPS protocol, it is happening. So the web server stores the files, process the files, okay? Files or web pages, whatever you call, delivers these web pages whenever whatever we need. For example, we need login page. Who will process? Web server will store the login page, will process the login page, will deliver the login page in the response, and the browser will understand this response and will render the login page for us. Okay. So if you want to manually, okay, instead of going with this hosting providers and all, if you want to manually set up some web servers in your own computers, let's say you have some additional laptop with you and you want to set up your own web servers, you can use some examples are there, guys. Okay, you can use Apache Tomcat web server, Microsoft IaaS. IaaS stands for Internet Information Service. Like this, some softwares are there. You can download and convert your machine into a web server. Okay, so that you can do. So within your network, you can create a server and you can play with that. Okay, I don't want to go deep into this since this particular question asks that not only explain about web server but also give some examples. That is the reason I'm giving Apache Tomcat and Microsoft IaaS as the examples, guys. Okay, you can create web servers with the help of this Apache Tomcat and Microsoft IaaS. Okay, fine. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 236. That is, what is inter-system testing? Let me answer. So what is inter-system testing? So in inter-system testing, we'll be testing the integration of two or more systems. Let's say there are two or more applications which are integrating or interacting with each other to solve a purpose. Okay. So to solve a purpose, it's not possible for a single application to solve it. Rather, there are two or more applications, different applications are interacting or integrating at some point of time with each other to solve that particular requirement of the users. Okay. Is this integration of these multiple systems is happening properly? Whether these multiple systems are sharing the data and resources properly to solve the purpose of the users? That testing is known as inter-system testing, guys. Okay, in simple words. Okay, I'll give an example so that this line will be even more easy for you. So what is the example? So I think many people have used Paytm, right? Paytm. So I generally pay electricity bill via Paytm, guys. Okay, I rather than paying the electricity bill directly from their regional website or whatever it is, I generally prefer to use Paytm, guys. I registered my electricity bill number and all this with Paytm, and it's very easy now for me. Okay, so simply I'll open Paytm and then, right, I'll simply pay it, and it's very easy for me to pay the electricity bills. So here, electricity bill payment system belongs to one application, whereas Paytm is a different application. Okay, via Paytm, you can do a lot, guys. Not only electricity bill, you can book a bus ticket, you can book an air ticket, train tickets, and many other things are possible, guys. Many bills you can pay. But you see here, multiple systems are integrating or interacting here. Paytm is one application that your electricity bill of your state, wherever you are staying, okay, they have a different software. Okay, that is a different application. These two different applications are integrating together, interacting and integrating, and they are, as part of this interaction and integration, they are sharing the data and resources between each other to solve the purpose. What is the purpose in this case of the example? I should be able to pay my electricity bill of this month. Okay, so if that purpose is solved properly with the help of this interaction of this integration of these two systems, that is Paytm and electricity bill software of my regional uh, state or whatever it is, okay, if that is possible means, okay, things are working fine. Testing whether these multiple applications are able to interact and integrate and share the data and resources between each other to solve the user's purpose is known as inter-system testing. Okay, hope it is clear now. There are other names for inter-system testing. What are the other names? People also call this inter-system testing as interoperability testing. Okay, interoperability testing is another name. And apart from that, we have also have another name known as external interface testing. Okay, you can either call this inter-system testing as interoperability testing or external interface testing, and this is what is inter-system testing, guys. Okay, so there are many other examples, guys. If I have to give, this is only one example. Maybe another example can be when you put your Axis Bank or HDFC Bank ATM card in a different ATM machine. Okay, if you put Axis in HDFC Bank ATM, okay, or HDFC Bank debit card you're putting in Axis Bank ATM. So how these systems are interacting and integrating and sharing the common data and resources and solving the purpose of the user, where the user want to withdraw the amount from his or our HDFC bank by using the, okay, by using the Axis Bank ATM. Okay, so this all these kind of examples. Okay, so there is some interaction. That interaction between these multiple systems, if you are testing to see if they are interacting and integrating with each other properly, that is called as inter-system testing, guys. Okay, so hope, guys, you got the answer for what is inter-system testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 237. That is, what is interoperability testing? Let me answer. So what is interoperability testing? So when you are testing the integration of two different systems, okay, two or more different systems, when they are integrating or interacting with each other to solve the purpose of the user, okay, by sharing some data or resources between each other, that type of testing to see whether these different systems, different software applications are working together to solve the purpose of the users, okay, is known as interoperability testing. Let's read it again. Testing the integration or interaction of two or more systems, that is applications, software applications, different applications, to see if their interaction is solving the purpose of the user by properly sharing the data and resources with each other. Hope it is clear now what is interoperability testing. Okay, example I will give, guys, so that this statement will become more easy for you. So here, let's say I generally do that, guys. Okay, so I pay my electricity bills via Paytm. Okay, it is very easy. So only one time effort. So I just need to go to Paytm and correct my regional electricity application details with the Paytm, and next time onwards with simple, right, touch or like with simple steps, like in 2 or 3 steps, my electricity bill will be paid. Okay, so they will be notifying me that new electricity bill came, and also it's very easy for me to pay the electricity bills now, guys. Earlier it used to be very difficult. I have to go to the regional website, and it used to be difficult, guys, okay, to pay the electricity bills. But now via Paytm, right, now Paytm is a separate application, and my regional state where the electricity bills need to be paid, right, that is a different application. They are two integrating, interacting with each other and sharing the same data, okay, and resources, so that the user can pay the electricity bill easily. And here, In this case of example, if you are testing the integration of these two applications or interaction of the two applications to see if this integration and interaction is solving the purpose of the user in paying the electricity bill well, okay, that testing is called as interoperability testing. There are other names for this interoperability testing. The other names are inter-system testing and also external interface testing. You can also call this as inter-system testing and external interface testing. There are different types of interoperability testing as well. Performing interoperability testing to see if the interaction and integration of two or more different individual applications are interacting together properly to solve the purpose of the user. We perform different types of testing under interoperability testing. The different types of testing are data type interoperability testing. Whatever the data type that is being shared between or interacting between two systems is same or not. Semantic interoperability testing. Here algorithm is supporting the interaction of these two systems or multiple systems which are interacting to solve the purpose. Physical interoperability testing. Here physical devices or switches or whatever the connections that are made between multiple applications are solving the purpose, okay, of the interaction and integration to solve the purpose of the user or not. Protocol. The protocol that is being used by these multiple systems is being supported in that integration and interaction or not. Okay, data format, whatever the format of the data that is being shared, it is shared in the same format or not. Okay, to support this interaction and integration, that is data format interoperability testing. These are the different types of interoperability testing, guys. So hope guys you understood what is interoperability testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 238. That is, what is external interface testing? Let me answer. So what is external interface testing? So external interface testing is nothing but testing the integration or interaction of two or more different individual applications to see if they are working together to solve the purpose of the user. Okay, so there are two or more different applications, guys, independent applications. So they interact or integrate with each other with an intention of solving a purpose of the user. Okay, to solve this purpose of the user, these different applications have to share the data and resources between each of them properly. Okay, to test whether these multiple applications which are interacting and integrating to solve the purpose of the users are sharing the data and resources properly to solve the purpose or not is known as external interface testing. Okay, I'll give an example so that this statement will become more easy for you. A simple example is Paytm, guys. Okay, so we can now pay our different type of bills like electricity bills. We can book train tickets. Okay, lot of things, bus tickets, lot of things, lot of bills we can pay via Paytm. Okay, so this requires multiple applications, multiple different applications to interact and integrate together to solve the purpose of the user. Okay, I personally pay my electricity bills via Paytm. Okay, so it helps me a lot, guys. Okay, so rather than going to the regional state website where I have to do a lot of steps and right, provide all the IDs, numbers and all, and then pay my amount via their personal application, right? Rather, I feel that whatever the Paytm option is there, where Paytm guys are integrating with this regional electricity department, okay? So where with simple steps, I don't have to remember what is my electricity bill number and all, okay, consumer number and all, okay? Simply by selecting the payment options, I can pay. This is what is advantage the user is getting. So here multiple applications are integrating or interacting with each other to solve the purpose, that is to make the to make the payment of electricity bill easier, okay, as easier as possible. And to make this possible, guys, this electricity application and Paytm application have to share the data and resources between each other properly. Okay, we have to test it whether they are interacting, integrating with each other without any problem. The user problem is being solved or not. User is able to use the software and take the help of the application, and to see whether there is no discrepancy, like wrong amount is not being paid. Everything we have to perform testing, as that is called as external interface testing. There are other names for external interface testing. We can also call this external interface testing as inter-system testing or interoperability testing. So hope guys you understood what is external interface testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 239. That is, what is pre-alpha phase of the software? Let me answer. So what is the pre-alpha phase of the software? Software goes through several phases, okay? So before getting released into the market or while getting released into the market or during getting released into the market, software has to go through several stages, right? So what are the different phases of the software? The software goes through. First one is the pre-alpha phase, okay? After the pre-alpha phase, software will go through alpha phase, then beta phase, then release candidate phase, shortly known as RC, then stable general availability phase. Okay, these are the different phases of the software before getting released into the market or while getting released into the market. Okay, so in this question, we are asked what is pre-alpha phase. So as we can clearly see, pre-alpha phase is the first phase of the software, right? Out of all the phases of the software goes through, okay, before getting or while getting released into the market. Pre-alpha phase is the first phase of the software, guys. And what happens during the pre-alpha phase of the software? Developers have started developing the software, guys. Okay, developers have started coding or building the software using some BRS documents, etc. Okay, here formal testing has not started in this phase. In pre-alpha phase, testing has not started. Okay, so what is pre-alpha phase? It's the first phase of the software where developers have just started developing the software using some documents like BRS, SRS, or whatever it is. Okay, and during this process, no testing has been started. Okay, it may be unit testing or integration system testing or user acceptance testing. No level of testing has been started during the pre-alpha phase. Only development has started, guys. That is what is pre-alpha phase, which is the first phase of the software. So hope guys you understood what exactly is pre-alpha phase of the software in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 240. That is, do we release the software during pre-alpha phase? Let me answer. So, do we release the software in pre-alpha phase? But what exactly is this pre-alpha phase? I've already explained about the pre-alpha phase in the previous video. Okay, but let me answer it again. Okay, so software has several phases. Before the software is released into the market, while the software is being built, and while the software is getting released into the market, software goes through several phases. What are the different phases software will go through before, during, and while getting released into the market? These are the several phases. That is pre-alpha phase, which is the first phase of software. Then after pre-alpha phase, alpha phase, then beta phase, then release candidate RC phase, and stable general availability phase. So pre-alpha phase is the first phase of the software. Okay, at this phase, will the software will be released into the market? The answer is no, guys. Okay, it is the first phase of the software, guys. It's the first phase of the software. But what happens during this pre-alpha phase? Developers will start developing the software. Okay, this is a phase of the software where the coding just started by the developers by using some BRS, SRS, or any other documents received from the client side or business analyst side. Developers have just now started developing the or coding or building the software. Okay, and the testing of the software has also not started. Okay, whatever kind of testing it may be unit testing or integration testing, system testing, or user acceptance testing. No such kind of testing has started at all. Developers have just now started developing the software using some documents. So in this phase, we cannot release the software into the market because software has just started getting developing. So how can we release the software in the market? The simple answer is no software will be released during this first phase of the software, that is pre-alpha phase. So hope guys, you got the answer for do we release the software during pre-alpha phase in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 241. That is, what is alpha phase of software? Let me answer. So, what is the alpha phase of the software? There are several phases of the software through which it goes through. Okay, while the software is under development, or during the software is getting released into the market, or while the software is getting released into the market, software goes through several phases. So what are those several phases of the software which it goes through? They are pre-alpha phase, which is the first phase of software. Then after pre-alpha phase, we have alpha phase. After alpha phase, we have beta phase. Then release candidate phase, RC phase. And finally, we have stable phase, that is GA, general availability phase. These are the several phases of the software which it goes through during the development and during or while releasing into the market. Fine. So what is alpha phase then? As you can already see, alpha phase is the second phase of the software, right? Alpha phase is the second phase of the software. First phase is pre-alpha phase. After pre-alpha phase, we get the alpha phase. So what happens during this alpha phase? In alpha phase, the formal software testing starts. Okay, testing starts in the alpha phase, guys. Okay, in which phase of the software the testing starts? In the alpha phase, the testing will start. Okay, that means all the levels of testing, guys. Okay, not only one type of testing, all the types of testing. It may be unit testing, integration testing, system testing, user acceptance testing. All those types of testings will start in the alpha phase. Okay, you see here, developers will perform in alpha phase. Developers will perform unit testing and integration testing, whereas software testers will perform system testing. Whereas last level of testing, that is user acceptance testing, also will be performed in this alpha phase. That is only alpha testing. As part of user acceptance testing, you already know that under user acceptance testing, there are two types of testing, that is alpha testing and beta testing. But beta testing will not be performed here in this alpha phase. Okay, in alpha phase, as part of user acceptance testing, only alpha testing will be performed. But who will be performing the alpha testing? Who will be performing the alpha testing? The client side business people. Okay, the client side business people who has the knowledge of the business of the application well, and who actually know the needs and actual requirement of the like actual use of the software by the end users. Okay, so what are the actual like what exactly the end users are expecting, what are the needs of the software from the end users, or what are the expectations of the software from the end users. These people will know from the client side. Some business people will be there. Okay, they'll be doing some whatever it is surveys or whatever they'll be interacting with the end users, and they will know that these are something that user is needing from the software or expecting from the software. Okay, such kind of people will be performing the alpha testing, okay, to see whether the developed software is according to the user needs and expectations or not. Okay, and this alpha testing, as I already covered in the previous sessions as part of this series, as part of another interview question, okay, will be done at the developer site. Okay, so wherever the developers are there, this client side business people will go with the checklist of the user needs and expectations, and they will work with the developers to make them modify the software according to the user needs and expectations. Even here, software testers also have to play a part in alpha testing to see whether whatever the developers have done the changes are working properly or not. Okay, according to the client that business people checklist items, whether the developers have developed the software or not. Again, software testers have to perform testing. Okay, anyhow, alpha testing is performed by client side business people. Okay, to see whether the developed software is meeting the needs and expectations of the end users. Okay, so here at the end of the alpha phase, all the features will be completed, guys. Okay, once the client side business people checklist is properly developed and properly tested by the developers and testers, okay, that proves that all the features of the software are completed. Okay, the software is ready now. Okay, the software is ready. But what happens in pre alpha phase? here testing will not start. Okay, testing starts in the alpha phase. That is the second phase of the software. The testing starts, but in pre-alpha phase, only the development will start. It's the first phase of software. Pre-alpha phase is the first phase of the software, as covered in the previous session of this series. Okay, where developers just started developing the software with the help of the requirements or whatever the documents they have. Okay, here testing is not started yet, and software is not released into the market. Here also in alpha testing, okay, software is ready, software is complete, but it is not released into the market. Okay, here also in alpha phase, the software is not released into the market. So hope guys you understood what is alpha phase of software. Okay, here formal testing starts. Until alpha testing, testing will be performed from unit testing, integration testing, after system testing, till alpha testing only testing will be performed, and we can state that the software is ready. Okay, here beta testing is not yet done. Okay, so in alpha phase. So hope guys you understood what is alpha phase of software. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 242. That is, in which phase of software alpha testing is performed? Let me answer. So in which phase of the software the alpha testing is performed? Simple and straightforward answer for this question is in alpha phase of software, the alpha testing is performed. Okay. So what are these software phases? Software goes through lot of phases before getting released into the market. Okay. While the software is getting developed, while the software is getting released, okay, the software goes through a lot of phases. Alpha phase is the second phase of software. So these are the different phases of the software, guys. First one is pre-alpha phase. After pre-alpha phase is completed, then alpha phase will start. Then after alpha phase, we have the beta phase, then release candidate, RC phase, then stable, general availability phase. These are the different phases of the software. But in which phase of the software alpha testing is performed is a question. So it is performed in the second phase of the software, that is alpha phase. Okay. So in the second phase of the software, the formal testing will start. Okay, whatever the type of, whatever the level of testing it may be unit testing, integration testing, system testing, acceptance testing. All these levels of testing will start in the alpha phase. In pre-alpha phase, only development will happen. Testing will not stop. But in alpha phase, the formal testing will start, where developers will do unit testing and integration testing. Testers will do system testing, whereas user acceptance testing, that is the last level of testing, also will be performed in alpha testing, but only one type of user acceptance testing will be performed, that is alpha testing. Beta testing will not be performed in alpha phase. Okay, only alpha testing will be performed in the alpha phase of the software phases. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. In which phase of software alpha testing is performed? In alpha phase of the software alpha testing is performed. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 243. That is, do we release the software during alpha phase? So in alpha phase, do we release the software? The straightforward answer for this question is no. What is the reason? I am going to explain now. Okay. So before that, there are several phases which software will go through. Okay. While the software is getting developed and while or during the software is getting released into the market, software has to go through several phases. What are the different phases software will go through? Pre-alpha phase is the first phase. Second phase is alpha phase, then beta phase, followed by release candidate RC phase, and final phase will be stable general availability phase. Okay, these are the 5 phases through which the software will go through. Whereas alpha phase is the second phase of software. Okay, but the question is, will the software will be released in alpha phase? The answer is no. So why? You have to know what happens in alpha phase to understand why software will not be released in alpha phase. Okay, in alpha phase, the formal testing will start. Okay, the formal testing will start. It is the second phase of the software and the formal testing will start. In pre-alpha phase, only development will happen, testing will not stop. Okay, development will start in the pre-alpha phase, whereas in alpha phase, the testing also will start. Okay, the developers will do unit testing, integration testing, while the testers will do system testing, And there is one more testing under user acceptance testing known as alpha testing, which is also performed in alpha testing, but beta testing will not be performed. Okay. So we already know the different levels of software testing. Like first one is unit testing, which developers will perform. Second one is integration testing. After unit testing, integration testing will be done by developers. Then after unit and integration, the build will be given for the testers for testing, and testers will perform the whole application as a whole. Okay, the testers will test the application as a whole, and they will, we generally call that as system testing. That's fine. After system testing is done, the last level of software testing, user acceptance testing, will be performed here. But user acceptance testing will not be performed completely in alpha phase. Understand this. User acceptance testing will not be completely performed in alpha phase. Only one portion of the user acceptance testing, that is alpha testing, will be performed. What about beta testing? Beta testing is not performed in the alpha phase. It's still pending. So when something is pending, can we release the software into the market? No. Hence, in alpha phase, okay, in alpha phase, the software won't be released, okay, because beta testing is still pending and it is not performed as part of the alpha phase, even though the features are ready and all. But since beta testing is pending and it's not performed in alpha phase, it is yet to be performed, the software won't be released into the market. So hope guys you got the answer why software won't be released into the market during alpha phase. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 244. That is, what is beta phase of software? Let me answer. So software has several phases, okay? Or software goes through several phases where beta phase is one of the software phases, okay? While the software is getting developed or during or while the software is getting released into the market, software has to go through several phases like pre-alpha phase, which is the first phase of software. After pre-alpha phase, software will go into the alpha phase, which is the second phase, and beta phase, which is a third phase of the software. After alpha phase is completed, then beta phase of the software will start, which is a third phase of the software. Then followed by beta phase, we have release candidate, that is RC phase, and finally the last phase of software, stable general availability phase. Okay, so beta phase is the third phase of the software. So what happens in this beta phase? Here in beta phase, the software will be given to the customers for testing purpose. Okay, which is the third phase of the software, and software will be released, guys. Okay, here till now in alpha phase, the software was not released. But in beta phase, for the first time, the software was released to the customers, but not for their use. Okay, the purpose of releasing the software to the customers is not for using, rather it is for testing purpose. Okay, it is for testing purpose. Software is not given to the customers or end users for using purpose, rather it is given for a testing purpose in the beta phase. Okay, so beta testing will be performed in this phase. Hence beta testing will be performed in this phase. In pre-alpha phase, which is the first phase, okay, the developers will start working on the software. Here testing will not start. In pre-alpha phase, which is the first phase, developers have started developing the software. Okay, the development of the software has just started. Okay, and here testing is also not started. Okay, testing is not started in this phase, and software is not released into the market in any way. That is pre-alpha phase. And after the pre-alpha phase, we have the alpha phase, in which the formal testing starts, which is the second phase. And here testing starts not only by testers, but also developers will start the testing, that is unit testing, integration testing. Then testers will do the system testing. After that, user acceptance testing will also start in the alpha phase, but not the complete user acceptance testing. In alpha phase, only one type of user acceptance testing that will be performed, that is alpha testing. Okay, which will be done by the client side business people, not the end users. Okay, the client side people who know the business well will move to the developer side, okay, and sit with the developers and make sure that the software is being developed according to the user needs and expectations, according to their checklist and business knowledge. Okay, so once the software is ready, Okay, once the software is completed, the alpha phase will be completed. So here also the software is not released to the general public or end users for their use. Okay, just alpha testing is done. After the alpha phase is completed, then beta phase of the software will start, where this is the third phase of the software. And here for the first time, the software is released to the customers or end users for testing purpose, not for using purpose. Just focus here, guys. Okay, I am not saying the software is released into the market. Here software is released into the market, that is to the customers only in the market. But the problem is not for their usage purpose, for their testing purpose, for taking the feedback from the end users or real customers. Software is released into the market in the beta phase. Okay, here beta testing is being performed. Okay, beta testing will be performed in this beta phase of the software. And as part of beta testing, there are two types of beta testing that can be performed. That is, open beta release may happen. Okay, as part of performing beta testing by releasing the software into the market to the end users or real customers for testing purpose, the software may get released into the market as open beta release, where to all the public, that is complete public, the software will be released. Or closed beta, either the company may take a decision of not going for open beta, where complete public may not be able to access. Rather, in closed beta, only a closed group of, only a few group of end users or real customers will be using the software with an intention of testing and providing the feedback back to the company. Okay, it's not the real release, guys. It's not the real release. Okay, so the release happens, is not the real release. And here beta testing may be performed as part of the open beta release of the software or closed beta release of the software. Okay, so this is what is a beta phase of the software. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is beta phase of the software. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 245. That is, what is open beta release of a software? Let me answer. So, open beta release of the software happens in beta phase, which is the third phase of the software. There are several phases of the software that the software will go through while the software is getting developed, or while or during the software is getting released into the market. Software goes through several phases. What are the several phases? Pre-alpha phase, which is the first phase of the software. Then after pre-alpha phase, second phase, that is alpha phase. Third phase is beta phase. Fourth one is release candidate, that is RC phase. And the final phase of the software, that is stable phase, which is general availability phase, GA phase. Okay, these are the different phases of the software. And in the third phase of the software, that is the beta phase of the software, the software will be given to the end users, okay, or customers. The software will be released, guys. Okay, in this particular phase, for the first time, the software will be released to the customers, but here not for their usage purpose, for testing purpose and for collecting the feedback back from the customers. Okay, customers, okay, will use the software with an intention of testing and providing the feedback back to the company. Okay, so here the software is not really released. It is released to the customers with an intention of testing purpose. Customers can test and give the feedback purpose. Okay, the third phase of the software. Okay, here beta testing will be performed. Okay, in pre-alpha phase, what is performed? Development will start, but testing will not start. Okay, but in alpha phase, the formal testing process will start, where all the four levels of software testing will start, like unit testing, integration testing by developers, system testing by testers, and alpha testing as part of user acceptance testing by the client side business people. But not the real end users will not perform testing here. Here only alpha testing will be done in alpha phase. But in beta phase, okay, in the beta phase, for the first time, the software will be released into the market to the real customers or real end users with an intention of testing purpose, not for their usage purpose. Okay, so as part of releasing, the software to the real customers in beta phase, okay, so that the real customers can do beta testing. Okay, there are two varieties. Okay, the company can either go with the open beta release or closed beta release. Okay, So the company can either go with the open beta release and closed beta release. In this session, I am talking about the open beta release. Okay. So there are two type of releases, beta releases. For beta testing, the company can release the software to the end users or real customers for testing purpose. Either open beta release it can do or closed beta release. In this session, I am talking about open beta release where the software will be released to the all the customers, complete public, all public, complete public, it will be released, but for testing purpose, for beta testing purpose, for collecting the feedback from the entire public, the software will be released into the market. Okay, for not for selling the software and so that the users can end users can use. It's not the purpose. Okay, the purpose is for so that the real end users can perform beta testing and complete public it is released is called as open beta release. Okay, as part of in beta phase, open beta release may happen so that customers, end users can perform beta testing. Okay, the complete end customers or complete end users will perform beta testing, guys. Okay, so hope guys you understood what exactly is open beta release. Releasing the software to the complete public for beta testing is called as in beta phase is known as open beta release. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 246. That is, what is closed beta release of software? Let me answer. So what is closed beta release of a software? Closed beta release of the software will happen in beta phase of the software. There are different phases for a software. Okay, software will go through different or several phases while getting developed or while or during released into the market. The software has to go through several phases like pre-alpha phase, which is the first phase of the software. After the pre-alpha phase is completed, then software will move to the next phase, that is second phase, that is alpha phase. After the second phase, alpha phase, software will move into beta phase, then release candidate RC phase, and finally the software will go through the last phase of the software, that is stable phase, that is general availability phase. Beta phase is the third phase of the software. Okay, this is the third phase of the software. Here in the beta phase, the software will be released to the real users or customers in the market. Okay, for the first time, the software will be released into the market in the beta phase, but not for usage purpose, not for usage purpose, for testing purpose, for collecting the feedback from the users. The company will release the software into the market, that is to the real public or real end users or real customers for testing purpose and collecting the feedback. Okay, that's what is a beta phase. Here beta testing will be done by the end users or real customers, but the company which is releasing the software to the customers for testing purpose, that is beta testing purpose, may decide to go with two types of releases, either this type of release or another type of release. That is, either the company may decide to release the software into the market as open beta release, or the company as part of beta phase will release the software into the market to the end users or real customers as a closed beta release. Okay, either open beta release or closed beta release. Open beta release I explained in the previous video. Okay, in this video I am talking about the closed beta release where the software will be released to the real customers or end users for testing purpose and collecting the feedback from the users, but not to all the customers. Only for the closed group of end users or customers. Only a limited number of end users or customers, the software will be released, guys, for beta testing, for collecting the real feedback from the users. Whereas in open beta release, the software will be released for beta testing for the entire complete public. But here in closed beta release, it will be released only to the closed group of end users or limited number of end users or end customers. Okay, limited number of customers. That is what is called as closed beta release, which will happen in the third phase of the software, that is beta phase. So hope guys you understood what is closed beta release of software in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 247. That is, do we release the software during beta phase? Let me answer. So, beta phase is one of the phases of the software. There are several phases of the software that it goes through while getting developed or while or during releasing into the market. Okay. So what are the several phases of the software? The phases are, the first phase is pre-alpha phase. Okay. After pre-alpha phase of the software, then software will go through the alpha phase, followed by the beta phase, then release candidate RC phase, and finally stable general availability phase. Beta phase is the third phase of the software. Okay. Is the third phase of the software in which the software will be released into the market directly to the end users or customers. Okay, it's the first time the software will be released into the market. So what is the question here? Do we release the software during beta phase? The answer is yes, guys. Okay, in pre-alpha phase or alpha phase, the software is not released into the market. Okay, coming to the pre-alpha phase, here development will start, guys. Okay, testing will not start at all. In pre-alpha phase, the testing of the software doesn't start at all. Only development will has started in the pre-alpha phase using some requirement documents and so. After the development is completed, then the formal testing will be started in the alpha phase. Okay, the developers will start unit testing, integration testing, testers will start system testing, and the user acceptance testing will be partially done in the alpha phase. Okay, it's not completely done. Only one portion of the user acceptance testing, that is alpha testing, will be done in the alpha phase. That is client side business people will do the user acceptance testing to see whether the software is meeting the needs and expectations of the user or not. Okay, so that's what is alpha phase, but one of the testing is still pending. Okay, that is beta testing is pending, which is not done in the alpha phase. Hence the software is not released during this phase also. Since one of the testing is still pending, okay, in alpha phase also the software is not released. In pre-alpha phase, software is not released. In alpha phase, the software is not released. But in beta phase, the beta testing will start. That is, the software will be released to the end users or customers with an intention of they test the software and provide the feedback back. Okay, so the company want to release the software to the end users, real users or end users of the software. Okay, so that the end users will start using the software with an intention of testing purpose. They will be doing the beta testing indirectly while using the software, and they provide the feedback, and the company purpose is to collect the feedback. Okay, what is the feedback? Whether the users are accepting this particular software or not, whether this software is meeting the needs and expectations of the user or not. Do we have to do any other changes so that the user will be happy with the software? Okay, so that the needs and expectations of the users will be 100% met. Okay, such kind of things will be done in the beta testing. Okay, here the software is released into the market, guys. Okay, if someone asks you whether the software will be released into the market in beta phase of the software, the answer is yes, but the intention is different, guys. Okay, it's not an actual release into the market. Okay, so even though the software is getting released into the market, it is getting released only for testing purpose, but not for usage purpose. Okay, this is not the final release. Okay, the company is not going to sell the software and make the users use the software. That is not the state here. Okay, it is releasing the software into the market only for the testing purpose and collecting the feedback from the user. And as I already mentioned, in beta testing, the company may decide to go with the open beta release or closed beta release. Okay, release will happen in the form of either open beta release or closed beta release. Okay, if it is open beta release, means this software will be released to the entire public, that is complete public. It will be released and feedback will be collected from the entire public. But if the company decides not to go with open beta and want to go with closed beta, then in that case this particular software will be released into the market to not the entire public, not the entire public, rather only to the limited number of end users or customers, or limited group or closed group of end users or real customers. The software will be released, but not for everyone. Okay, but ultimate goal of releasing the software here is for testing purpose, not for usage purpose. So hope guys you got the answer for do we release the software during beta phase? Yes, but for testing purpose and collecting the feedback. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 248. That is when alpha phase of the software will be completed. Let me answer. So when the alpha phase of the software will be completed. Software goes through several phases while getting developed and also while or during getting released into the market, software has to go through several phases like pre-alpha phase, which is the first phase of the software, then alpha phase, second phase, beta phase, which is the third phase, then release candidate, RC phase, and final phase, that is stable general availability phase. So alpha phase is the second phase of the software. When this second phase of the software, that is alpha phase, will be completed, in alpha phase, as we already know, the formal testing will start here. Okay. In pre-alpha phase, only development will start according to the requirements. The developers will start developing, but formal testing will not start in the pre-alpha phase. Whereas in alpha phase, the formal testing starts. The developers will start testing, the software testers will start testing, and other level of software testing, that is user acceptance testing. One part of the user acceptance testing also will be done in this alpha phase. Okay. As you can see here, developers as part of the alpha phase will be performing unit testing, integration testing. Testers will be performing the testing, the entire system as a whole, they will be testing, that is system testing. And user acceptance testing, there are two types, that is alpha and beta. But here, beta testing will not be performed in alpha phase. Only alpha testing will be performed in the alpha phase, where the client side business people will be performing the testing, okay, to see whether the software is meeting the user needs and expectations in advance. Okay. So as part of unit testing, integration testing, system testing, more focus is on the requirements of the software that the client has provided. Whereas in user acceptance testing, alpha testing of the alpha phase, the client side business people who has very good domain knowledge and who has interaction with the customers and all, who knows the business well, how the software meets the user needs and expectations, that such kind of people will travel to the developer side and they will be performing the testing alongside the developers. Okay. And they will be suggesting the changes so that the software meets the user needs and expectations. Okay, their focus point is whether the software is meeting the user needs and expectations, not about the requirements. Testers will take care of the software is developed according to the requirements, whereas client side business people will take care of whether the software that is developed according to the client given requirements will satisfy the user needs or expectations. Okay, and here testers will also support as part of the changes and all, whether software is working fine and all, along with the developers also. Okay, so once all the requirements are developed, okay, and once all these changes suggested by the client side business people are incorporated into the software, okay, and there is no more feature to be added either as part of the client requirement side or user needs and expectation side, no other feature need to be added, and everything is ready, the software is working and stable, okay, and there are no defects in the software. When such kind of situation reaches, then alpha phase will be completed and we'll be moving to the beta phase, where beta testing will start. The software will be released into the market to the end users for testing purpose and collecting the feedback for them. Okay, this is where the alpha testing will be completed, guys, once all the client specified requirements are developed properly, and also the client side business people as part of alpha testing has given some feedback, okay, as per the user needs and expectation. That feedback is also incorporated and there is no more thing that need to be added to the software, and software is running fine in a stable manner, then alpha phase will be completed. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you, bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 249. That is, will testing start in pre-alpha phase of the software? Let me answer. So pre-alpha phase is one of the phases of the software. Software during development or during or while getting released into the market goes through several phases like pre-alpha phase, which is the first phase of the software. After that, it will go through alpha phase, then beta phase, release candidate RC phase, and finally stable general availability phase. So pre-alpha phase is the first phase of the software. So in this pre-alpha phase, will the testing start? The answer is no, guys. Okay. This is the first phase of the software, but in this first phase of that software, the testing won't start. The formal testing won't start. Even the unit testing, integration testing will also not start. Developers will just start developing the software using the client given requirements or any other documents. Okay. The development has just started. That's it in this pre-alpha phase, but testing has not started in this phase. Okay. So what is the answer for this question? In the pre-alpha phase of the software, the formal testing will not start. The development will start in the pre-alpha phase of the software. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 250. That is, in which phase of the software the testing will start? Let me answer. So, the testing will start in alpha phase of the software. Software goes through several phases while getting developed or while or during getting released into the market. Software has to go through several phases. The different phases the software will go through are: the first phase is pre-alpha phase, then alpha phase, which is the second phase of the software, then beta phase, release candidate phase, RC phase, and finally stable general availability phase, which is the last phase. So alpha phase is the second phase of the software in which the testing actually starts. If you talk about the pre-alpha phase, here only development will start. Even though it is the first phase of the software, here developers will start developing the code for the software using some requirement documents and other stuff. But the formal testing will not start. Not even developers will start any level of testing. Okay. No type of testing will be started in the pre-alpha phase. That is the first phase of the software. Okay. But after the pre-alpha phase is completed, then in the alpha phase, the formal testing will start. Okay. That is, developers will do unit testing, integration testing. After unit testing, integration testing are done, the software testers will do system testing where they test the entire system as a whole. Okay. The point of requirements, whether the developers have developed the software according to the given requirements or not. Then user acceptance testing also will be performed in the alpha phase, but not fully, partially. Okay. So a partially user acceptance testing will be performed. That is, only in user acceptance testing, there are two types, that is alpha testing and beta testing, but only alpha testing will be performed. Okay, only alpha testing will be performed where the client side business people who has the good business knowledge and who know what are the needs and expectations of the users after releasing the software into the market. Such kind of people will travel to the developer side and, okay, with their checklist, they will bring a checklist and see whether this software that is developed according to the BRS document or client side requirements is satisfying the user needs or not. If it is not satisfying according to the checklist, they'll make the developers modify the software according to the user needs and expectations. Here testers will also help them. Okay, so that testers have to test it, right? So whether software is working fine or not. Okay, here the main people who will be testing the software will be client side business people who knows the user needs and expectations, and testers will support them, okay, in the form of testing. So here, so guys, the question is something like this. Okay, in which phase of the software the testing will start? Here testing will start in alpha phase, but testing will not end in the alpha phase. Okay, understand this. Testing will start in alpha phase, but testing will not end in the alpha phase. Testing will end in the beta phase. Okay, so in the beta phase, the final testing of the user acceptance testing level, that is beta testing, will be performed in the beta phase, where the software will be released into the market. Okay, and given to the end users or customers for testing purpose with an intention of collecting the feedback, not for selling or not for the use of the customers. Okay, here software will be given to the customers for testing purpose and collecting the feedback. Here this is not the final release though. Okay, here beta testing will be performed. In alpha testing, complete testing will not be performed, though the testing will start in the alpha testing. As part of this question, you have to say alpha phase is the phase in which the software testing will start. Okay, the testing will start, but the testing will not end in the alpha phase. The testing will end in the beta phase. Okay, so hope guys you got a clarity on uh, which phase in which the software testing will start in, okay? Software testing will start in the software phases. Alpha phase is the answer, okay? It will start, but it will not end. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye.